Good morning, everybody, and happy Father's Day weekend. Some of you guys aren't going to hear that enough, and most of the people that tune into my show happen to be men, and I'm a man, and I'm a father. I have 2 kids, and I'm going to show you something really pretty. This is what it looks like when the sun comes up where I live. It's just coming over. Look at that. Oh, is that majesty or what? Look at that. All right. I wanted you to see that. Well, I didn't actually. That wasn't even part of the plan. I'm gonna have to switch seats though because I don't feel like dealing with the sun in the eyes today. I know it gives you guys a better look at my beautiful face, but it's hard on my eyes. I can't do that the whole show today. It's funny because I get up really early. What is it? 5:30. It's about the time the sun comes up here. You know what though? Look at this. This is terrible, terrible lighting. When I fairly decent lighting when I face that way. Oh, what are you gonna do? What if I face this way, everybody? Hey, sorry about this, but this is what you have to deal with lives. Look at that. No way, man. You you guys will tune out in 2 seconds. So anyway, that is the beautiful sunrise. This is Father's Day. Uh, I want to tell everybody out there, Happy Father's Day. You know, it means something. It's hard being a dad. It's hard working. It's hard being the rock of the family. I know I am one. Hey, I found this song. Listen, hey, listen. It's the funniest song with this guy, Brad Paisley. I'm gonna miss it. As you can see, like I'm not, I'm not, not, I'm not. I don't listen to a ton of country, but I got to tell you, I do. As I've gotten older, I've definitely learned to appreciate country, man. They sing about some real stuff, and I want to talk about some real stuff with you today. So, for all you dads out there, Happy Father's Day, man. Try to get out and do something you enjoy this weekend, as you should, right? Mothers are celebrated pretty much all year long, and you're pretty much not. But that's part of being a guy. Come on, all this crybaby crap. We're not recognized enough. I get it. I get it. Right? We're not. We're not. We're definitely shelved. Most of the attention gets put on the moms and what the moms need and what the moms desire. And I think that look, that's part of being a guy, guys. Like man up a little bit. I mean that I do. That's just part of being a guy, man. We are a bit of a crybaby culture lately. I think that we need it though. I think that the emotions of men have been we've been taught to suppress our emotions to a point that it's really really unhealthy. I mean that's where that funny meme comes from. It's like be a man, stuff your emotions down till you turn 49 and die of a heart attack like a real man. I mean it's true. Especially my generation, Generation X. Now, this youngest generation, they need to, they need to toughen up. It's funny, man. It really, really, really. But we need them. We do need it. And so if you're part of that young generation, we do need you. You are far too sissified. Don't get me wrong. You're just way too sissified. I mean, good God. What you think life is meant to do for you is insane. And it won't work out that way. And you may end up worse off than we did. I mean, for us, it was mainly suppress your emotions. I'm a complex trauma. I'm not going to use the word survivor. My childhood was horrible, horrible, and not horrible in the sense that I come from a blue collar family. Mom and dad got divorced, and there were some minor abuses. Dad maybe slapped me a little bit and shit. I'm talking about nastiness, right? In my childhood, real, true, gutter, hungry beatings, stuff you're not supposed to see ever in your life, let alone at 3 and 4 years old. But point being, I was taught to suppress that, and so into the last few years, I didn't know how to deal with it. And I never even knew, when people say to like love yourself as a dad and as a father, I was a really successful guy. Um, I am a really successful guy in work, but I was really, really successful for a while. And I was so annihilated by the fact that I thought everything was my fault. If you blame me for something, I automatically assumed I did it. I was taught to do that. We are human. We are machines, people. We are programmed, and programmed, not like, don't take that too far. You can overcome all of that. Don't be a crybaby about it. But if you don't even know that you're supposed to overcome it, if you don't even know that it's okay to express your feelings, you're never going to get over it, guys. If and listen to me, I really need you to hear me here. I didn't even know what self-love meant. First off, that sounded like some sissy shit to me. I'm just being honest, right? Grew up, I was a wrestler. I actually like fighting. Pain is, I like it. Like, I think that like when you are in a physical grind, when someone is beating on you, when there's massive amounts of pain, but you got to keep using this, I think you're training yourself to be some of the toughest people on the planet. So I believe in wrestling. It's why I believe in mixed martial arts. And dude, I never threw an actual kick or a punch until, like, no, I don't mean in a fight. Like, you didn't want me in a ground and pound situation with you. There's very few people that can stop me from taking them down. And I mean hard. And there's a lot less people that are going to keep me from holding them down because I have massive strength. I mean, I've been training for 30 years. I'm really, really strong, not just like in a general sense, but even like for my weight. I mean, I am. Right. Like there's a young dude. I love him, man. At a dojo I used to train at. And, he was like 250, something like that. Like, I'll fire him up in the air almost where he felt like he was weightless. The truth was, as a wrestler, you all know what I was doing. I was using his weight against him, but he didn't know that. And so, but that goes for the street too. Anyway, I digress. Point being, I got into like doing Muay Thai and boxing, and like I kept myself a beginner. I mean, being a beginner is so underrated. Being a beginner is like the greatest time of your life. But when you come from a background like mine, being a father can be particularly hard because no one ever been, first off, I didn't have a man, a dad, or any male figure worth anything in my life, period. Period. That includes family members. Garbage is what they were. I can't even imagine some of the things. I have kids, right? And like a lot of people, when they have kids, they go, oh my gosh, my parents had it hard. I really understand where they were coming from. I had the exact opposite effect. My wife used to tell me, like, Derek, do you know that like that's not okay, right? And I would be like, I'm dead serious. I had no idea. I was like, wait, it's not. That doesn't, people don't choke you and put a cigarette on your chin and then tell you they love you. That doesn't happen. Like, you all think that I'm making fun. I'm not. So it was weird when I had kids. All of a sudden, I go, "Oh my god!" Like somebody, and that's not. That's mild. That's nothing. That's one of the easier days of my childhood. And so yeah, I mean, I didn't know how do you be a dad? What is a man? See, these aren't things I was taught. I learned them on my own. And guess where I learned them from? Being out there, right? When they write the School of Hard Knocks, like that's where you learn. That's where I learned. That's where I learned all my skills. That's why when you're walking down the road with me and we're sitting there in a deep conversation, I'll go, oh, hold on. And I'll pick up a screw on the road and I'll throw it in the weeds. You'll go, how the hell did you see that? I see everything. It's a gift. The abuse, like the hyper awareness that had to be developed for me as a child is a gift. And I can share that gift with you because I do have a hyper awareness of things. Just natural for me. But I again, I digress more, but as I'm a father now and I look at my kids, I think about the things that happened to me. And let me tell you something. That was when I stopped talking to my family. That was when I stopped. I didn't realize it was ritual abuse that had been going on my whole life. I had no idea. I didn't know what love yourself meant. I didn't even know what it meant. Like people go, Derek, like you know why you feel the need to accomplish so much, and like I didn't feel like I felt the need to accomplish so much. But I got to tell you, I go 20 hours a day. I didn't sleep much. I probably still don't sleep all that much. I don't think I feel safe when I sleep. Probably it's probably I don't know that will ever go anywhere. Maybe. But you get hardwired up here, and a lot of that stuff is very difficult to change. I'm not afraid when I sleep. Don't get me wrong, but I don't sleep well. You know, I get 4 hours. I'm up, and I go all day. And so, but then before, it would be like task, work, and I never knew that the accomplishment-driven mentality was really, complex trauma. I thought that was my worth, and what was real tough about that was when I was a financial advisor. I was working for Securities America, and they got in trouble with FINRA for using UITs, unit investment trusts. These were things that if you knew how to trade were amazing, man. You'd make 6, 7, 8% yield for your clients, and if you knew how to trade them, they were set up like anything else, right? Like some would be growth stocks, some would be value stocks, some would be bonds, some would be whatever. And if you knew how to trade those, you could make your clients a lot of money because they're getting like 8% yield on this stuff, right? So like if you're any good at all, you made a ton of money for doing that for them, which I did. I did, and they got in trouble with with FINRA or the SEC or somebody for using that stuff. And I got a call and threatened, and then FINRA threatened me. And here's the funny thing. 17 years in the business, I never had a single client complaint. You know why? My clients made more money than every friend they ever knew. I'm not going to go down the road of that story, but just the fact that I was accused. See, when I grew up, if you were accused of something, you better shut up and take what was dished out. If you don't take what's dished out, what's coming next is worse. So I am trained to believe that. Or I was. I'm no longer trained to believe that. So so here's the problem with that. So you move forward in my life. When you take a big loss and all your self-worth is tied up in money or success or like even your ability to trade, my accuracy rate is really, really, really high. And if you give me if you're like a long-term investor that is looking for things that are, 12-month time frame because you want to keep your capital gains tax down to long-term capital gains, which can be a very intelligent move in certain accounts. I do encourage some swing trading. I do encourage some, which would be considered short-term because it's under 12 months. But if you're that guy, and you're just looking to miss the big 50% drops, I mean, I have 100% success rate. I've never been the victim of a bear market, not even 08 and 09. And anybody that says they couldn't see that coming's lying to you. I can show you right now. I show it all the time, how easy it was to see. And yesterday I did a funny video. So anyway, when you're attached to these things, so I would even be attached to a winning and losing trade, but like me, my worth, and then like how much money I made, my worth, like was I in debt, my worth, what kind of car did I drive, my worth, what kind of house did I have, my worth. I mean, really, Derek's worth was based on all those things. And there's so many people out there. So you have no idea. When you finally overcome that, when you finally realize, oh my God, like my worth is me, just me. I'm still going to have some losses and some wins and all that, but I'm the worth. When you finally understand you're the worth, oh my God, it's life-changing. Oh my God. Men and women out there. I know it's Father's Day, but the women should hear this too. You don't understand. You're impenetrable. You're impenetrable not because you're so great. You're impenetrable because your value isn't attached to the negative thing that anyone says to you. Isn't that wild? If you understand this, then you know what I'm saying to you. But like I'm impenetrable. You could say anything to me because my self-worth is tied up in me and in my belief system. I've never had that in my whole life. I don't think I realized I had it until yesterday after the market closed. It was pretty amazing. Dude, it was pretty amazing. I mean, dude, yeah, it was such a thing for me. You have no idea. And I know for some of you out there, it is such a big thing because If you don't have that, you can, you know, you you can play it off like you're okay and you're all good. There's guys out there that say, like, oh, there's a lot of crap that gets said out there, a lot of crap. But they act all tough all the time and they don't care. And they're like, yeah, when times get tough, I figure it out. I'm a man, you know? Had to turn it on. I get sidetracked. But you're going to get a bunch of free stock picks. And why am I doing this? Because I was a financial advisor for years. Merrill Lynch, Wells Fargo Advisors, AG Edwards, great company. AG Edwards doesn't exist anymore. Family owned, 120 years. They used the 2008, 2009 crisis to buy it. Also, maybe the Edwards family want to sell it. Let's keep it real, right? So what we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about some big banks. Why are we going to talk about big banks? Because they're fake. If you work with a financial advisor to Merrill Lynch, a Morgan Stanley, a Bank of America, Smith Barney, Citigroup, I don't care where you're at, that person does no work for you. I'm going to tell you a real quick story because I know you all want to see the stocks. That's all you care about. You want to see what's coming. When I can't remember where I was. It might have been Merrill Lynch. Who knows? But you're only allowed to vary in your portfolios by about 5%. And because of that, that means there's no such thing as day trading. There's no such thing as going out there. Not, by the way, that's how they make all their money, right? So they're trading desks and taking companies public and all that kind of, that's how they make all the, because they know that's where the money is. And as an advisor, you're not allowed to do it. And people don't believe me. I was making $500,000 a year, something like that. I did really, really well for my clients because I didn't care about being the black sheep. When '08 hit in March of '08, so there's some hit I took from it was like the end of '07 to March of '08, and that's when AIG said they were going to go bankrupt. If you go on to chat GPT, it's going to say it was in like September or something with AIG. No, it wasn't. That's a lie. They're falsifying history. It was in like March. And I pulled all my customers into cash. All my clients went straight to cash. I went short through '08. And there's a couple CFAs out there that can tell you that I'm not lying to you, because where I was at that point was Wells Fargo Advisors. Um, anyway, so I was constantly getting in trouble with them. But just to tell you, when markets were slow and like there was only so much I could do. So all my clients missed all bear markets. Fact. You don't like that fact? Look it up. It's all over the internet. I haven't changed a thing. I don't delete anything. I delete nothing. Those were the easiest markets in the world to call. 2021 was also easy to call. Easy. And if you don't believe me, too bad. It was. Keep losing money with your advisor. Here's the point of the conversation. I once did not come into the office from May until September. I never looked at my cell phone. I never looked at my laptop. Never. I think my assistant had called me 23 times. I never called her back. When I showed back up in September, they said, "Where were you?" I said, "I was just working remotely." "Oh, blah, blah, I tried to call you." I go, "Oh, I've been having problems with that phone." That was it. May, June, July, August, 4 months. Never looked, never talked, never called. That's because all the check requests and all the simple, stupid stuff was done by my assistant. I didn't talk to a client. I didn't go to a client's house. Didn't have to, right? Because I took massive heat when I would go to cash before bear markets. But all my clients love me. They adore me. I had my first client when I left that business. I had my very first client. No one fired me. You out of your freaking mind. And the reason I'm going to show you these is I want to look at the comparison between those companies, your Wells Fargo advisors, Wells Fargo, your Bank of America's, Merrill Lynch, your Citibanks, which is Smith Barney, your Morgan Stanley's, which is Morgan Stanley. They just bought like a little brokerage or something too. I forget who they bought. And then we're going to look at your other companies like Schwab, which I think Ameritrade, they get Robinhood. We're going to go through, we're going to look at these picks. Look at that. I'm 20 minutes in. Hey guys, listen, I started talking about myself. Shouldn't have done that. Nobody, it's not really why I'm here, but also you got to know, for some of you out there, that's probably more important than anything else. But what I could have done was I could have been going through these stocks for you as I talked. So let us start now. So we're going to look at Bank of America, right? We go back here. Actually, let's start with JP Morgan. We're going to look at JP Morgan. JPM. I despise most of these companies. The reason I despise them is they just lie and they know it. It's not marketing, it's not advertising, it's lying. They're an integral part of the system and you can't do without them because most companies wouldn't be able to go public. Hopefully we can change that fact. As you can see, financials have pulled down pretty hard this month. At least JP Morgan has. Let's go down to a weekly. JP Morgan, I think, is it JP Morgan or I think it's JP Morgan, still has a guy that realizes the market has a giant drop still that is completely necessary. I respect that guy. I think it was Morgan Stanley, the guy that bailed here recently. And that's just cowardice. He knows darn well that the pullback is needed. So what's the date here? So this is back of March. So if you've been in financials, you've made no money since March, you've lost money, at least in JP Morgan. And I think JP Morgan is doing better than most because they do have that guy that is not backing down, nor should he. The market is very heavy right now. The only thing keeping it going, it looks like, is manipulation and algorithmic trading and a lot of this trend following crap, which is really just computer-based trading, I believe. Let's go to that's a daily. Let's go. I'm just going to go down to 1 hour. Is there anything in the near future we should know about? That's a lot of buying there, but it led nowhere. Then it broke this level. There's a gap here. So let's see. Let's zoom in a little more. I actually don't need to look at this all that hard, guys. I mean, I know this stuff like the back of my hand. So there's some big selling back here. There's definitely some big buying in here. Let's go down to a 15-minute. Buying, buying, buying. Definitely significant buying there. 5-minute. Buying in the background. Done. What's this? Buying, buying. All right. In the next, wait, let's go down 2 minutes. Let's see what we see. Oh yeah. I never log into Trading View. I'm going to though. Like enough is enough. Come on. Buying, buying, buying. Let's look at 1 minute. Buying. What's in the background? This looks like selling up here. This looks like selling. This definitely looks like buying. Let's go to 2 minutes. I don't know if it'll let me. I'll probably take me back to 3 minutes, huh? Yeah. Gosh. So let's just say in the next week. So let's go up here. We're going to go to JPM. In the next week, you're looking at you're looking at 198. Let's change the color here. This is blue, which is funny because this contradicts what I saw in some of the other stocks, but I don't care, guys. I am evaluating each position. Oh, we need to do that again because I have the background here. Let's fix that background. There we go. Okay. Arrow up. Bing, boom. So JP Morgan looks like it's going up to 200. That is a short-term goal, obviously. You know what? Let's not. Let's add something else. Let's just add that. Somebody got on me, asked me about time frames because I put something about Apple hitting 172 to 174. They're like, oh, Apple soared. I'm like, yeah, that's a 4 hour chart. I'm talking about 3 months out. And I realized at that point, honestly, I should thank that person because I realized at that point that no one cared about 2 months out. I don't know why. You can make, I'm telling you right now, guys, for you guys that are day trading every day, you can make almost the same money swing trading as you can day trading with way less stress. Let's look at Bank of America. Way less stress. That's a fact. Hey, so I want to talk about any of you guys out there. Wow, look at that. This thing's a piece of crap, huh? It's nowhere near the highs. Look what everybody's telling you. Everybody's been telling you that the market's so strong. This is Bank of America, folks. It's Bank of America. Look at that. I hate this company. Like these companies, they're a necessity, so I should watch my mouth because I don't want anybody thinking they're not. For now, they are. Believe me, only people that want this whole market to tumble, like literally crash, are people that are extremely wealthy. If you're a normal guy out there and you think you're buying and selling crypto because you want to put these guys out of business and you're going to show them what's up, you better hope you don't. And that, by the way, the crypto markets are wrought with far more abuse than the stock market is. I mean, dude, yeah, playing over there, unless you're like they're like, oh, there's full transparency. Yeah, there's mixers over there, full transparency, my ass. Crypto does not have full transparency. If you believe that, you don't know what you're talking about. They're hiding way more in the crypto world than they are in the stock market world. And it sounds like, oh, he's a stock market guy. No, I'm against all corruption. I absolutely can't stand it. Look at this though. This has a nice rising trend in near term compared to Wells Fargo. I mean, look at that. That's buying at a low. I mean, so is this. This is better. This is much better in the near term than Wells Fargo was. Buying this dip, selling. I'm going to back up just a little bit. I just want to see how far back that was. Yeah, that's nice. 35. You're at 39. All right, let's go into a 30. Bought here, sold here. Not a lot of action. Filled the gap. I like that. That's good for a rising trend market there. 15-minute. Let's see. Buying low. Now you see this looks like let's go down a little bit more. Tough to say right there. Yeah, it's tough to say right there. Filled that gap. I don't want to give you crap advice. This is a dog fight right here. In the near term, they're fighting over this thing. Okay, low price. I hear that's a low price. What's that? 39.24. Yeah. Low price. Oh yeah, they like to give me the 3-minute. Tough to say. I mean, it's really a dogfight. If I'm looking at it near term, I mean, it's just not worth mentioning, to be honest with you, because if I were to say, like, what's the near term target on this thing? I mean, it definitely looks like it's to the upside. Yeah, let's call 45. Let's say that this is because, dude, this is Better put within. Yeah. And the next is probably 2. To hit that target, it's probably 2. You can shorten that up a little bit if you actually want to own this thing. I wouldn't own it. Yeah, I wouldn't own it. This isn't even a call I do. You can shorten that up a little bit if you actually want to own this thing. I wouldn't own it. Yeah, I wouldn't own it. This isn't even a call I care about. That's the truth. I wouldn't own this. Okay, there you have it. Let's see. Bank of America. What else did I say? Let's just look at Wells Fargo and Morgan Stanley. We will look at Goldman Sachs later too. Morgan Stanley, monthly. Guys, these financial stocks aren't doing anything. I mean, they're just not. We're going to move on. There's no reason to break down companies that aren't doing anything unless you guys are looking for downside. I mean, if you're looking for downside, we could do this all day. I mean, look at this. Wells Fargo. What a piece of crap. As we get, look at all these financial advisors, all these big institutions don't do anything. I hope you know that. There's very, very, very few out there that have any idea what they're doing. And if they don't have a CFA after their name and they're in a big, large brokerage firm, you should leave that place. Because the truth is, guys like me, I didn't go for a CFA because I don't really believe in it. I believe that CFAs are incredibly intelligent guys, but they work within a system and they believe in a system that has an absolute fallacy. And what is that absolute fallacy? We're going to look at Robinhood. The absolute fallacy of those large brokerage firms is that fundamentals matter. I'm sorry if that bothers you. Fundamentals can give you an inkling as to time frame. I use fundamentals myself. I think it helps tell a story. But the fact of the matter is, all that matters when it comes to an investment is cash flow. Flows going in or out of a stock, an index, a market. NVIDIA's proof of that. What was her name? Kathy Wood, that had the innovative fund, ARC. Yeah, she was such a genius. She understood innovation so well. That's why ARC's down 75%. It'll never go back to where it was. Kathy Wood sold NVIDIA at what, $150? But she understands innovation so well. It's called luck, folks. It's called luck and what you're born into. I mean, don't give me any bullshit about it. Like, we can all lie to each other if we're trying. But do you think that I believe that she knows anything? If you were a master of innovation, if that's what you truly understood was tech innovation, you would be an idiot not to own and hold NVIDIA through at least, I mean, maybe at 900 she jumped ship, because now it's getting a little bit extended. You know, the PE's up at 82. That's pretty high. Sentiment is pretty darn high. It's up 13 times, so 1,300%. Okay, right. But at $150, when the thing hadn't gone anywhere, it hadn't even started to move yet. And you understand innovation? Come on. You can't possibly believe that. Robinhood, let's see. These guys have had some problems too. They try to innovate really quickly. They're trying to do a good thing. And I'm just evaluating the stock, not the company, because I'm going to tell you now that that's the fallacy with being a CFA. You're trying to evaluate a company. That's a joke. I can show you. How about Tesla? We're going to look at Tesla too, because they're a sustainability stock. Guys, this isn't good. See all this volume in this fall. I'm going to tell you, I hate putting out news like this on companies that seem to be trying to do a good thing. And I believe Robinhood is trying to do a good thing and trying to make money too. But they are trying to do a good thing. And I hate to say it, but it looks like they're selling the hell out of this thing. I mean, if the background guys on this is just not good. It's just not good. I mean, this is the high end of a range. This is the low end of the range on here, like 21.50. And you have to realize $1.50 on a stock like this is meaningful. That's 5 and 6%. So I'm not going to rate this thing. I'm just going to tell you that it's not pretty, and I don't like it. So that's Robinhood. Let's go ahead and look at Schwab. It's TD Ameritrade they bought. Morgan Stanley bought E-Trade. See, more consolidation in the industry. Of course, Morgan Stanley did that. Of course, Schwab did that. I'm not against Schwab or anything, but they are now they're starting to have all the same problems that all the big guys do. I'm not even sure why I know why they're a brokerage, not a bank, I guess. But they're starting to have all the same problems. Schwab has a scandal after scandal, mistake after mistake. And look at this drop, this precipitous drop here. I forget what that was. I remember I just talked about it 2 days ago. It's hard trying to keep up on all the quote unquote news. Not that news makes any bit of difference, guys. News is meaningless. People dumped this. This is retail dumping because they heard the bad news, and this is institutions buying, which is why it's rallied from 44 to 73 from March until now. Institutions use news to invoke emotional responses, and that's what they did right there. And retail bought it because retail buys that stuff because they don't take the time to learn this. All they want to see is stock picks, right? And I'm not telling you guys that watching me pick or watching my price points is a bad idea. I want you to do it, and you should do it. But you should also have set up one-on-one sessions with me and learned and set up and established your own personal investment plan and strategy based on your own personal risk management, your own personal cash management, and your own personal investment management, because we are all different, and we can all withstand certain levels of risk, certain levels of reward, certain levels of emotion. We're all different. You want to optimize what you're doing. Like if you're an RIA out there, man, I would call me, right? I will show you how to do this. You want to manage money the right way, the way that I did. And that's one of the main reasons I walked away from the industry. I can't do that. There's something in me that's stupid. Even when I'm making $500,000 a year, and I was 27, and you got to realize I was raised on welfare. And I made my share of mistakes based on that background and how much money I was making. But point being, that was a lot of money for a guy like me. And guess what? I couldn't do it. I walked. I can't be involved in a system that is based on nothing. I can't. I'm sorry. That bothers you? Tough shit. I can't be involved in a system that is. If I showed you what asset allocation was, and none of you that are watching this care about asset allocation, but if I showed you how simple and stupid it was, it would blow your mind. Schwab, I have no opinion. It's just a piece of garbage. Morgan Stanley, we already looked at. Let's look at Goldman Sachs. The true guys that run the world, who they talk about all the time now, Blackstone, BlackRock, whoever, Fink, he's the CEO, and everybody's always talking. So you can see I don't care about these guys. I don't care what they're doing because they are so big at this point. Let me tell you what happens to big things. They burn down. So enjoy your glory, much like, Elon Musk did it with Tesla in 2021, which is now down 75%, much like Cathie Wood was praised as a genius for ARK in 2018, down 75%, never coming back. Geniuses are always praised until it blows up because the praise is false. The praise is based on emotion. It's based on price. It's based on return. And what made Cathie Wood so popular in 2017, 18, 16? Real simple. You guys bought into the fact that she was a genius. You flooded her ETF ARK with your money, which drove the price up. It had nothing to do with the companies that were within her little ETF. And by the way, you helped those companies build massive market cap. So you did help the economy. All you suckers did help the economy, but you also lost 75% of your money. What about all of you that told me how great electric cars were in 2021? Because this idea, look, we need electric cars. Because we're going through Goldman Sachs. There's not a lot to write home about here. We have an energy shortage and we need both. But if you have sludge that goes in, I think a bird can land for 2 minutes ticket is kids, those 7-year-olds in Africa, literally getting whipped, literally getting beaten, literally being starved to death. Is in the caring model too, the sustainability model. I mean, what a joke. Oh, hey, this is buying. So near term, where's this going? Let's back it up. Yeah, it's gonna come back to here real fast. We're 445, 446. I can't see. Beautiful sun. 447, 452. Yep, it's only 1% or so. It's not very much. Let's back up a little bit and see if it can hit higher. That's reality, dude. What do you want me to tell you? Goldman Sachs. Let's go ahead and we'll give it 453. No, it's 452, man. That's what it is. Next 3 days. It's not much. It's upside though. Use an option on that thing out of the money. Sell an option, probably even smarter. Upside, bada bing. I'll take a picture of this one. So what were we talking about? Oh, the torture of children in Africa to make those the components for these the computer I'm working on right now and the phone that's sitting next to me. Now, I don't buy all the new technology when it comes out because I'm well aware that there's no sustainability in it, and that if all of us didn't get caught up in trends, maybe those kids wouldn't be in those pits. I have no idea. Maybe they would be anyway, right? I don't know. What do I know? Let's look at Interactive Brokers, IBKR. I think this is the biggest brokerage on TradingView, by the way. So shout out to Interactive Brokers. I don't know what you're doing right, but you're doing something right. So anyway, yeah, you got caught up in the Elon Musk thing in 2021. How's that feel now? Down 75%. Probably never going to see that price again. Feel good? Yeah, that's because cash flow moves markets, not fundamentals. Cash flow is manipulated. Cheaper stocks are easier to manipulate. Oh, might be onto something there. Perhaps that's why technology is moving the way it did. Perhaps that's why the buzzword AI moved the way it did. Stuff was still really cheap, right? Pretty easy to load up on cheap stuff. Then it's real easy to bully that market once you own it all, isn't it? You want to get retail excited? Pump price a little bit. You want to get them fearful so you can own some more? Drop the price. How do you do that? You just pull supply or you increase supply. How can you do that? Well, one way is corporate buybacks. We have corporate buybacks right now. Is it the 14th? Oh, they just ended yesterday. About $5.5 billion per day in corporate buyback, according to Goldman Sachs, who we were just looking at. Interactive Brokers doesn't look all that great, guys. I'm just keeping it real here. For any of you that are joining me, what we take a look at is we look at trading activity at high prices and low prices based on time frames. So as we break down a chart, every chart is a new chart, guys, and we're looking for trading activity. And when there's high volumes of trading activity that sort of poke in the eye, we're going to move on from Interactive Brokers. There's nothing here. When there is some high trading volume that pops you in the eye, that's trading activity. That means people are interested in making moves. And so those are places that we like to play. And they're really, really easy because usually what that means is when you can see, want to look at Raymond James, RJF? Let's do it. When you can see institutional footprints, I'm not sure. I always debate myself on which way I'm supposed to say that. I guess it doesn't really matter. But when you can see that footprint, like this big bar right here, there it is. Here we go. See this one? I'm going to show you guys. We haven't done a breakdown in the program, mainly because I've been doing them every day. I do realize that I have new viewers every day. So let's show you. See how this stands out? That bar there stands out. And then see how this one stands out. and then see how this current one right here is standing. Why? Because the only people that can make things stand out like that are large institutions. They're the only people with the kind of money to make something stand out like that. See this one down here? Now, what you'll notice on each of these bars on a monthly chart, aside from this one, this was a high price. So guess what it did? It rallied just a little bit before it pulled way down. And guess what it did? See, when you have a breakout of a price should pull back to that breakout point almost always. What do I mean by breakout? See how this was a basing period right here? See how this is basing? Basing just means price stays flat. Then price breaks out, okay? And as it breaks out, it will typically revisit this basing pattern because institutions want to find out if there's more shares they can own. Why do they want to own more shares? Because they want to manipulate prices they see fit. If you have a problem with that statement, you should leave now because that's a fact. They're going to manipulate that price. That is why price comes back down. They're going to pick up more. Now, what's going on here, guys? Well, they bought more right here. That's what's going on. In this area, they bought more. Now, when you're looking at a monthly chart, guys, you got to realize what you're looking at on a monthly chart is the long-term trend, okay? You're looking at years here. So when you start talking about what's going to happen with this is a stock that is long-term, right? You're looking at years. Now, there's something here that's not very good, and that's the fact that in February of 2022 to now, price has not moved. So what we don't like to see is basing patterns like this on monthly charts that don't go anywhere. And I'll tell you why you don't like to see that. Because tops are long. They take time. Bottoms are fast. Why are tops long? Because if you control all the stock and you sell too much at one time, you drop the price of the stock of which you're in control of. Why the heck would you want to do that? Why would you take profits from yourself? You would eke it out real slow to keep price at those elevated levels. Once you've sold off enough of your shares and then you want to scare retail so that you can buy more back, you dump the price or just quit buying it. It's really that simple. What do we see here? Anything interesting aside from this buy? No. That's a weekly chart. Daily chart, anything? I would say buy. You're at a high level here. Let's keep looking. 1 hour. How about 2 hours? Who cares? Buying. Oh, you would assume that's buying, but look, it propped it up to come here. Now it's selling off. Remember, every chart's a new chart, guys. Dropping. Selling on the way down, folks. That's what that is. Selling on the way down. It looks like institutions have sold off what they wanted to sell here, and now they want to buy it back cheap, which means scaring you. But in the intermediate term, in the next week, you are going to see Raymond James, RJ, what is it, F, at a price of about, let's just call it 118.50 for argument's sake. 118.50. Within the next week. And I assure you guys that your advisor will never, ever, ever do what I'm doing now. Do you know why? Because he has no freaking idea what I'm doing. So do you know what he'll call it? That's conspiracy. You can't do that. That doesn't work. Yeah, that's right. It's a real giant conspiracy to realize that supply and demand controls the price of an asset. That's a giant conspiracy. Oh, but he doesn't know how to read supply and demand, and he also doesn't know how to read cash flow. That's why it's a conspiracy. And why does he know that? He wasn't taught to know that. Why wasn't he taught to know that? Because if you are a giant institution that collects 1 to 2% on an individual's assets, why would you want your broker that goes out and collects assets doing anything but collecting assets? Why would you want him sitting at a computer worrying about how to make people money? The amount of money he's going to make, if he takes $1 million account and he increases it by 1%, that is an additional 1%, an additional 10 grand. He can go out and find a measly $100,000 account the next week and make you a hell of a lot more money than that. And by the way, that lasts forever. That guy makes a misstep in the market, he gives that 1% right back, which will keep him tied to his desk and off the phones. And believe you me, they don't want that. Let's look at LPL. And it would actually take a lot of expertise to be good at this. You have to know yourself very well. You have to know your emotions very well. You have to be in control of your emotions, which is just not, it's not bad. We talked about this at the beginning of the program. Look, I didn't know what it meant to love yourself or hold value in you that wasn't based on accomplishments or success until I didn't realize that I'd gotten to that point until last night. I'm 45 years old. My whole life has been run by my accomplishments and my successes and my ability to be an alpha and all of that. Now, I will tell you that this young generation thinking that being an alpha is a bad thing, they're in for a real surprise. I hope we get to a point where being an alpha simply means that you help the betas and you lift them up instead of trying to abuse them. That's what I hope. That's what I do. I promise you that I know more tricks than you could ever imagine. And I could be wealthy overnight using those tricks. But instead, I sit here and I try to show you the tricks. Why do I do that? Oh, he wouldn't do that. No, you wouldn't do that. I would do that. I threw a $500,000 career away because I didn't like how I made the money. You got it. I didn't like that I could only avoid 50% bear markets for my clients. I didn't like that I couldn't fully optimize what I was capable of. It bothered me that bad. That's me. Not smart, stupid. And that's not self-love. That's a fact. I love me, man. I told you at the beginning of this, I'm impenetrable to anything you say to me. About me, to me, for me, anything that's happened, don't care. LPL sucks. All right, let's look at what they call, hold on, I want to read this to you first. We're going to go ahead and look at what they call sustainable, the top 10 sustainability companies. I need you to hear this because this made me laugh my ass off. I'm sorry for the cursing. I've cursed like half a dozen times during this program today, and I don't like that, and it's crude, and I shouldn't do it. And you shouldn't like it, by the way. You should be offended by the fact that I did that, and I would agree with you. So anyway, Tesla, Microsoft, Apple, NVIDIA, Alphabet, Visa, Johnson & Johnson, Procter & Gamble, Nestle. I don't know enough about Nestle to know if that's laughable or true. Unilever. I don't know what that is. Again, I don't know enough. So Tesla, you guys, I gave you a short-term goal on Thursday. It was Tesla to hit 177, which it did already, and then run to 200. So I'm not going to go over this again. Microsoft. Oh my gosh. Who doesn't think that Bill Gates is out there trying to help them? What's wrong? That guy's he is a helper. He's a helper, this guy. Look at his stock, for God's sakes. You're telling me he's not helping people? Get out of here. He's out there trying to solve world health crises. This guy does big things in a big way. I don't know why you guys are always knocking him. Look at the shape he's in, for God's sakes. You think his vaccines don't work and his dietary plan is poor. You kidding me? That guy is 300 pounds of fat ass. That guy knows exactly how to maintain your health. But, hey, listen, all jokes aside, I mean, he's a pig. You should never listen to anything he says about health. I don't know about the rest, but I do know this. You guys got to watch what you listen to. Just because some guy is all he cares about is his companies, guys. Don't take this into he's this monster. I mean, if you want to say making money is a monster, then he's a monster. You know why his companies do so well? It's all he cares about. You're right. He lied about the vaccines. But, yeah, how many companies lie? How many of you guys are focused on how to market on social media? That's lying. So when he markets to you saying that these studies are done and this is this and blah, no, he has the studies. I mean, he paid for them, but he has the studies. Just like you have the studies to back up what you're saying and what you're doing. I had real estate agents telling me late last year that the real estate market was going to do nothing but go up. There was a mortgage guy on TikTok, all he talked about was how you missed the mark in January and all this crap. I mean, complete garbage. But he had all the stuff to back it up. What makes Bill Gates different than you? Step out of your glass house for a minute. You know what I mean? Oh, he's buying up all the land and making fake meat. Well, I don't know if you know this, but there's a lot of people that live in deserts in sub-Saharan Africa and in places where people drink their poop water, like in India. And that fake food, while it is complete garbage, if you can avoid it, you should. Those places need that fake food. Well, he's buying up all the land in the U.S. because he doesn't want you to eat cows anymore. Or maybe he's buying up all the land in the U.S. because it's the most stable asset you can really ever buy. It's the only asset that has a limited source. It's the only asset guaranteed to go up in value because there's only so much of that asset. It's called Earth. So be careful with that stuff. And when you talk about his companies, they make a lot of money. I'm not telling you to buy them. I wouldn't buy this stuff. I mean, he's a power hungry, but he's like a guy should have went to politics. He probably would have been president for 18 terms. I remember when Trump started running and everybody knocked him. I'll send you my personal Facebook if you think I'm lying. There was not a single person that thought Trump could win. I remember it was like he may have not made the announcement yet, but he was talking about it, and I knew he was going to run. I went on Facebook I wrote it right away. This isn't gloating, by the way, but I wrote right away, welcome your new president of the United States, because Microsoft really in the short term is nothing worth taking a look at. Apple, we've already looked at. It has a price of like 172, 174 over the next couple months. Do you want to take a look at what it might do now? Okay, well, let's do that. These are sustainability companies, by the way. No, they're not, but they are top 10 sustainability companies. Let's take a look at what Apple's going to do in the near term. We'll go down to a daily just so I have a reasonable picture of this thing. Oh, my God. No, guys. You should short this stock to 172, 174. It's just a fact. If you're doing anything but that, you're crazy. Just short the stock and go to sleep. Set your price level for 174. Go to bed. I mean, I swear to you, you're nuts if you're buying this. You're nuts. I'm actually going to put this up again. I should have been let me be clear about the time frame. This is a daily chart, guys. I'm not going to change from blue. I'm just going to leave it. I'm sure many people have tuned out due to the diatribe of stuff I've been talking about today. I just look, how many times can I show you how to evaluate, right? I'll probably do a full evaluation again tomorrow. I'll break it down for you so you can see where a lot of this is happening. If you don't know why a lot of this is happening, we basically look at trading activity, which is cash flow. We also look at supply and demand. That's how much stock is out there. If it's being reeled in by the company, what it's doing. Here, let's take a look at what Apple's going to do in the very near term. This is selling at high prices, folks. So in the very near term, it's going to come back to 194, it looks like. But let's go ahead and go down to 5 minutes. This is buying right here at 212. But look at look at that. Boom, that's buying. So in the very near term, this thing looks like it's going to rally. Wait, maybe it's only 3 minutes. I got to log back into TradingView. TradingView, you should be paying me, by the way. I'm using your software all the time, talking to everybody. Let's see. This is a high price. That's why it dropped off. This is a low price. Yeah, in the very near term, you're gonna see 215.70. But yeah, I remember, man, when Trump came out and everybody was making fun of him, I said, that guy has transformed more times than anyone I've ever seen in my life. He destroyed small businesses in Atlantic City. I mean, annihilated people, everybody, knowing full well he was going to file for bankruptcy. I remember there's one particular guy. He was a window guy. He had over $1 million in products that he had bought. This wasn't even the work of installation. It was $1 million in the actual windows. And I think he killed himself. Yeah, he's a small business owner. I mean, small in the fact that he could afford a million in inventory to buy those windows for Trump's. What was he building? What was that? What's that famous? The Trump. It was. I want to say Trump Tower. That wasn't it. It was shaped. I think it's shaped like the tiger or whatever. I don't know Atlantic City all that well. That place always seemed pretty trashy to me. And I don't gamble, so maybe I'm dead wrong, guys. There's Apple for you. Let's look at Visa and let's look at Procter and Gamble and Visa because these guys are really all about helping you. Visa is really about sustainability. Procter and Gamble for sure. So anyway, we're looking here. Let's take a peep. Okay, this is Visa, everybody. What a company. Just changing the world, one consumer at a time. That's just helping you out. You know what I mean? If you're poor, you pay 30%, compounded daily. If you're rich, you pay nothing ever. Just helping the world, one person at a time. What a company, You really want to be on board with sustainability and diversity and equity and inclusion, this sort of stuff. Visa's where you got to go. I mean, I can't even believe this is in doubt. You should buy this purely for the fact that they are such an amazing company. You know what I mean? Really doing great things. What a piece of crap. Procter and Gamble. But yeah, then Trump won, and then they definitely stole that election in 2020. I think they stole it because they thought it was a good reason. No excuse to steal, though. Show me some proof it was stolen. I've seen studies. I can show you studies that say elephants fly. Give me 1 week. I'll have that study published. If you doubt me, I'll bet anybody $5,000 right now. I can get a study published that says elephants can, in fact, fly, based on physics. How about that? If you think that election wasn't stolen, you're crazy. Did I care if Trump won or Biden won? Same people. Same. Me personally, I don't care. I know better than that. It's all about manipulating you, giving you George Carlin said it best, man. We used to have 10 companies doing this. Now we have 2. You can see the consolidation. I mean, who did I say Morgan Stanley bought? Who was it? Morgan Stanley, what company? Oh, Morgan Stanley bought E-Trade. Schwab bought TD Ameritrade. I mean, Morgan Stanley bought Smith Barney. Bank of America bought Merrill Lynch. Wells Fargo bought AG Edwards. I mean, listen to me. This is an illusion of choice, folks. We don't have any choices. And like George Carlin said, unless you want ice cream, go to Baskin and Robbins. They have 31 flavors. So you have the illusion of choice. There's no choice. Here's Procter and Gamble. Boy, they're probably saving the world, One injection at a time. Completely safe, everybody. Completely safe. Completely safe. It's funny, this turned into more of a conversation than breaking down charts, huh? I can talk all day, guys. I mean, I don't really care. Like, my opinions, you have to understand something about my opinions. My opinions are backed by the fact that I am raised in a system that never did anything good for me, okay? I was raised on welfare, therefore, by the time I was 18, I was going in debt just paying rent, lived on my own since I was 17, a high school senior, right? First car I bought was $300, but I bought it. First money I ever made was being a pool shark. The system tried to push me down, because it'll build so much debt on top of you, and it makes life so hard. Listen, I worked 1 full-time job and 2 part-time jobs while going to college full-time. I slept about 2 hours a day. If you don't believe me, I can prove all of this. I slept 2 hours a day in my truck, commuting to and from Slippery Rock University. Shout out Slippery Rock and everybody back in PA. Allegheny County, Beaver County, where I'm from, Aliquippa, Hopewell High School. That's me. And so anyway, point being, going through college, it took me about 3.5 years because I had to argue with every professor that I would have to take statistics before I could take algebra. I'd have to take algebra 2 before algebra 1. Why? I had to support myself, which most people don't have to do. I did, in fact, have to do that. I had to wait 2 years to go to college. So I could get loans to go through. It's a massive. Listen, here's the crazy thing about our system. If you're abused, you're going to have to get abused a hell of a lot more before you can get out. So if you're starting on rung 2 of a 10 rung ladder, that guy on rung 8, he doesn't have to do very much to get to rung 10. First off, he's set up to get to rung 10, right? So you like all these guys out there, they're like, well, my dad was a CEO and look at me now. It's like Elon, and this isn't knocking anybody. I don't care. If you're born in a good position, I am envious of you, if anything, but certainly not jealous. I think you had an amazing life, and I think that you should be grateful and blessed. And I think you should try to help others live your life. I think your best. I think that should be your commitment. And it's my commitment to this world. Did I start on rung 1? Gosh, I don't know. Real low, real low. So I'm taught to have no self-worth. I'm abused beyond belief. I have complex trauma problems, which makes me a people pleaser. No matter what I do, I believe it's my fault. All of my life is based on my ego and my accomplishments and my goals and my successes. So failures almost destroy me. So I have none of that. I'm not set up for college. I have to go deep in debt. I have to sleep in trucks that I have to spray paint. So like people get to mock you too. Remember, the people mock people that are broke like that. We can pretend they don't, but they do. They point, they laugh, you know what it's like to be hungry. You're fearful. You live in ego. That's your setup, okay? And when you start on rung, say 6 or even 5, at least you're set up. Maybe the debt exists in these things, but I would say that you're at least to some degree, you have some self-worth, whatever. Like as you go up, you're more set up. So is it something that Elon Musk's dad owns all the emerald mines in the world and that he made it to Tesla? I would call that a natural progression, and I would say that he was set up for that. Does everybody do it? No. So is there a challenge in that? Yes. Did he work as much as he say? No. What does he call work? Dinner in 5-star restaurants, talking about his companies. That's what he calls work. To me, that's vacation. You see? There's just a big difference in our lives. Now, I'm not taking anything away from the man. I'm not taking his guts away from him. I know he was down to his last, it was 100 million or 50 million from selling PayPal that he had to decide to keep Tesla alive or SpaceX alive. And you can make fun of that if you want. I won't. He wasn't risking his well-being or anything. Like the guy had a home no matter what he did. But he subbed it. He could have guaranteed Tesla success, or he could have guaranteed SpaceX success by taking all the money and putting it into one company, but he didn't. He subdivided it and took a big risk. And that is a big risk, right? You have all that money, you could lose all that money. It's not like he was ever going to be homeless or not have food, right? Which, like, for a lot of you out there that want to be small business owners and entrepreneurs, that is what it means. Homelessness, welfare, suicide. These are the things that starting a small business can mean to you. Whereas when you're at that level, none of that qualifies. Now, that shouldn't make you angry at that person, but that should also kind of make you realize something I didn't realize when I was growing up, is that it takes time to get there. If you're the guy starting it, like that's me, you have to be realistic with goals. Now, you can shoot for the stars, and I do every single day, right? Like, what's the saying? Aim for the stars, land on the moon, worst case. And I do it every day. But you have to be real careful, because you have to realize that a lot of the people you're talking about, they didn't have your star. I'm 45 years old, and I probably now finally have the self-worth that Elon Musk had at 4. So keep it real. Keep it real with yourself. And listen to me, guys. I'm going to stop sharing this. I went way over today, but I got to tell you something. That was worth it. Thanks for coming. Thanks for tuning in. I'm not even sure if I can put the whole hour and 10 minutes up. I might get cut off, but I do appreciate you coming. Thanks for listening to me talk. Big banks are a necessary evil for the moment, but hopefully we can topple them. What they call sustainability isn't sustainability. Support your local small, mid-sized businesses as I do. And as I come in, this is like apocalypse now. That's Godfather. I don't know. Thanks for coming, everybody. Hey, listen, I'm going to talk to you on Father's Day again. Beat your ear in. Hey, good morning, everybody, and welcome to my show, Derek Invests. I'm your host, Derek Miller. What are we going to talk about today? Well, we're going to talk about what it seems like everybody wants to know, which is stocks and where they're going and how quickly they're going there. So, as I gave you updates on earnings that were 100% correct on Monday, I also gave you updates on the rebalancing of the S&P Mid Cap 400 and the S&P 500 that doesn't actually take place until June 24th. So I can't give you the results of that yet. I updated you yesterday on indexes and where they were headed in the next 2 to 3 days. And today I'm going to give you the top 10 traded stocks and where they're headed in the next 2 to 3 days. The beauty of this is you're getting free money making information. Now, I share with you this information so that you can begin to believe in the fact that I know what I'm doing, although I have no idea how you couldn't believe in it. I have been spot on for months. And for those of you that have been following me for a decade is the actual answer, but I've been putting this stuff up for a decade. So I am going to continue putting this up for a little bit. If people don't support me via that QR code up there, I'm going to have to start charging for these stock picks. For now, for those of you cheapos, here you go. And I'll be right. So you don't have to worry about that. Sounds cocky, right? Well, let me tell you something. These guys that are on here talking about, I used to do this on Wall Street and there's this setup and this setup. And all they do is give you double talk and they never tell you where anything's going. And when it goes against them, oh, well, remember that I said this. I told you it was a possibility. The market's based on probabilities, but they've never once said this is where it's going. Why you're paying them or following them, you guys, do you have any idea that they don't know what they're talking about? They just know how to sound fancy. They're very good at marketing and advertising. They're not giving you any levels. They're not telling you where everything's going. Most of these guys now are using computer-based trading systems, and they don't know what they actually listen. One example. It's new to me, so I've been watching a lot of these guys and a lot of these new guys, ex-market makers, okay? There's a lot of them out there now. Explain to you what the Greeks are, explain to you, what a call wall is, what a whale's doing, these sorts of things, right? I'm not telling you all these guys don't know what they're doing. What I am telling you is 99% of them have no idea what the market will actually do in a given day. Now, is that because they weren't really, really good at what they did? Or maybe they're still doing it, and that's why you don't know who they are, and they're really, really good at doing it. Why don't they know what the direction of the market is? Because that's never been their job, folks. A market maker's job is to understand and reduce risk. He understands in any given trade all of these risk parameters far beyond my knowledge, and he knows how to alleviate risk by distributing it. Right? They distribute it through futures. They distribute it through options, right? They hedge their hedges, for God's sakes. But I'll tell you right now, they don't have a clue where the market's going to go. Why not? They had no vested interest in knowing where the market's going to go. They didn't care. Up, down, it was all the same to them. They just wanted to get to zero risk, or as close to zero risk as humanly possible. That's how their firms made money. You're following these guys. You're not just them. It's everywhere. It's rampant in this industry. That's why I am actually going to do this for a week or two for free. I'm just going to show you, look, I know what I'm doing. My entire life has been based on the fact that I know where the market's going today. I know where that position's going today. I know where it's going tomorrow. Well, why aren't I telling you guys on 0 days to expiration where a stock's going if I'm so good, so you can play options and get rich? That's why, because you can pay me for it. You want to know where the 0 day to expiration options are going on some companies you have or something you believe in, or I'm not going to talk about your options specifically, right? It's not my job to tell you how to trade, and legally I can't tell you how to trade. What I could tell you is exactly where that stock's going to go today. I could tell you where it's going to go tick by tick if you want, because my life depended on it. That's how I've made my money. That's what I do. But if you're following guys that have no vested interest in knowing, or have never had a vested interest in knowing which way the market's going to go, and you think because they have information that you've never seen before, although they never tell you where it's going,
Oh, the probability is high here. It's low here. There's this. There's that. Oh, remember I said. Well, you're gonna get burned all day, every day. All right, let me get rid of these. I noticed that some of these captions yesterday actually got in the way of the chart. And really, truly, the point of what I do is so that you can learn what I do, the process by which I do it. If you want to try to do it on your own, go do it. Go. Just know this. It took me 25 years and 80 to 100 hours a week doing this stuff to get as good as I am. If you think you're ready, by all means, but you better have proper cash management, risk management, and investment management set up. And you better be able to read this stuff the same way you read the English language. If you stutter step at all, if you do that, and that doesn't mean every position has a target, by the way. But I'm saying if you're looking at a setup and you're going, but I'm talking to you very fluid, you shouldn't be trading. Not yet. Not yet, folks. Let's cruise over. Top 10 stocks. I'm going to have to, hey, listen, if you see me look down, I'm not ignoring you. Sorry, I'm on a golf course and they're doing the law. Now, I told you what Tesla was going to do just the other day. So I hope you listened. If you didn't, that's okay too. But I told you what to do with Tesla the other day. It was yesterday. Reason to go through it. Nothing's going to change. Oh, wow. It's marked up today. I said to sell it at the open yesterday, which was, I forget what it opened. What did it open at? 188, 189. I said to sell it at the open and buy back as low as 177. What did it get to? It got down to 181.23. Look, if you didn't buy something back that opened at 189 and got down to 181, so it fell 8 points. It fell 4%. If you didn't buy something yesterday that fell 4% because you were waiting for 177, again, you're probably not suited for this. If you go from 188 to what I tell you, 188 to 181, if you fall to that level and you are not at least scaling in at, say, 183, I don't know what your money management is or your cash management. The investment management's fine because you're in Tesla. Cash management, you should have been scaling into that thing at 183. Once you fall 1.5%, and you're looking at a 2.5% drop, if you're not scaling in, you screwed that up. Do I still think it hits 177? In fact, I do. By close of Monday, I do think it hits 177, but you should already be scaled into this position a little bit. So what I told you was 188 to 177, and then it runs to 200. I can do it again. It's no problem. Tesla. Buy 177. Price rise to 200. Re-evaluate. So I still firmly think this is what's going to happen. But even if it doesn't, this is already a crushing winning trade. But again, if you don't know how to manage your cash, and if you don't know how to scale in and out of positions, and if you don't have some rules to abide by, and you're going all in at 177, you're going all out at 200, you have learning to do. And if you don't choose to learn, you're going to pay the piper, and the piper's Wall Street. You're going to give your money back. And I can't tell each individual person what their money management, what their cash management, their risk management. And I mean, I can point out targets for you on any position, any index, anything you want, any commodity, whatever. I can do that all day long. But you should have your own investment management, risk management, and cash management set up so that things don't get away from you to a point that you are the one that's panicked. You are the one that is losing their money. You don't want to end up in that position, right? And you will. Your emotions get tugged on. If you don't have rules, guys, the reason I call it an EQ mastery system, emotional intelligence mastery system, is because the truth is Knowledge provides you with emotional intelligence. When you understand something, you don't get scared. You don't get tired. You got 6 jobs. You don't get tired. If you don't know who that is, that's just too bad, I guess. Anyway, NVIDIA is the next one. Let's take a look here. Daily. I mean, volume is just absolutely gone. Wait, did it have earnings today? Is the video? What is that? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, no. Okay. I was like, what the heck is that? What's that? Oh, okay. Sorry, I saw that. I go, wait a minute. Is there an E back here? I thought, yeah. Okay. That's what I thought. This is what I thought, everybody. But volume is completely drying up on NVIDIA. That's a lack of interest, everybody. But interest was so high before that a lack of interest probably isn't a horrible thing. Let's take a look. 4 hour. What do we see? There's nothing to that you're evaluating as a new chart. So and price has gone from 1,000 or 100 to one to obviously buying. You would say this is obvious selling most of the time, except for price has risen afterwards. What's the high here? The high is 125, 120, 125.50. Doesn't matter. 125. We're sitting at 130. Massive amounts of volume. The same level of volume down here created a rise of 30%. I'm going to assume that this is in fact selling of this 5% higher, which means you're not going to get the same pullback. So you're going to be looking at one by Tuesday. It looks like, let's zoom, make sure that we're right. Let's just keep zooming in here, everybody. Boom, boom. Let's see here. Anybody want to listen to music? That was Kevin Gates, guys. I got 6 jobs. I don't get tired. I don't know who Kevin Gates is. That's a shame. Puerto Rican rap god. Let's see. No. 30, 15. Okay. That's definitely buying. What's this doing? Boopity boop. Look, they want me to log in. I still haven't logged into TradingView, everybody. And I said I was going to use NinjaTrader today, didn't I? That ain't cool, dude. I should do that. All right, guys. Stop number 1. Most likely today. We should have 120. So we should have... Oop, let's change this to red because that's what it's going to be. Red. You understand the nerve it takes to call something red in an up market the way this market has gone up, where the buy the dip mentality is so strong. You don't have any idea of if you don't know, like if you don't realize the it's not about guts, by the way. This is where the price is going. And remember, if you don't know how to scale in and out, this is useless to you. If you have not established a set of trading rules, this is useless to you. Next 3 days. If you can't use that information, you shouldn't be trading either. What's next? That's the video. We're going to AMD. Ooh, that looks a little different, doesn't it? remember, guys, we always start out. Oh, God. What's that? Jesus Christ. Hey, listen, for any of you that don't know, this is a pig. I don't care where price went. This is a pig. We're going to go right down to a day. Now, let me look at the week. See, even I'll go skipping around. But I'll tell you one thing you don't do in markets. You do not get cocky. You know, like someone like me who basically, you know, my life is based on my results, right? I don't work in the public sector. I work in the private sector. My life is based on my results. And not even that. I mean, some of it's also, a lot of it, and this is the truth, a lot of it's based on who you know in the private sector, more so than even your talent, most of the. I mean, has social media helped that? To a degree. This is selling here, everybody. I'm going to give you a little outline here just so you can see it. I want you to know what I'm doing, but at the same time, like I'm not going to break down this stuff at this level. Low spreads, fast execution, Forex trading, IG. Hey, that's on TradingView, giving you guys a commercial. I have no affiliation, but we should share that since we're sitting here using TradingView, and we're not even logged in, you know. This is selling, guys. Both of those are selling. Right here, this is selling too. You can see every time it pops up. Looks like the trend's reversed here, folks. From there for this pig, but you should know that's a pig on the first screen. But if you don't, now you do. That's all selling right there. Let's go down. Let's look at 4 hours. What do we got? Yeah, each time it's popping up, it's getting dinged. Okay. Zooming in. Every chart's a new chart, folks. Every chart's brand new. We do not evaluate things based on what we saw previously. What we do, though, is we look at the big bars. Look at that. That's a high price in this range. Where's this at? That's a high price in this range. What's this? High price in this range. High price in this range. That's a low price in this range. Lower price. It's not low. It's still on the high end of the range, but it's lower. What's this? What's this pig here? Lower as well, though I would still call that selling. That's 1 hour. Let's zoom in, 45. Now we're really looking at that range. See that gap it had to fill. Yeah, this particular stock likes to fill its gaps. See, they're all filled. It continually fills. I don't even know if this qualifies as a gap, truth be told, because if you look right there, it's kind of, you know, that's not much of a gap. This was a gap, though. But look at it. Came in and filled. Guess what you have here? It's a gap. What do you have here? It's a gap. Go chart likes to fill gaps. That's nice. It's nice. Like to fill gaps because it's easier, right? What do we see? What's this? So it's selling. This is all selling back here. We're zooming in slowly but surely, folks. Let's go down to 10. Let's see what that does. Yeah, this log in. I think it's like 3 minutes to do the same. We'll go down to 5. Doesn't matter. Okay, when this drops, see all this volume? What happened? We did get a little run. It dropped back down. We got a volume. Did it get a run? Not so much. That's selling. That's selling. What's this? Go down to 2. Yeah, 2 does it too. I think I go to a 1 though. Oh, it gave me the 3. TradingView, you're too good to me, you know. They really zoomed in. So yeah, you got all your volume at the high ends. They're selling this. Oh, what's your level? Your level for AMD is 153. So AMD 153. It shouldn't take the next 3 days, but we're going to write that anyway because if you need shorter term than that, and if this information doesn't completely guide you, then you need to reach out to me. and I will help you. What I ultimately want, everybody, is I want those guys out there in this industry that claim they know what they're doing. I want them out of business. I want to put them out of business, and I want to help small business owners raise their own money. All right. I want to help people increase the value of their life with their own money instead of having to run to banks and taking working capital loans at 40% for 6 months, which is literally criminal. I'm going to teach you how to raise your own money. You don't believe me? You think I'm lying to you? Good for you. I'm in a mood today. No, I'm not. I'm actually really happy today. It's just when you've worked your butt off the way I have in this industry to get good at something, and you watch hacks come in that are making millions of dollars a year that don't know crap, and you can see it like the nose on your face. We're at Amazon, everybody. I'm taking a look here. But yeah, when you can see that those hacks don't know jack, and it is so easy for me to see. Any of you that think that what I'm saying is not true, that's literally laughable. Hacks making millions of dollars that have no idea, zero idea of what they're doing. They just have some information. They sound pretty. Listen, I'm a professional guy. I'll tell you, the one thing I can't stand is when I see someone on a computer cursing all the time or wearing a ball cap. I'm sorry, you show no respect to your profession. I know we're supposed to be in the age where we're supposed to be ourselves, and I am myself. Go on to my social media. There's one, just to prove how little I care what anyone thinks about me. I stripped down and made a video about not caring about what anyone thinks of me. So like, I am not one of those guys. Okay, that's let's go back. There's definitely a big downside in Amazon right now, but it's longer term. On the short term, it's like not giving me much here, guys. Forex.com, will the FX carry trade see a revival? Well, I do Forex too, everybody. I mean, I could jump on and do that, but right now we're doing stocks. Okay, this is buying. So remember, every time we zoom in, guys, what we're doing is we're reevaluating the chart. So we got a lot of buying in the background. We got buying at 174. We're at 183, right? So we're 9 points. We're 4.5%. Okay, that's on a 30-minute. Sun's starting to come up, man. I got to tell you guys, I love the sunrises here, man. Here, you want to see? Here, let me show you this. I'm going to do that chart in 1 second. Let me show you this. Look at that. Is that beautiful or what, man? That's just beautiful. God. You have to believe in good things when stuff like that exists. You have to, right? I mean, it blinds me eventually, and you guys that watch me in the morning know that. I get up pretty early. Not because I'm part of the 4 a.m. club, though. I'm not out there getting it. I'm just kidding. I love those guys. I'm not kidding. I love them. I love Jocko Willenick. I love David Goggins. When I talk about the cursing thing, he does not count. That's his job. That man is a powerful speaker. I'll tell you what. I love when Rogan read his birthday message from Goggins. Oh my God, was that funny? Hope you're out there getting it, motherfucker. You're sitting on your ass like a bitch. Oh, God, that's so funny, man. That Goggins, he kills me. All right, guys, look, it's a 5-minute chart, so we got some selling up here. But I got news for you. That's up at 187, 188. Where'd it pop you to? 183. It's funny. You would think that, I'm just going to sit here and reiterate myself because, if you've been watching me at all, you would know that I believe the market has downside. And I also, if anybody watched me knows, I hate fighting the trend. I'll do it all day, though. Oh, look at that 1 minute, though. See, that bar doesn't look as good now, does it? All right. I know where we're headed. I mean, this is look, guys, honestly, you know what? I'm going to verbally tell you what I believe, but I am not going to post a picture of this one. And because I'll tell you, the call on this one is real simple. I mean, it's right here. And it looks like what's going on right now is selling. In fact, you know what? I am going to hell with it. I mean, I have enough confidence in this that I'll do it, but to be fair, this isn't something I would play. There's just better. We've already seen better. So I personally wouldn't play this. I don't see a reason to. But I'm gonna put it up anyway. Why not? Want somebody to tell me I'm wrong? I just listen. Next 3 days, go look at what I did on Monday for your earnings for the week, and that I nailed every single earnings call, and to the upside and the downside. By the way, there are stocks that they were going to pump into the earnings so that they could then sell it off and destroy all of you guys. Yeah. I called the upside and the downside. See, that's when you know someone's not lucky, guys. That's when you know someone's not lucky. And, the funny thing is, I don't even like the conversations that I'm having right now. And I'll tell you why, because I sound like these other jokers online using Fibonacci and a rising trend, acting like they've figured it out. Yeah, wait till the trend turns. They get the trend turn wrong every single time. They're going to give back more than they'll make. I don't care how much money they have either. I knew a guy that would play 10 million a day in options, and every single time he's in there, trades. He's in there the whole time, all these trades. And the funny thing was, he'd make 9 million and then he'd give 12 million back and reload the account. Moron, unbelievable, man. And the guy wouldn't listen to you. He told me he was sharing information with me when he was talking to me about Fibonacci retracements, sharing information. I have forgotten more at breakfast than that guy has ever known. He thinks because he was born with a big bank account that means he can just lie his way through everything, but it doesn't. I don't care what the size of your bank account is. I know some guys that can trade. They are monsters. And guess what? They don't have any money. Why don't they have any money? They weren't born with it. And when you're not born with it, you tend to spend too much. You're not very disciplined with your own money. That's the truth. That's the truth. And listen, I don't care what industry you're in or what you do for a living. Oh, look at that. So this was clearly selling, and this is clearly buying. What's this? Master Futures Trading Strategies, risk-free. Who is this? Tradeof8.com. We'll leave tradeof8.com up. I don't know who they are, but TradingView likes them. Or they're being paid by TradingView to pop up. Whatever the case is, we're using TradingView, aren't we? We can support their what they're doing. So this was obviously selling because it led to this. This is obviously prop buying to fill this gap. So we're definitely looking at the downside on Meta. There's our target. I mean, we're gonna keep zooming in. That's 1 hour. Let's go to 45. Every chart's a new chart. Hey, wait, I gotta let you go, buddy. Okay, let's keep going. What do we see here? Anything stand out to you guys? Does to me. I mean, I see a few things in this range that I would literally, I would call this selling in this range. And guess what? You got a nice pop. Why? And they threw some crushing volume in there. That's why. What's this? Selling at the high price. Look at all the buying it took just to get you to here. That selling has led you, from a high of 514. You're sitting down at 504. I mean, look, dude, that's 2% just based on that. What's this here? Much more selling is what that is. $30 minutes. And it's funny. The reason I don't like talking like this is because I don't like sounding like those guys that don't know what they're doing. Because I hate the fact that they exist. I do. It bothers me bad. Because it makes my life harder. I mean, for me having to prove something, there's really nothing for me to prove as far as that goes. Look at all the selling. This looks like massive selling. Let's go down to 1 minute. We don't really need to horse around too much. And it is. Okay. So I figured I knew the before. We're going to have to come out a little bit. Here we go. On Meta, you're looking at 477. Oops. Next 3 days. I doubt it takes that long. That thing's ready to rock and roll. Hey, you want the 0DTE, 0 days to expiration? You have to pay for that, my friends. I can zoom in. I can zoom in down to 5 minutes from now. You know, it's funny, man. Sometimes when I do this stuff, it proves it to me too, you know. The wildest thing about human beings, I know me, it definitely holds true for me, is I can have self-doubt just missing one trade. So funny how much confidence a jackass will have, and how we will affirm, guys, is what I'm going to. It's funny, you know, what a jackass will have as far as confidence goes when someone who's actually trade evade, everybody. Trade futures like a pro with a leading broker. Trade evade. Thank you, TradingView. Trade evade. You're getting some love right now from TradingView, Trade evade, because I'll tell you right now. I mean, this thing's popped up twice in the last 5 minutes. Nothing else has popped up twice in the last 5 minutes. Trade evade. Are you paying them well? Okay, what is this daily? This might affirm it doesn't look like there's any kind of, all right, let's fill in that gap. What about this? I don't know. This is selling. Yeah, it's in a selling phase right now. I mean, it's pretty new, guys. A lot of times I don't like to monkey around with new stuff because it's real easy to jerk this crap around. You think that's a lot? 776,000 in an hour on a firm at $32, $33. No, guys. This is an easy stock to bully. That's something else we don't talk about enough, and we should. You need to make sure you're trading things that have volume, guys, because I'll tell you right now, the one thing with a lack of volume is that you can get waxed real fast. Real fast. I mean, because when you zoom in on this, like, let's just get down to the nitty gritty here. Look at that. Now, what's this? You think that's buying? You think so? Because it filled that gap? A buying, we're at a level that should pop? I'm not touching it. It is gonna pop, but I'm not touching it. It's gonna have upside, guys. I don't care though. That's not worth. I put my neck on the line all the time. Look, I'll look at positions that I would never actually trade, but since there's so much interest generated in them, I'll make a call anyway, just because I'm really confident in what I do. Confident until I make a mistake, right? That's what we just discussed. Well, some jackass who gets everything wrong, and then once in a blue moon guesses correctly, has more confidence than I'll ever have. Isn't that funny? I think it's funny. All right, what are we looking at here? This is a daily, so we can definitely see selling up here. We can see where they pump this thing right there. You can see the selling there. Could that just be to fill the gap? Possibly, but that looks like selling. That's definitely buying. So it didn't take much buying, but it also didn't take much selling. 72. Oh, Jesus. 72 down to 62 with that much selling pressure here and this selling pressure here. Pumped it right here, which means they have been lifting this to dump it. There's the lift. That's all it took to dump this thing. Look at that. That's not much volume, guys. It's not going to take much to dump this thing. This stock is out. Whatever, Block Inc. If you're trading, you better be trading this to the downside, because that's where this thing's headed. And I'm talking about long term right now. They don't like this. I don't know what this did or who this is. I don't care either. Makes zero difference to me who you are. Like, they're still pumping it to dump it. Yeah, this thing's going to go for a ride. Somebody hates this thing. Now let's evaluate. Where's the volume at? That's at a low. That's kind of in the middle. That's at a high. That's at a low. That's at a low. Somebody could be picking it up here for the short term. Let's see. Picking it up, picking it up, picking it up, picking it up. Meh. That's not so good. Yeah, this is selling here too. All right, let's zoom in a little bit. Sorry, guys. You look at this boring stuff, and this is boring. All you're looking is for your outliers, something like this here. Where's this? This is at a low. So this created buying. This created buying. This created buying. Then once it got up there, this generated some buying. Once it got up there, it didn't take much to dump it right off. That's because this is being sold. Dumping it off, dumping it off. Believe it, right here, this whole area is buying, and this whole area is buying, and then this area is selling. It doesn't take shit to pull this thing back off. And what is this? Let's zoom in. We'll try to get a reasonable idea for you guys over the next few days what to do with this thing. Selling, selling, selling. This you would think is buying because it's gone from 67 to call it 63. Who cares? In the last 2 days, that's 4 points. You're looking at 6% in the last 2 days. This thing's dumped. Yeah, you're gonna have to say that this is upside. I mean, again, this is a dog, guys. This is crap. This should be part of your long-term portfolio, and you should be shorting it. But for now, this thing's gonna give you a little bump. It just is. Probably into here, 64.35. Yeah, let's say 64.35. We'll throw a level in. I mean, it's not going to do much. No, we're going to put 64. Let's give this 64. This thing, guys, this is being sold. This is a long-term sell. I don't even care what they do. It's funny, man. Half the time people go, "You don't know what they do." No, I have no idea. I have no idea what they do. Don't care. It doesn't matter. Once you can read cash flow, you'll understand that it doesn't matter what they do. I don't care what their job is. You think Meta's platforms actually someone cares about the AI or 3.0 or whatever crap they're saying? They don't care. That means nothing, man. Next 3 days. I'll put intermediate term sell for now. I can't call it a long. I would be playing this in the long-term portion of my portfolio. And if you don't have a long-term portion of your portfolio, intermediate term, you're probably paying so much in taxes that day trading or swing trading is a waste of your time. Intermediate term sell. Yeah. If you don't know when to have how much to have in a long-term trading account over 12 months and how much to have in short-term trading accounts, swing trading or day trading, if you're not aware of why you should do that or the use of IRAs or things like this, like again, it's more money you're flushing down the toilet. And that's why you have to have someone like me who actually understands where and why a market moves, not some guy who has no idea why it moves. He spent his life on Wall Street, but his job was never to figure out direction. It's great that someone can figure out risk. Great, good for you. Means nothing in the real world. UPST. Now, it doesn't mean that people that do that didn't take the time to learn it. There are guys out there that do take the time to learn. But I'll tell you what, after being in that arena, there almost most arenas, to be honest with you, Upstart. I don't even know what that is either. We're going to go to a daily because this is new. Forex.com, everybody. Don't miss code-free trading strategy automation. Yeah, trading strategy automation. Hey, by the way, automation, you're going to get destroyed when trends turn. I'm watching it. Right now, all this automated crap just piles onto a trend, which means it's going to get waxed. Good luck following somebody that's doing automated trading. What does this look like to me? Not a whole heck of a lot. I'm probably just going to get out of here. selling, possible buying right here, possible buying here. What level does it go back to? I don't know. Who cares? This isn't worth looking at. It's gonna pop, guys. I mean, you're gonna get an up move on this, but who cares? It's not worth it. Lift, LYFT. Sometimes, guy, you have to know better. Like this is new too, just a couple years. It's getting waxed. This is probably buying volume. I don't know. I have to tell you that the Uber and Lyft world doesn't impress me much. It's very expensive to order food. It's very expensive to get rides. My car got totaled. We got hit by a crazy woman, and she totaled my car, so it's sitting out in the driveway. So I've had to use Lyft to order food, and I don't have to get many rides because I live in a place, thank God, that I can kind of just get around the stores right there. I order groceries, but I mean, we have a lot right within our vicinity. We live on a golf course. I have a pool. I mean, life's so fine without a car. And I have to tell you, I spend $400-500 a month just trying to get some groceries delivered, and every once in a while grab a ride. And so it's like, dude, spending $1,000 a month on a car, is it really that expensive? No. To have freedom, and then why would you give 500? I'm telling you, I make 2 grocery deliveries a week, probably. That's about right. I do most of the interim kind of daily grocery stuff. We do it on our walk. We live 0.3 miles from giant centers. I don't need to get into it, but we do. And this all looks like buying here, guys. This is weekly. Jesus. Yeah, this thing's getting bought up, it looks like. Anyway, so we live that close, and I have to tell you, it doesn't matter. It still costs me $500 a month. I gave a glowing review to Airbnb saying like it's a great place to stay if you don't want long-term rentals, blah blah blah. You know, Airbnb just stole $3,500 from me and my family because they can't seem to get a payment correct, and I don't even want to get into it all. But there's a $3,500 coupon on my account that they've just deleted. Said that they're not refunding. Airbnb is a piece of crap too. These companies, they're going to automation already. Like Airbnb's on automation. Most of the time, you're not talking to a customer service rep. I'll tell you that right now. And it's awful. And it's cost me $3,500. Who has $3,500 in this economy to throw away? I don't. I have 2 kids and a wife. I don't have that kind of money to throw away. This is garbage. Lyft, we're not looking at it. SoFi, let's see. I've looked at this plenty of times before. This actually was quite a good trade for a while. I haven't looked at it in a long time. I know it's new, but this one was a decent trade for a while. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't, guys. Like that's selling. What's this? This on the low end, that's buying. This on the low end, that's buying. This on the low end, buying. How much selling pressure did it take to drop this price, though? Shoot, next to nothing. Next to nothing to take you from 10 to 7. That's a 30% drop based on nothing. That's not great, but it does look at the bottom end of this. It's buying, but how soon, right? The key with markets is how soon. What's the timing, right? So this is selling, okay? This is buying. This is buying. I love guys who talk in terms of green bars and red bars. That's another big red flag, everybody. Some guy talks in green bars and red bars. You should just start laughing. Okay, there's reasonable selling to dump that price. Yeah, but that's at 750. Oof, Jesus, there's more though. And this, remember something, guys, like this took you from call it 750 down to 670, 70 cent, 10%, and you got another one right here. And where'd this come from? 750 down to, okay, it dumped another 10. What's it taking to lift the price, though? Not much. That's interesting. Looks like they're setting this thing up for a run to the upside. Okay, same deal, everybody. Same deal. Let's zoom in. Yep, there's that selling pressure, buying. Remember that it didn't take a whole heck. Look at the buying it took to get this thing up here. It did not take much, guys. People are down on this company, I guess, huh? I don't follow it. I don't really care what anyone has to say. Analysts don't know crap. Their ratings are based on They're retail clients. So their trading desk can just sell off their shares to them. If you don't know what that means, you should follow me. You're going to spend your life getting hosed by the guys that are supposed to be helping you. Not all the time, sometimes. A lot of conspiracy theory guys. The stock market is a system, and it's a valuable system. It provides capital to companies that desperately need that capital. And it helps them grow, and it helps us all grow. Day trading, trading desks, these are the things that keep this market moving on a daily basis. If this market doesn't move and make money and lose money on a daily basis, guess what? We don't have a market. Then guess what happens to businesses? They don't grow and they go out of business. And then the corporate monsters truly own us. This is nice here. I like this one. Yeah, we're gonna put a target on this bad boy. So what's this going to run in the next 3 days, right? Because we care about time, and we care about time in this house. It's going to run right here. It's going to run right there. $7. Oh, it's only 25 cents. Is that right? That's 4% in 3 days. If you don't know what to do with that, too bad. All right, let's see. There we go. And you know what's funny, man? I know today I've talked in a manner that I really usually don't, because I try to be respectful of everybody. I just lately, it's funny, man. Oh wait, I don't know. I'm trying to do this, dude. Lately it's been whoop, back up. So 5. And then what did I say? 7. I've actually had so if I say next 3 days, 3 days. And this is also, I'm gonna go ahead and put this up. This is an intermediate term, if not long-term buy. What the hell does SoFi do? Like a bank or something? There, we're going to put that up because that's a fact right there, folks. Again, if you don't know why you have long-term trading accounts and you have short-term trading accounts, you're making a big mistake. You have no idea how much money you're giving away. Pay taxes, don't you? And if you don't, have fun in prison. I hear they like fancy guys with parted hair in prison. Kidding you. Well, maybe I'm not kidding you, but what I'm saying is, you pay your taxes. I forget who it is. It's somebody really famous, like P. Diddy or 50 Cent, or it's somebody. And I think it's in the rap game, because I think the deal was like, he said, I get a bill from the IRS every year for $5 million. I send them 6. It's a smart man right there. More people in prison for those shenanigans than anything else. Hey, listen to me, guys. I have a VIP mentorship course, right? I encourage doing the one-on-ones. That's what I encourage. You should be doing one-on-one courses with me, plain and simple. You need proper risk management, cash management, investment management to even use this information properly. You can use it in any way that you see fit, but if it were me, I would use it the right way. You need to know who you are. You need to know what you can handle. You need to make sure you're handling your taxes properly. Are you trading in the right accounts? Are you properly managed between your long-term and your short-term trading? Are you evaluating risk in a way that your emotions can withstand, not some guy on the screen? Doesn't really matter what Derek can do. It matters what you can do. If you can only take a 3% drawdown and I'm playing 8% drawdowns, guess what? You're going to hate me and you're going to get burned. And I'm not telling you to do that. You need to have proper cash management. How much cash do you need on hand? I don't know. I don't know your life, right? I guide you into how to properly figure out how much money you should be scaling in, how much money you should be scaling out, how much cash to keep on hand. Because that can determine, look, if you're one of those guys that's like, look, when there's blood in the streets, that is when I buy, and I buy everything. And that's once every 3 years. All right. And that's what I do. And then I get out when that runs over, and that's all I do. Well, you're going to hold a lot of cash, my friend, because of your trading, the way you like to trade. And I'm not getting into the rest, but you're buying different types of investments as well. If you're in an uptrending market and you're a value investor, you're making a huge mistake. You should be a growth investor that knows how to hedge via cheap hedging mechanisms such as options or futures. If you don't know what that means, again, you're killing yourself. All right. Look, reach out to me here. I'm going to put this, take this down here. That's my VIQ mentorship financial investment planning course. I call it EQ for one simple reason. Your emotions will dominate you if you don't have the right level of knowledge. Dominate you, folks. Here is how you contact me. Where is it? There it is. Sun's starting to shine in my eyes. I'm gonna let you guys see that. It is so beautiful. Sometimes, man, sometimes life is just too perfect for words. And that doesn't mean you have your money right. That doesn't mean that you don't have a wrecked car in the front. That doesn't mean any of those things. Life is honestly, once you have it, once you can get it together up here, life is good every single day. It doesn't even matter what's going on. There was a time in my life when I was living through the 08 and 09 crashes. By the way, they made me. Because only intelligent people shine in those markets. You know how many CFAs I had follow me back then? And that's not knocking CFAs. They're just trained to follow a system that's only designed for a market that goes one way, up. They don't know what to do when markets go down. They'll tell you about sector rotation and industry rotation and all sorts of rotations. I had two CFAs that were really good friends, and that's what they do, and they're amazing at it. And it worked for them from 2000 to 2003. In 2008, 2009, they lived in my office. And we're part of that world now. But again, that's not knocking anybody. That's just a fact. That's what happened. Good friends, though, smart guys. I love intelligent guys. If you pass the CFA exam, kudos to you. You're automatically tells you how smart someone is if they tell you they passed that exam. Being smart and being good at this are two different things, but whatever. Okay, so that is how you contact me, dmiller at prometheaninvesting.com, Derek at vpgtheory.com. The website is being revamped right now. I don't even care about websites anymore. I'll be honest with you. But the website is up. It's being revamped, though. So, you can still fill out your information and I'll contact you and we go from there. I'm not a salesman. If you reach out to me because you're interested and you just go, hey, that's more than I want to do. I don't have that kind of money to invest or whatever it is. You don't need much money to invest, to be honest with you. But if you're not willing to invest in your education first, if you're not willing to learn, if you're not willing to set up a proper foundation, I am a waste of your time. I don't train people to lose. I don't guide people on how to lose. I guide people to win, right? Regardless of what winning is to you, because winning comes in all shapes and sizes. I do it for RIAs. I do it for insurance agents. I do it for real estate agents. I do it for all sorts of people, folks. All right. Hey, thank you so much for tuning in. Remember, if you don't have it good up here, you're not going to be good anywhere else, right? If you're having a tough day today, you're going to figure this out. Don't worry about it. You're going to figure it out. How do I know that? Because you're still here and you figured it out every other time. You're going to figure it out this time. Every day above ground's a good day. And I want to leave you with like this because, man, that's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. It's blinding if you're sitting here, but man, is it beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, so I'm going to end it there. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Derek Invests. I am your host, Derek Miller. And yesterday we had a long conversation about AI and what's possible there and why it may be happening and why it may not be happening. I hope some of you found that interesting. I seem to have less viewers than I typically do doing that. I think most people just want to see some breakdowns and what's going on, I suppose. But I did promise that I would break down the general markets today. We're also going to take a look at gold and oil. We're also going to take a look at the 20-year treasury. As I told you, there appears to be massive trading activity after a 50% drop in price, which for me is always extremely exciting. And I'll tell you what I'm going to add today, everybody. I'm going to give you time frames. And what we're going to look at today is what's going to happen in the next week or so. We'll get pretty short on time frames, but that also means I'm going to have to move really fast. in order to get this done in 30 minutes or so, because you don't want to be breaking down charts for an hour. And as I try to explain these things, sometimes it just stretches out the time frame so much. But the reason I show you you guys this stuff is so that you can learn, not just try to mimic what I'm seeing or gather information and try to justify whatever it is you're doing. And I hope that's definitely not why you're watching. I hope if you're watching me, you're trying to disprove yourself, right? You want to disprove yourself with my commentary, not prove, right? If we're looking to be right, we'll always find that. Always. You want to look to be wrong. Let's jump in. I'm just going to share my screen. We're going to start off with, and we're going to talk about Tesla today, because there's a lot of news about what Elon Musk should make or shouldn't make. And it's funny to me that a judge even gets to rule on a thing like that. I am not a believer that anybody needs $56 billion. I mean, it all sounds so absurd to me, but I'm also certainly not of the belief that anyone gets to tell you what you get to make or what you get to do with your money. As I told you yesterday, my personal belief is it's humanity that has to change a bit. Nobody can force that. We just have to start realizing that we're in this together, and that when you have the upper hand, when you have more knowledge, when you have these things, you try to lift people up, you try to help them. And that doesn't mean look, I'm not getting into this. The point being, there's a lot of people that throw up fake, kind of pretty, flashy, look what I do, but they're not really doing anything. We have to help each other on a human level, and that's the only thing that's going to change anything. Not some judge telling some guy what he can and can't make. I mean, that's ridiculous. So we are going to look at Tesla as well. Let's take a look at gold. All right, let's just jump in, right? Let's look at some general market stuff here. Let me share my screen with you. I'm gonna jump on and play with Ninja Trader today, because TradingView, you're just not reaching out to me, and that doesn't seem fair. So I'm gonna go to TradingView or Ninja Trader, and try to check them out, see if I get any response from them. Looks like the market's gonna open a bit higher. As you can see, we're still pre-market for me, but who cares? That's not what we're here to look at. On a monthly view, we're going to do this fast, everybody, but I do want people to have an overall picture of why we go out to a monthly. Why do you look at a monthly view, everybody? We're looking at trading activity, right? And what we want to know is trading activity, are we having some sort of economic event like they tried to pretend we were with inflation? No, it's not an economic event. The people at the top don't care. They never care about inflation. It benefits them. It doesn't hurt them. It hurts the regular guy. And all we care about, sadly, everybody, is what the big guys and the institutions and the more knowledgeable hands are doing, because they're going to govern where the market goes. So you may or may not like the fact that inflation doesn't affect them and they don't care. But the fact of the matter is it is what it is. And if you want to make money in markets, you have to be with the guys that drive them. You got to follow the guys that drive the markets. It's like life, right? It just is what it is. Okay, so on a monthly, we can obviously see nothing's going on there. We're going to a weekly. Anything? There's obviously a lack of conviction at these prices, guys. Clearly, we've been talking about that for weeks. In fact, we've been talking about it for 5 weeks, it looks like. And now you're gapping up at these high prices. Everybody knows I am not a ginormous fan of gaps, especially in a rising trending market. A gap up is meant to generate excitement. I don't like it when a market wants to generate excitement at high prices, because that means that people that have held it from the lows, in this case October of 23, the people that were buying at those levels, I mean, you're up 100%. What are you doing? You buying or selling? Come on, use your noodle here. Now, I will tell you that when they are actually selling to create a real market drop, the volume is going to be extremely high. You don't need a ton of volume. You really need a lack of volume to fall 10%. And this is definitely a lack of volume. We're going to zoom into 1 hour, because I told you we're going to get short. I'm going to show you what we're looking at in a close time frame today. Everybody's always asking me, what's happening now? What's happening now? Fine. We're going to look. So what I would say is this right here is substantial trading activity compared to what's going on now, right? Where's this happening? This is happening down at 420, 415, 416. When is this happening? This is happening April into early May. as the market has risen, it looks like volume is dropping off. I'll draw a average volume bar for you here. I would say this is probably your average volume. As you can see, this is buying down here at the what's this level? 416, 415, 420, up through what, guys? Probably even into here. 438. We sit at 477. So we sit 40 points above where buying was occurring. As we said, market is just business as usual right now. That's roughly 10% above where we sit now. Is that a good reason to pull the market down, 2 to 5%? Maybe a little more? Sure, it is. With volume where it is, it's possible. Let's zoom in a little more because everybody appears, with all the options and futures players out there, everybody's really only interested in what's happening today or happening in the next 2 days. So let's take a look. Is there anything here? I would say yes, back here. This is that same area, right? So we are now on a 45-minute chart. I would say average volume is here. Listen, guys, a 45-minute chart is not what's happening this week. If you don't know that, you need to jump on and start working with me. You should know where a 45 chart means. You should know what the time frame is that the market's going to move if you're using a 45-minute chart. If you don't and you're trying to trade, you are making a big mistake because you don't know time frames yet. That will destroy you, specifically if you are using options or futures. Okay, so here we are. What do we see on this chart? Well, now we're on a 30-minute chart. We see some action back here, right? We see there's our trading view, guys. $49.95 for the premium, $24.95 for the plus, and $12.95 for the essential. And I have still not logged in, and I have been telling that story for days. At some point, someone's going to say, Derek, do you even have a trading view account? That's bound to happen here soon. Okay, there's some action, I would say, and then here's some action. What are we doing? We're looking at action, everybody. We're looking at where it came in, aren't we? This came in on a dip, obviously. Where's this? This was used to bolster prices, I would say. This is obviously on that low that we were already looking at. We're on a 30-minute chart. You should know what that means. If you don't know what that means, I'm going to repeat myself. You need to contact me so we can start working together and I can start teaching you how this stuff is done. Okay, here we are. There's a big one. There's a big one. We're zooming in. We're on a 15-minute. Let's get down to a 5-minute. All right, here's your 5-minute chart. Now, remember that as you break down time frame, folks, what you are doing, each new screen you look at is a brand new screen, okay? So when we're breaking down time frames, just because you saw what you saw in the last charts, that does not mean that you evaluate this chart based on what you saw there. This is a new chart. What we now have is an overall picture of the NASDAQ. We can see that there is no economic event going on. There's no major institutional selling on the daily or weekly. And we also can see that on the 30 and 15-minute chart, the buy the dip is still in. And as we see right here, is this higher? What's your average volume? Let's draw your average volume. Okay, this is your average volume, everybody. Probably, yeah. Okay, so we can see the volume has significantly picked up here at 474. It's going to gap up again. I would say that, what are we looking at here? This is 468. We are on a 5-minute chart. So a 5-minute chart, folks, you're looking at the next 2 to 3 days. That's what you're looking at there. Today is Thursday. So you're right now looking at today, Friday, and Monday. So in the next 3 days, you are looking at prices to come down to $467.50. Got it? All right. I'm going to take a picture of this so that I can post this later. Since we're going over time frames, everybody, remember, this is what I would be looking at for between now and Monday. Why is that the case, everybody? Well, it's real simple. I'm going to show you in a second. See if that disappears. See this trading activity? This is high trading activity. This is a high price. We are gapping up on the open, which means that this gap is ripe to fill. So there you have it. That's the NASDAQ. I would say we're looking at 467.50, which is approximately from the open 10 points, 2.5%. That's let's do this here. A negative 2.5% drop in next 3 days. I'm going to take another picture. Now, I actually took my time with this NASDAQ. I am not going to take as much time with everything else. I hope that you can see where that all came from. I hope you can see how. Now, I'm going to, on the next chart we go through, I'm going to move fast. I'm going to show you how quickly I evaluate this stuff. Okay. And I could do this with any position at any time. Give me probably by the time you count to 15, I can evaluate any position you want to know about, simply because what really drives a position, everybody? Cash flow. That's all I need to see, right? You could tell me your stories about the companies. You can tell me your stories about the economy and the market, but all I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look at the index. We don't go against the index in a long-term stretch. Why was I confident in saying that the market should drop in the NASDAQ 2.5% in the next 3 days? Because it's 3 days, folks. A market dropping 2.5% is perfectly normal. Institutional money and more knowledgeable money was buying 10% below us. They're going to take profits along the way. That's how the market moves each day. It's a matter of buying and selling. It's a matter of picking up shares and then selling shares for a profit. 10% below us, we saw a ton of buying, right? Now, I could tell you how to break down every time frame on that NASDAQ. I could give you price points over the next, based on what we just looked at, I could give you pretty accurate price points over the next 3 months. I could. And then you zoom in each day and you just check on that 5-minute chart. Let's look at the S&P. Anything different? No. The only difference here is on this drop, there wasn't as much of an increase in volume. So business as usual here, folks. Yeah, this volume doesn't compare to how the volume stood out in the NASDAQ. Daily, anything, no, but it's the same kind of lack of conviction at this high. Let's just jump right down to a 30-minute because I am not concerned with what I see there. This is that buy the dip mentality. Let me back it up 45 minutes so we can see how much a buy the dip mentality exists in the S&P. I'm going to back it up to 1 hour. Here we go. It looks like, yeah. It's still pretty strong buy the dip mentality in the S&P, probably even slightly more than there is in the NASDAQ. How funny is that? NASDAQ being your leading index, that's the index making the most money. It's your strongest index. That is why the S&P is not gapping up at a new high price. It's gapping up into the range of yesterday. What's that look like to you guys? Let's just jump to a 5. That's all we need to see. So this is buying the dip, buying the dip, buying the dip. This, you could also call this buying the dip, right? Or could you? No, that's almost the high price. That's not buying the dip. So once again, here we go. We're probably looking to fill this gap right here. You're probably looking at this level right around, right in here. We'll call 436.50 right there. And we're going to do SPY 30. What is that? 536.50. 536.50, which is a price drop of how much? Right now we're opening at 42, so call 42.50. So we're doing 6 points. That's only a 1% decline. That's all that is. A negative 1% drop over next 3 days. There we go. All right, let's scoot that over. Let's get a picture of that. That was an entire screenshot there, guys. I don't want that. Nobody wants to look at that mess, right? All right, here we go. Okay, I got about 15 minutes left. I got a little less than that. I got about 10 minutes left. So let's go on to the Dow. Does it look the same? We're going to have to back this out a little bit. No, see, this is quite a bit different, isn't it? The Dow is your weakest index right now, folks, and look what it did. It filled the gap. Why did the Dow already fill the gap? Because it's your weakest index. It has the least amount of strength. It has the least ability to maintain false prices. So it has already filled the gap. It's actually a very important chart. This is a very important chart, as a matter of fact. I am not even going to do anything with the Dow. I'm going to show you something. This is a great learning tool. When we talk about strength, everybody, this is what I mean. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. This is why we look for strength, because when an index lack of strength, it cannot hold up false prices as easily as the stronger indexes can. Now, I'm going to take a picture of this because this is more important than the price point for the Dow. Far more important than the price point for the Dow, guys. With it being the weakest, you have to realize you're always going to play the Dow different. And the S&P is weaker than the NASDAQ, so you're going to play that different than the NASDAQ. And the NASDAQ being the strongest, is you have to be the most fearful when you decide that you're going to go against the trend of the NASDAQ, because that trend is the strongest over there. Let's see what we got. Let's back this up. 30 minutes. Look at the difference in that chart, everybody. This thing is nowhere near its highs. Is it? Why? It's the weakest index, everybody. I mean, this thing hasn't broken highs since, what's this date? March 21st? Jesus criminy. Okay, so there you go. And here's gaps down here. See them filling? Same thing's going to happen on the NASDAQ. Same thing's going to happen on the S&P. They're just stronger. They can sit up there at their fake prices for longer. So what's the price point on the Dow, everybody? Come on, you know this, or don't you? Got to roll into this base, everybody. We got to roll into 381. Where are we at now? 387. We're open at 387. We're at 381. So we got 6 points. We have 1.5% drop in the next 3 days, at least. I'm going to actually call this a 2% drop. Now, by the way, everybody, you can do what I'm doing right now in futures and make a heck of a lot more money, because there's no difference in the futures market than what I'm doing other than speed. So you have to be quicker. Now, you're probably, if you're not at that level of speed yet, you don't want to try to do that stuff on your own. And if any of what I'm saying seems confusing to you, you certainly don't want to be over in options and futures markets yet. And I'll tell you why, because you're going to get torched. You have to move it. Let me show you how quickly you have to move in those markets, okay? And this isn't even accurate, because I would do this before I ever started playing those markets. Let's look at the treasuries. I'm going to zoom in on treasuries because I just did an analysis. I know there's massive buying at the lows. I've already looked. So I'm going to go down to a 30. Okay, do we see a lack of conviction up here? Gaps appear to be nothing in this chart, so I'm not going to concern myself. Gaps take time. So you see this gap? Gaps will fill, whether they're treasuries or not, but they can take time. So we have a gap here. Are we as concerned about the gaps? This gap filled up. We're not as concerned about gaps here, everybody. This just is a gappy chart. It just is what it is. So we can use those for some price points, but do we see a lack of conviction? Do we see a pickup in price? No. Okay, let's go on to the next. Let's do 10-minute. Okay, sorry, the sun is coming up beautifully here. I'll tell you, I love the mornings. They are so gorgeous. Such a beautiful place I'm in right now. I really, really love it. Okay, so your immediate point, it's, like I said, we're not hyper focused on gaps, but there appears to be selling here. This is probably selling here. This gap has filled. This gap has not. We're in a rising trend market, everybody. Let's go down to a 3-minute, see if it provides any additional clarity, because we can really zoom in, everybody. I mean, we can really look at this thing. That's a significant amount of volume. There's a significant amount of volume here. If I were looking at this, I would say that, is this going to fill? Potentially. You're at 91. If I were looking to play this, I would say first stop is here. you should see a significant amount of volume pick up. You can see where it's at 93.31. And if markets do what they're supposed to do over the next couple of days, this will probably rally. There's already so much purchasing in it. As I told you, this gap will fill, but it takes time on this chart. Let's look at a 2 minute. Oh, look at them. I love TradingView, man. They guys, if you don't log in, it can be a ginormous pain in the butt. This is a 1 minute chart. Is this enough volume to withstand that volume? Look, if somebody forced my hand right now, because this is some selling up here. That's what this is. Yeah, if you force my hand right now, you don't even have to force my hand. I'm going to go ahead and say it. You're looking at 91.83. You're looking at about $92. You're at 93.27 right now. You're only talking about a percent here. So I'm going to put it up though. Negative 1% in next 2 days. So today or tomorrow. If it goes down to that level, let's put it up. I would get out. 91.80. All right, let's take a look at Tesla, guys. Tesla will route to a 30-minute chart. Now I'm gonna have to look at Tesla at least. Let me at least get to a daily. TSLA. All right, what do we got here? Nothing to write home about. Bunch of stuff in the background. Runs to 300. So there's a lot of buying down here. This is a real powerful level here. Let's zoom in. 1 hour. I don't have to look all the way here. We got a gap. Price up. Price drops from there, which lets me know this is selling. This is definitely buying to bolster price. We're opening at 189.40. Remember, everybody, right now, and this is what'll get you. Right now, I would say I'm looking at the next 2 to 3 days, the NASDAQ for what I say, a 2.5% price drop. So when I'm looking up here and I'm seeing these large gap ups into areas where I see a high volume of selling, I'm thinking that that's the same kind of situation, right? For all of you that love the Jersey Shore, did love the Jersey Shore. I've been watching reruns on Prime lately. Man, I didn't realize how young they were, and the fact that they are still around when their parents. Holy smokes! I didn't dislike them like everybody else did. I got to tell you that. I thought they were a fun group. I mean, a lot of drama falsified, obviously. You can see that, but I'm not a giant fan of reality TV, except for when I really want to take my brain into a shallow place. Mainly because it's primarily fake, right? It's not that they're particularly shallow above and beyond anybody else. It's just that it's fake. All right, so you got buying at a low price here. You got some. We're trying to look at this range, everybody. That's high. That's low, which drove prices up. That's high. That's low. I mean, you got a real dog fight going on with Tesla, so they weren't lying about that. But down here at these lows, this is most definitely buying. And do I think this area looks specific, like to a ton of buying? Not exactly. Hold on, I can't see. 5 minutes. So this natural light's beautiful, man, but it'll play hell with you. And then prices are sinking. And what's pre-market? 188. Yeah, I gotta tell you. See, this one looks different. This does look different. Yeah. See, that's buying. You could maybe argue this. Yeah, I got to tell you guys. All buying. I don't see any distribution at all. So we got to go back to a 5-minute chart so we can try to see so I can give you some price action. Maybe I might have to go back further than that. Yeah, I do. Oh my. Tesla is running to 200. From 177. So you're looking at, whoo, baby. You're looking at 23. You're looking at $23, but look how long that is. I gotta revamp this. I'm on an hour-long chart, guys. Let me just take a look. I'm gonna come back to this chart. 1 minute. $5-minute. Okay, got it. Tesla. Oh. Sell the open at 188. Buy back at 177. Runs up to 200. Evaluate. What's today's date that I say? 13th. I'm supposed to be in a live right now. Shoot. Well, I promised you guys golden oil, and I'm gonna live up to my word here. Yeah, I'm not gonna make it in there today. Ooh, baby. We're gonna back out of this a little bit. Oh, Wanda, maybe I should start giving them shout outs, huh? We'll see. We'll get viewership up, right? I'm going to get viewership up right now because I'm going to start giving you time frames as I see them right now. What's this? What's this bar? Huh. That bar is at the highest price on a monthly, everybody. That bar right there. What happened when that happened at this high price? Oh, it fell. It fell from where? A high of 193 to a low of 176, so a 20% drop. That's what happened. What about okay, this is a run up. What's this one? High of 159, low of 136, close of 148. So 20%. Not, oh yeah, that's not 20%. That's about 10% drop. What about this one? High of 194, low of 179, close 183. So basically the same. And now we have something. Well, this is a little lower in volume, right? Well, anyway, let's zoom in. So it definitely appears as though when gold hits specific higher prices, it tends to like a nice pullback. Highest bar on the screen for a daily bar, everybody, at the absolute peak price. What's it look like here? This is a low price of what? What's that say? Low of 210. And what's the high price on this one? High price of 225. So you have a 7.5% variance there, folks. 7.5%. Could this be the pullback? Why not? Sure. Like, we're not here to like draw assumptions, right? We're just checking it out. Does this look like a volume bubble at the high? This area here. Hold on. This area here, does this look like a volume bubble to you? I mean, I'm not sure. Let's see where else I can see that. I mean, I would say I see it here. And then again, I would say I see it probably here. Right? I mean, that's what I'd say. High price, low price, kind of mid to high. High. Okay. All right, let's zoom in. To remove those drawings, go down to a 4-hour. Sorry about the hand here, but I'm having a hard time seeing now. Boy, that sun got me. You know what? No, it's all right. It's all right. Okay, this is definitely at that high price. This is definitely a volume bubble. This is definitely a volume bubble down here, which is why we ran up to here, right? But this is definitely a volume bubble. We are definitely lacking some interest here. In here, we are lacking interest. So let's zoom in a little more. We're still on a 4-hour chart, everybody. This is what I tell you. If you don't know time frames, you're going to pay the piper. Okay, what do we see here? All we really see in the background is a bunch of selling here. Okay, so we can see some buying here, right? But there's a bunch of selling here. This is buying for sure. This is from 225 down to what's this, like 210, huh? 212. Yeah, you're looking at a 5 to 6% drop. Is it massive buying? Not compared to the selling, it's not. And what's going on now? We're back down here at 210 and there's nothing. Now that could mean that there's a that supply has been picked up. That's what that could mean. I mean, they sold off to drop prices. They check for supply to buy more back. They come back down and look, and there's not much here. That's a possibility, right? Or that selling could be real. Let's take a look. Let's go. Remember, every chart we look at is a new chart. So what do we see here? A bunch of buying in the background, a little bit of selling here. Probably buying. 15-minute chart. What do we see? Nothing except for a bunch of buying right here, really. I mean, that's what this looks like to me. Bunch of buying here, bunch of buying here. At this low price, I would call that buying. What's happening here? I would call that buying. I would say buying. That's selling. Look, that's selling, right? That's selling. Look at this. I don't see anything here. That's that. But again, if that's a search for supply, there is none. No volume bubble there. All right. Just 3 minutes. Some selling. Some selling. All right. You are looking at right here. You're looking at LD. You're getting a price of $219 from $214. You got 5 points. You're looking at a 0.5% run up in price over next 3 days. All right. So we're going to go to this. These should be blue, right? I don't know if I did that earlier or not. I might have. I try to. But, I'm not perfect. I forget. I know I do it, like, I attempt to, consistently do it, but I know I can forget as well. All right, guys, I'm going blind. Is there anything else I said I'd look at? Oh, I said I'd look at oil, and you know what? Oil's actually pretty interesting at the moment. I should probably do that. Okay, so here we go. This is your gold, guys. Here you go. I know the sun's getting bright. I love it though. I got to tell you, I love it. I mean, look, it's natural lighting. It's beautiful. I mean, I wake up to the sun shining in my face, and I have this beautiful like backdrop of these mountains behind me, and get this beautiful swimming pool. I mean, sometimes you just realize like life's good, right? And you have the other days too. We all do. We all have the other days. Um, but sometimes you just know, man. You go, man, life's good. All right, let's back this out. This is gonna be the last chart I look at because I like my vision. Um, all right, buying, selling, anything not on a weekly, daily. Okay, I would say buying, obviously, buying the dip, obviously. Here's some selling right here. When's this? April 15th. Here's some selling. Wonder what April 15th selling was for, everybody. You gotta watch tax day, guys. All right. Anything in here to speak of? I mean, I just see a lot of volume in here. In fact, it's kind of picked up through this whole area, which appears to have been tax selling because that's where it peaked. There's definitely a couple buy bars here. There's definitely some buying the dip going on there, huh? Right down where we sit right now. Let's go down to 1 hour. Whoo, baby. See, now that looks like selling, right? This looks like buying though, but prices dropped a little further. You got some buying here. You got some buying here. Anything now? I would say no. Sorry for the hand, guys, but I like my vision, and I just absolutely, as much as I don't want you to have to look at my hand, I want to see later. Buying. Okay. 15-minute buying. Anything up here? No. Lack of conviction? Maybe. Big bar buying there. This is 5-minute. Big bar buying there. Gaps down. What's it take to sell? See, what you want to see is what does it take to sell? It only takes that much there, right? It only takes that much buying. See that? For price to drop and roll up. I would say that's buying as well. All right. I think I know where we're going. Go 1 minute. Just for fun. Just for fun. You know. Just for fun. We play games. Okay, man. You know? All right. So we are headed to, let's back this up. That's what you want to know, isn't it? You want to know where we're headed next 2 to 3 days. All anybody wants to know, I don't know why. Just kidding. I know exactly why. We'll hit 78 for sure. Let's see what else could be in our future there. 45. We should not have an issue at this level. Yeah, I would go ahead and say 78.50. Pretty in the next 3 days. Boop, 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 boop. Right there. All right, so we're gonna do a little USO. 78.50. Let us add a dollar sign. That is what? 2% in the next 3 days. Probably today and tomorrow, though. What percentage? Yeah. There we go. And picture time. Save this. Yeah, I feel bad, man. I was supposed to be in a live, and the guy's actually really fun to watch. I think his levels are predetermined. I think he's using it's computerized trading. I think so. It's because some of the statements he makes versus the trade that gets executed, they don't go together. And there's these weird little dots on the screen and stuff. So I think it's a trading. I think it's an algorithmic trading system, or maybe it's AI. I don't know. But you can see where the human either it's moving really fast, or you can literally see where the human doesn't know actually what's coming next. I mean, it's really tough to say, but I do enjoy doing it. I'm supposed to be there. What time is it? Yeah, I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it today. That's too bad. I'll watch again next week, though. I'm enjoying it. Okay, so hey, listen, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me today. I literally can't see my computer screen, but let me tell you this: that if you're not good up here, you're not good anywhere. All right. Now, physically, you can help no one. You can't help yourself. Keep it good up here. If things are going wrong and you have a bad day or things haven't gone your way, listen, I'm not going to be one of these hokey guys that tells you everything that gets in your way is guiding you to a better place. It might not be. It might be guiding you to a worse place for all I know. But I will tell you this, that it is what it is, and there's nothing you can do about it aside from keep a positive mind frame, keep yourself lifted up, keep moving forward. Sometimes you have to fake it till you make it. Slap that smile on until it becomes real. And yeah, I mean, that's what you can do, guys. And listen, whatever problems you have today, you're going to figure out the solution. How do I know that? Because you haven't failed yet. You figured out the solution up until now. You'll have to figure out this solution, and maybe it sucks, but you'll figure it out, right? I mean, I was just telling you how beautiful it is out here today. I mean, I must have taken 20 pictures this morning because I was like, this is like the most beautiful morning in the world. And it's great to have mornings like that. And it's great to feel like that because there's a lot of days that don't. But remember that every day above ground is a good day. And let me put up my contact information. If you're having a bad day and you need to reach out to somebody, reach out to me. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to anybody if they need help. And if you are interested in knowing how I do what I do and watch and see how accurate that's going to be, contact me. Get in touch. I will not let you skip steps, though. If you think you're going to come in and you're just going to start following me and doing trades that I do or anything like that, that's not how this works. Let me tell you something. The greatest enemy of an individual investor is the lack of knowledge and education on how something happens. And it's that. So what does that lead to? That leads to emotional reactions. It leads to emotional responses. I know in my life, I didn't have a dad growing up. I had horrible, the worst you could imagine, male figures in my life. Absolutely horrible human beings. And so therefore, a lot of the life to me is very uncertain. And I don't know really how a path goes. No one really ever laid that out to me. I didn't know there's ups and downs. I didn't know. I'm not going to tell my story because I don't no, it doesn't bother me, but I don't think anybody cares. And that's all right too. But I'll just tell you that. So when things come at me now in life, I just have to go, okay, Derek, like no one lined this out. No one told you how this was going to go. So you're going to think for the best. And then if the worst happens, and it has happened to me many times, you'll deal with it. Because I don't know how else to take it, right? No one ever explained to me that a loss was actually a learning experience. I have to be honest and tell you that I probably didn't even believe that statement until 2 years ago, and I'm 45 years old. It takes time when you don't know. So the reason I won't let you skip steps in investing is because without knowledge, you're always going to second guess yourself. You're going to continue to make emotional mistakes because no one outlined the path to you. No one showed you, and then you accepted that as a fact. Once you accept things as a fact, like I didn't accept that losing was a learning experience until very, very recently. I said it's inside the last 2 years, but that's not true. Probably inside the last 6 months. And I'm 45 years old. But now that I've accepted that, I actually do view things very different now. Life looks really different to me. It's weird. Trust me, when you look at life the way I looked at it for 44 and a half years, 44.9 or whatever the hell it would be years. And now the way I look at it now, it's really wild, man. And that's why you won't skip the education with me. You will set up a personalized investment plan that will be based on the 3 pillars of any investment plan. risk management, cash management, and investment management. Those three things work together to create your financial and investment life. Without them, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot over and over and over. And I promise you, you will. And when you get sick of losing money, you'll eventually realize that you either are going to learn how to do that yourself. And I'll tell you that this is God's honest truth. I lost my entire account 3 times over, $100,000. Do I wish I would have paid somebody a small percentage of that to teach me how to come up with my own investment, my disciplined investment philosophy, structure, and rules? Yeah, I do. Could have saved 85% of my money, 90% of my money. Who knows? That loss may have never happened if I would have done it the right way, but I'm a stubborn fool. I told you. Nobody laid out a path to me. I can help you lay it out. It'll save you a fortune in time and energy. Took me a decade to learn what I know, even at a decent level. I would say, no, I was decent in 5 years after I'd lost 100 grand. And that was 3 separate accounts, the entire account 3 times over, made every mistake possible. Over the next 5 years, I would say 10 years, 12 years, I was a master at what I was doing. And now I'm just fluent. It's even different now. But anyway, if you don't know what I'm talking about, reach out to me. There's my stuff. Thank you so much for joining me. Happy trading, everybody. Happy investing. If you need anything and something's bothering you up here, you need someone to talk to, you reach out to me. I promise I'll talk to you. All right. Thanks so much, everybody. We'll see you. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to today's show of Derek Invests. I'm your host, Derek Miller, and what we are going to talk about today is a couple of questions I got yesterday. So one question that definitely bears some answering is, what is the timeline on my forecast? Because I made a forecast yesterday. I made 2 forecasts yesterday, and one needed a bit more explaining, I suppose, and the other one was designed to be short term, which I believe is the way that it read, but the other was not. And I do that over and over. So I want to talk about what are my time frames for forecasting when I throw my forecasts out. Second, what's going on with the Fed? Let's see if there's any stock market setups to drag us through this next month. So the goal of this conversation today over those indexes is really what's going to happen over the next month or two. Let's talk a little bit about artificial intelligence. It is a word now that really you simply need to apply it to your business, and your business is getting some pretty substantial stock growth. So has this artificial idea been hyped up too much? And on that, in that same kind of ethos, I want to talk about why artificial intelligence and blockchain has been created, what it's really meant to serve, and then, does it really cost human jobs? Is there a benefit to this that makes that outweighs the potential downsides? Okay, does the upside outweigh the downside? So I want to talk a little bit about that, because I had somebody reach out to me yesterday, and for the first time, someone actually reached out to me after my live, because they weren't feeling so great upstairs, and they had a conversation with me and how they thought things were unfair, and the fact that isn't discussed enough, and the idea that you pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and that your life is a consequence of your decisions. So I want to talk about that a little bit, and believe it or not, that ties in to the artificial intelligence, the blockchain, and the crypto ideology, at least some of it. So I'm going to discuss that openly, and you may or may not agree with what I have to say, but I'm going to say it anyway, because I can say what I want. It's my show. And of course, anybody can rebut me, because that's the beauty of having these conversations, is that someone can have a differing opinion. And if you do have a differing opinion and you want to talk about it on this show, you reach out, and we will absolutely do that. But for now, let's start with the Fed rate decision. So we had some CPI data come in this morning that was interesting. I don't find any of the data interesting, if you want to know the truth. I don't really care what the numbers are. The fact of the matter is, the numbers don't represent what's going on right now. There's struggles in the labor market. They're not even honest about what the labor market is. They tell you that there's all these jobs everywhere and that you can get hired. People are lazy. They don't want to work. I don't find that to be true. I know many people that have tried to get jobs at a Starbucks, at a well, I'm out on the West Coast, so it's Ralph's and Albertsons and Vaughn's, and those are our grocery stores. I know people that have gone in there and they can't even get hired. So I'm not sure what they're talking about in most of this data. So that's me. That's my viewpoint. You could argue that all day long if you want to. Feel free. I don't see any decline in inflation. Oh, inflation's down year over year. Yeah, well, inflation spiked in a given year. They're trying to claim it was what, 8 or 9%. My ass. Somebody show me the data. The biggest bills a human has in his life are his energy costs, his housing costs, and the cost of his vehicle, and the cost of his gas to get, and that kind of goes in with energy, but we can count that in for transportation costs, okay? We don't, and food. Food is not included in CPI. Oil is not included in CPI. All right, listen, the reality of the situation is this, folks. Inflation hasn't gone down at all. I don't feel it. I don't feel it one bit. I don't, and I know you don't either. Unless you're in some place like Austin, Texas, where the cost of a home went up 400% in a matter of 6 years, even your housing hasn't cooled. So shove those numbers where the sun don't shine as far as I'm concerned. If that offends anyone, I apologize. I'm not trying to offend anyone, but I'm telling you those numbers are BS. I don't like cursing because I like everybody to be able to watch this show. But let me tell you something. And also, it's a little bit crude. I mean, I curse in my day-to-day life, believe me, plenty. But I don't do that kind of stuff in a professional atmosphere. First off, it's a turn off because it's just, I don't know. I'm not getting into all that. Anyway, point being, I don't care about those numbers one bit. To me, inflation is through the roof. It's a nightmare. It's remained a nightmare. It became a nightmare the minute they pushed 50% more currency into circulation in this country so that a bunch of guys at the top could create a $1.5 trillion relief fund that relieved no one except for corporate America. So, and then how they trickle down that money into the politicians and whomever they see fit. So I don't forget your data. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the important stuff. We're going to go ahead and take a look and see if there's any setup in the indexes, right? Is there a setup in the NASDAQ, in the Dow, in the S&P, in the small and mid cap Russell? Do we see any setups there that will indicate to us what the market is going to do here in the next couple of months? Because that data, stick it. I don't even care what it says. Up 3.3% year over year, minus everything that affects your life, people. So yeah. Hey, but inflation is only rising this much. I mean, it went up 40% in 2 years. We called it 9% because energy doesn't count and food doesn't count and gas doesn't count. That's and then after it goes up 35%. Well, it only went up 3% last year. Well, that's 38% in 3 years. That's reality. Now, that has nothing to do with the stock market anyway. The stock market is a forecasting mechanism. The stock market is rising based on what we see coming in the next 6 to 18 months. So why do we even talk about that useless propaganda data? I don't know. If someone has a differing opinion there, I would absolutely love to hear it. I mean that. Change my mind. I would love it if someone could change my mind about this. Thus far, I've heard not a single argument ever that changes my opinion on what I just said to you. And I've had that opinion for 25 years. This isn't new based on 2020. My opinion started in 2009 when what was that relief fund? What was that bailout fund? $787 billion. When I saw that, I was only 5-6 years into the financial business, and I knew what it was right away. For all of you that don't know what that $787 billion was about that we gave out in 2009, the CEOs of every major bank that caused that entire crisis got the biggest bonuses in history because of that bailout fund back then. What do you think the $1.5 trillion did? Kept up with inflation. They dished out some money to their friends again. That's all that was. So we're gonna check out setups. I don't want to go on and on. I tend to do that. And honestly, it's not meant to be negative. It's meant to be informative. I just want you to realize what goes on. It's just money laundering from the top. mean, that's what it is. And the funny thing is, we can all say that that's bad because in our eyes, from my viewpoint, from my keyhole of the world, that is bad. But there could be a much bigger picture there that I don't understand. I always acknowledge that, folks. I want you to realize something. Anything I talk about here, I always acknowledge that I can be 100% wrong. I always acknowledge that I don't have the information from the top. I am a little guy, and I am truly a little guy. I don't know this stuff. Are those funds necessary? Is that relief fund necessary? Maybe. I mean, maybe it keeps the world going round. Just always remember that too, because when you start getting negative on this stuff and it starts being like these sons of rah, 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 you're not paying attention to your own life. You're not living your own life. But for me to tell you to care what fake inflation data is, I can't do that. I mean, I won't do that. I absolutely will not. And if somebody can prove me wrong that that's not fake inflation and data, I would love to be proven wrong, because believe me, all I ever want to do is understand. I just want to know. And I want others to know. So I share what I know, and maybe that raises some questions and someone else will figure something out. I mean, that's my goal here. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to do the setup. I do want to talk about timeline for my forecast. First off, everybody, if you are not one of my students and you are trying to use the information I'm putting out to place trades, you are making a giant mistake. And the reason I say if you're not one of my students, because if you are one of my students, you've done enough one-on-ones with me that you have a structured, disciplined investment plan focused on risk management, cash management, and investment management, and you understand timelines. So when you see a weekly chart, you go, oh, we're looking at the next couple years. When you see a daily chart, you go, oh, we're looking at the next year. When you see a 4-hour chart, you go, oh, we're looking at the next 6 months. A 1-hour chart, oh, we're looking at the next couple months. So, folks, listen, do not try to place trades based on what I'm showing you. What I'm trying to show you is the methodology behind what I do. And let me tell you something, it works over and over and over and over. But someone asked me about the Oracle. I put up an Oracle forecast yesterday saying, hey, regardless of earnings, Oracle's aimed here. And it was down. I don't remember the price. I think 100 maybe. I mean, I could be way off because I could be thinking of the wrong. I did like 6 or 7 positions yesterday for earnings this week. Someone reached out and go, oh, you blew that one. And I go, well, no, I don't mean that they're gonna sink it down to 100 based on these earnings. I said that's a 4-hour chart. You know, you're looking out, months. You could be looking out to the end of the year on that one, right? It's June already. You could be looking out to the end of the year. And then I realized, oh gosh, I have to be more careful with my words. I have to be more careful about how I make these predictions. So I went in, and for a couple of the others, I went in and made adjustments, thank God, before earnings came out, so that people, at least you could have an understanding. So if someone out there is actually looking at this like, oh yeah, he's right. He gets the indexes correct, and then his last 7 stocks are correct. Like I did something on the mid cap. So there's some companies being added and removed from mid cap, or added and removed from the S&P 500, because those are being rebalanced on June 24th of this month. And what I'm talking about those companies is where their price is heading. But those timelines are based on a system. And if you are not familiar with the system, then you don't know how far out I'm looking. Because if you understand me and my system, I take taxes into account. If you're not trading your short-term trading through an IRA or a Roth IRA or something that's tax deferred, there's already a huge mistake, right? And that's all of your short-term trading. Your long-term trading is probably in your individual account, your overflow account, or some people even use their 401k because they don't want to make a bunch of turns. They simply want to avoid the large bear markets, right? And for some people, they don't even do short-term trading whatsoever. So in their IRA, maybe their short-term trading for them is like 3-month outlooks. See, for everybody, it's completely different. Now, if you want to know what's going to happen on earnings day, I can do that. And that's why I went in and made some adjustments, changed some verbiage for people so they could see what I actually thought. But as far as my forecasts go, folks, if you're not a student, if you're not working directly with me, and you're not asking me any questions, and you think that this is trading advice, you've gotten it all wrong, okay? What I'm trying to show you is how and why price moves. I'm trying to show you the methodology through different positions. Now, if you go back to what I did last week, where I was talking about gold, oil, interest rates, and the indexes, I was obviously talking about a macro shift. So if you're looking out 12 to 18 months and you're someone doing that, you go, oh, I see, that makes sense. Well, that's different, okay? So when it comes to my forecast, don't ask me. Reach out. I am not a salesman. I am not here to figure out a way to get you into my program. That is completely up to you, right? I provide information. If you're interested, you reach out. If you're not, that's fine too. Don't. For any of you that would like to reach out and do have those questions, there's some of my contact information there. That's my Twitter handle. That is my LinkedIn. You can see I've been doing this and putting stuff like this up for the last, feels like almost a decade now, but I'll bet you it's probably about 8 years I've been online doing stuff like this. Getting better and better and better. I mean, just yesterday I realized, whoa, I have to be careful when I put this stuff out, that I either A, put a timeline, or B, some sort of like warning that, look, this isn't, if you're not a student, this is meant to show you how you look at trading activity, how you look at how that affects the emotions of retail, how that is being used by big money, institutional money, more knowledgeable money to manipulate retail and what that does to price. Like, I'm trying to show you something that will work over and over and over again, whether you're in commodities, whether you're in stocks, whether you're in indexes, industries, sectors, currencies, pips, you're in futures, points, doesn't matter, right? This stuff transcends that. This is the way markets move. So there's my contact information. Great. Let's go ahead and get this back up. So just after, I want to talk a little bit about AI. Then I'm going to go through some setups with some indexes for you. We'll pull it up and we'll kind of evaluate where we think indexes are going right now. And then finally, I want to talk about the creation and why artificial intelligence has been created, what that has to do with blockchain and crypto, why some people believe in it so much, and what that has to do with the conversation about mental health that I had yesterday with the young man that just really felt that things aren't fair, that life is not just a consequence of your decisions, and that this idea that things are going to be fixed by technology is false. And what I want to do is I want to show you why some of that technology has been created, how it can help you, and how it can benefit you. And then we will talk about the downsides too. There are always, no matter how smart you are, folks, I don't care who you are in this world, I don't care what position you hold, there are unintended consequences to your thoughts of doing right. You believe you're doing something right, you believe you're doing something good, but don't you ever think that there are not going to be unintended consequences, and those consequences are going to hurt certain people. You have to be careful of what you advise others to do. You have to be careful of what you implement, and you certainly have to be careful of what you try to force down the throats of others, because believe you me, you are not right. There will be those that you will dramatically hurt. You will affect their lives in ways that you never intended and that you never thought could happen, but it will happen. It's happened time and time again throughout history. So I want to talk about that. So first, let's talk about artificial intelligence. An amazing conversation. It was actually last week with someone who started off in solar, and then he tried to get into the what do they try to call the cannabis? He tried to get into the cannabis world, and the solar world apparently treated him really well. The cannabis world, eek, there was a lot more regulation costs. I guess things kind of got him. And now he's in the AI space. And he works with small and medium-sized businesses, people like myself, or people bigger than myself, much bigger than myself, some of them. I don't even know that I qualify as a small or medium-sized business at this point. You have to have revenue, right? Is that part of it? You need revenue? I'm kidding. So anyway, we were talking about it. And, the one thing that goes with this giant corporate structure that we live under now is wrong and needs dismantled. Now, you can't just dismantle things, folks, right? You build life, your life, the life of this country, the life of the world, the earth, We are built on a house of cards. We stack, we stack, we stack, we stack, we stack, and it becomes more and more fragile. And if you just wipe out the bottom layer of that stack, you wipe out everything that's on top of it, right? So just imagine a house of cards and put it up 4 feet. Now go ahead, take your hand and wipe out that bottom layer. And what happens to everything? It all collapses. That's why we can't just tumble corporate America. And believe me, I wish we could. I wish they control the politicians. They control all the money. They control all the policy. Once you control the policy and the politicians, you control everything else. So we don't have to go down that road, right? They somehow, corporate America has got corporations defined as human beings, as people. But here's the kicker: only when it suits them. They're people when they want to give money to politicians to pay them off. They're people when they want to fund giant lobbyist groups, but they're not people when it comes to everything else. When it comes to taxes, they're not people. We get special tax status. We're a company. We're a corporation. Hey, we need help. We're special. Look what we give to the economy. We're not people. Hey, here's $1 billion for the next president. Well, we're a person. We can give what we want. It's the most ridiculous hypocrisy. It's the biggest, largest, hypocritical piece of structure that exists. It's unbelievable. Makes my blood boil, but we still can't just topple it. Not unless you want to go out there and knife fight for dinner tomorrow. So what we have to do is we have to figure out a way to recreate that small business, medium-sized business capability. Right now, trying to create a small and a mid-sized business when you have this towering, think of a jungle with giant trees that operate as an umbrella. Everything under them is dead. Okay. Your grass can't even grow there. Why can't? You know what does grow there? Moss and filth and disgust and like the nastiest stuff in the world. And why? Molds and mushrooms and snakes and centipedes, giant spiders, and that's what grows there. Why? Because those are the only things that can survive. The grime, the dirt, the grunge. Why? Because they're defying the entire natural order of things. And they're taking huge risks in doing it, right? Like if you think that it's easy to be mold and scum and all this filthy stuff, it's not. Its life is awful. Read about it. Go look it up. It's a nightmare. When you're at the bottom of underneath a giant canopy like that where nothing fresh can grow and nothing green can grow. Well, that's us right now, right? And that's why there's so much that's why you've seen an increase in things like OnlyFans. That's why you've seen an increase in drug use. It's why we have the largest opiate epidemic with a drug, by the way, that just wipes you out. Why do you think you're seeing the increase in all the mold, the scum, the disgusting? Because the canopy is just, the grass can't grow. And the point of AI and blockchain to some degree, not to some degree, to a complete degree, is the idea of bringing these small businesses back. It's trying to give the guy he can't afford these giant teams. And he needs something that is cost effective, that he can go out there. Now he is the hardest job in the world, mind you, because he's going to probably have to work a regular job just to try to get this small business off the ground, which in effect will make the small business fail anyway. Because when you have to be sidetracked like that, let me tell you something, to get a business going, you need 100% of you 100% of the time, all day, every day. If you think you're going to do some part-time small business, that idea is a farce. That's ridiculous. It's impossible. Your brain has to be 100%. I mean, you don't sleep much as a small business owner, not because you're stressed, because you're just going, okay, how do I maximize this? How do I optimize that? What do I do here? What do I do there? If you have to go to a job and have some guy kick you around all day, good luck. Good luck. I know everybody's going to pitch you that it's possible, and we're going to call that a side gig at the moment, which really is a second job. And trust me when I tell you that a second job you should get paid for. If you're trying to build some business as a second job, you are most likely wasting your time. You're better off delivering pizza for a wage, in my opinion. Now, so we're talking about AI. I met that guy last week that is now in the AI space, and here's how he explained it to me, and this was genius. So that's my opinion. You don't agree with it? Great. Let's talk about it. Change my mind. All I ever try to do in investments is change my own mind when I evaluate. Change my mind. I want you to. I want to see it differently. So back to AI. Why is he doing small and medium-sized businesses? Well, because the accounting and the payroll, if you have several businesses or you're a franchisee owner, you're hiring full-time employees to do this job that AI now has the capability to do very, very quickly and inexpensively, right? What's going to cost you is like the consultant fee. So when someone has to come in and figure out, okay, where are we missing here? Where are we misfiring? The consultant fee can be quite expensive. However, just remember that you can pay for fees in a lot of other ways than money. And that's the beauty of owning a small business is if somebody comes in and this person, if they're financially stable, you can say to them, hey, if you straighten this out for me, if you fix this, and you have a meaningful company that has a meaningful mission and vision, and this person believes in you, you can say, I'll give you 5% of my business. Give you 1% of my business, 2% of my business, 3% of my business, whatever it is. And so now you have that giant consultant fee covered, and you can pay the $250 a month. You can handle that. And guess what? Now you're saving $36,000, $40,000, $50,000, whatever you were paying that person to run this payroll, to run all this stuff, whatever you were paying that person, you now have that taken care of. My brother actually works at a company that works in payroll, and I know they automate a lot, and I know they help a lot. Now, they have some revenue standards, and they have some invoice standards. I believe their invoice standard is you should be doing 30 invoices a month and $1 million in revenue, and it's called Bill, B-I-L-L, Bill.com is who they are. Here, let me my brother works here. I have no problem giving them a shout out, and I'll probably tag them too. Bill, formerly Bill.com. There they are right there, Bill.com, under my information, right? Bill, formerly Bill.com. I know they're doing that. I know someone else. He comes in and he does all the consulting. And the reason I bring that up is this isn't going to cost humans jobs, right? If you think there's a human on this planet that loves sorting and going through bank statements each day on digital bank statements, digital transactions every day, classifying those transactions and then uploading them instead of using his brain, someone like this understands transactions, what they do, what they're for, how they're beneficial, how they're not beneficial. He or she could use their mind much better and not have a job that they hate and want to shoot themselves every day. So what I'm saying to you is, and then you have small businesses. So we have a way to now pay something that used to cost $50,000 a year can now cost us $250, $300 a month, or whatever the fee is, right? The gentleman I spoke with last week, that was the case with him. He was doing this software at $250, $300 a month. By the way, I'm not sure what Bill charges. I know they have some different standards. I believe they're for somebody a little bigger. I'm not sure what that equates to, okay? But this AI can transcend those things. And then along a bunch of other processes that you don't want to do, because any entrepreneur out there that's honest with you, what he loves doing, he's going to do a ton of. What he hates doing, he's either going to farm out to someone else that pretty much he'll view as never doing as good as he could do with it, and he's going to torture that person, or B, he's going to ignore it. Now, how do I know that? Well, let me tell you. I know that because I've been an entrepreneur for 20 years, and that's exactly what you do. And it's a shame, but it's the truth. Also, if you can lower those costs, you could actually give people a chance to start small and mid-sized businesses. People would have a chance. They wouldn't need they wouldn't be their side gig. Maybe it'd be their gig. Maybe they could just save up to give it a 2-year run. See what they got. Give them a chance. You want to get rid of this corporate umbrella that's drowning us all in drug overdoses and OnlyFans? That's what AI and blockchain and crypto can do for us. Now, here real quickly, I'm going to jump over. We're going to do some analysis of these markets. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the NASDAQ, the Dow, the S&P, and the Russell 2000, which is your small and your big caps. We're going to see if there's a setup for this Fed rate decision. I think the Fed rate decision, by the way, is probably they've been saying we're going to ease rates. There was talk before of the deterioration of the labor market. I think a lot of people are hoping we get a cut before December. I think the cut comes in December, but in just 2 minutes, we're going to get to that. So just hang in there. If you're not interested in this artificial intelligence, blockchain, and crypto conversation, hang in there. I'm going to go over and do some analysis of these markets for you in a second here. Give me 3 more minutes. I want to talk about the mental health conversation I had yesterday, and we need to be honest about this because we just talked about how AI and blockchain and crypto are developed to get some small businesses off the ground. And maybe in some way, without wiping out the house of cards, we can restructure this house of cards into a fair, as much as a human can make the playing field fair, which brings me to my conversation yesterday about mental health. He said that it's not fair, that life isn't all consequences of your decisions. And, I want to tell you something. That's right. And if that upsets you that's right, hear me out for 1 second. Just give me 1 second. In fact, I'll tell you what, you set your timer right now at 2 minutes. If I haven't at least made you look through a different keyhole than you've been looking, if you think life is fair and that everything is a result of the decisions you've made, count your timer right now, 2 minutes. Here we go. Bing, go. Okay, we're born. We're all a Ferrari. Every one of us is born a Ferrari. We're this amazing machine with this amazing brain, this amazing engine, all this amazing stuff, right? So here we go. 2 buyers come in. One buyer buys this Ferrari. One buyer buys this Ferrari. Buyer number 1 takes that Ferrari home. He lives in the desert. He spends half his time in the desert. He spends the other half his time in a cold, blistering mountain. He does not garage that car. He does not cover that car. He doesn't wash cars, doesn't believe in it. He loves to rev that engine. He fires it through the turns, dings it off of stop signs here and there, and he runs hard, right? And now that's one Ferrari born of perfection. Another Ferrari born of perfection. Guy gets his car. It's only been driven 3,000 miles in 18 years. This guy's been driven 150,000 miles in his 18 years. His is garage kept. He washes it once a week. He starts it up once a week to keep it healthy, takes it in for its oil changes, takes it in for transmission flushes, this car is his baby. They both hit 18 years old. This car has a chance to go. This car has a chance to go. They're going to go hit the track. Which one wins? Perfect. This guy is the poor person born in India, a trailer park in the U.S., like a poor area in India, a poor trailer park in the U.S., a poor Russian, poor Chinese, whoever this is your Ferrari. This is a Ferrari, and this is a Ferrari. This Ferrari, does he have a better chance by the time they hit 40 years old? And this Ferrari is at 280,000 miles. And this Ferrari is now at 32,000 miles. You think they have the same energy levels? You think they have the same perspective? You think they have the same ability? You think they have the same mindset? You think they should have the same mindset? Okay, you're a dizzy idiot if you can't see what I just said there. That was the kid's point. The kid has a point, and he's right, okay? You're right that life should be fair. That's what blockchain intends to do. Lock you into a chain where you are held responsible for the decisions you make. Here's the problem with that blockchain. Here's the problem with blockchain. As much as it's going to help in unintended consequences, it victimizes this guy even more. And it does. It's true. You're going to hold him responsible, this guy and this guy, because what has to change, folks, sadly, is human nature, and no one can do that. Human nature, as we see it right now, is I do what's best for me, you do what's best for you. I'm not telling you should force change upon someone. You have to force someone to do what might not exactly be perfect for him, but might help him significantly. You can't make anyone do that. Socialism is garbage. Communism is garbage. Rot with the same problems that true capitalism is wrought with, right? Well, true capitalism, actually, we wouldn't even have this corporate umbrella. So true capitalism is probably your realistic answer. The only problem there would be this Ferrari is not a Ferrari. It's a human being. And can you imagine what that human being has been through and treated like compared to this person? And we can't change the worldview of this person. But if this person's a fighter, and he fights and fights and fights, and maybe at 35 years old, he's kept up with this person. But this person can easily take advantage of this person. So ultimately, the only real cure is to make this person realize that this person didn't have the same start, isn't of the same abilities, and you need to be a little more generous with them. Tying them into some blockchain is not going to be the answer, because you're going to hold them responsible for moves they have to make that you don't. This person over here has to balance this bill, balance that bill, pay this, pay that. If you're holding him responsible for every single bill on the exact due dates and all of that, this person will never make it. He doesn't have the opportunities you have. Do you understand? You think he doesn't want to pay his bills? You're crazy. It drives him insane. But you don't understand that. You've never had that problem, and no one is telling you that what you've done is wrong and what he's done is right. You're both in this same ethos, and you simply have to work together. You have to be a little more sympathetic. This guy's going to screw up, and you're going to help him, and he's not going to trust you. You're going to do things for him that he's not going to realize you've done for him, because what you know is part of the process. Part of the process of true love is pain and hurts, because it designs discipline, designs structure. What I teach in investing, discipline and structure. Without it, you have nothing. I'm not going to go on and on about it. I that probably was more than 60 seconds, hopefully not too much more. So the positives of this new ethos that is trying to be generated is it's going to potentially topple this disgusting umbrella we've created by no one's fault. No one's to blame. No one's to blame. Look, it's where we were. It's where we're at. Like, it's somebody's fault. You're following the rules of the game that are in place, but now the rules have gotten so outlandish and ridiculous. We got to change things up. That's the point of blockchain. That's the point of artificial intelligence, everybody. So you guys, if you're living in the middle and you feel you're taken advantage of and you're against these things, I'm here to tell you, you got to shift your opinion. But I'm also here to tell you guys at the top that are creating all of this stuff, you need to realize you may have had a better start, and I think you do realize it. But the unintended consequence is, remember what we talked about, the mold, the scum, the snakes, the spiders. They're going to come here too. They're going to attack it. They're already doing it in the crypto market. They found a playground that they can go over and just steal, and they're doing it. I mean, I watch it every day, and it's hard. It's a balancing act, because it's like you need regulations, and you need them to be at a federal level so you can control the scum that is always going to look to take advantage of others. But then if you overregulate, you end up in the same system we have now. It's push and pull, everybody. But I assure you that it's a system trying, okay? A lot of people come down hard on the state in which I live, of California, but we're trying here. Hey, we try new things. Like, no offense here, everybody. Go ahead, go over to Florida. Have fun there. Because unless you're born with this car that was garage kept and treated like a baby, that isn't a fun life over there. Because they don't care about this guy. It's not that they don't care. Let me rephrase. It's not they don't care. It's just that the structure, that is the design, the implementation, they're saying, hey, like, we offer free college, 75% off college. They're approaching different areas, but I have to tell you, college doesn't do anything for this car that's been run hard and fucking put away wet. Doesn't do anything for them. You gotta restructure the system, and they're still trying to work within this system that needs restructured to function. So it's not they don't try over there. I'm not judging DeSantis or anything going on over there, and I have friends in Florida that I love, but the fact of the matter is you're trying to work within a very, very broken system, and it won't work. And just to add a little flavor to this, the idea that you pull yourself up by your bootstraps and the decisions you've made govern your life. There are studies out there that say as high as 88% of the decisions we made are made by our subconscious, not our conscious. So the design, how you're treated up until about 8 years old, actually will govern about 88% of your decisions. How can they know that? It's real simple. They ask you questions. They hook your brain up to a thing that shows electrical charges. If it fires in the back first, it's your subconscious. Fires in the front first, it's your conscious. So when they ask you a question and you answer, they just simply look at what fired first. Is that as technical as it needs to be? Maybe not. Is it 88%? Maybe not. What if it's 50%? What if it's 40%? What if it's 60%? That's a lot of decisions that you're not making, my friend. So don't give yourself too much credit and don't be too hard on yourself. I'll tell you what, I'm going to stop now because I'm already at 40 minutes. I am going to go through and do a technical analysis of the NASDAQ, the S&P, the small caps, and the Dow tomorrow. We're going to do a technical analysis tomorrow. Let's look for that Fed rate decision. But let me tell you something, folks. Fed rate decisions do not ultimately alter the trend of a market, and the trend is up. Could you get blips to the downside? Certainly. Have I even been looking for blips to the downside? Absolutely. Do we have a very low volume trading activity market right now? Even with Goldman Sachs saying we have 5.5 billion in corporate buybacks occurring on a daily basis? Yes, we do. Very low volume. Does that indicate that we're looking for a correction in this market? Probably a return to the previous highs. Yes, in fact, it does. We will do a technical breakdown tomorrow. And for your mental health, and hey, listen, I am dead serious about anybody reaching out to me. I want you to reach out. I had the first person do it yesterday. And if you're having a problem and you need someone to talk to, reach out to me. Shout out to Bill, formerly Bill.com. You know, my brother works for you. You seem like a good company. I read a little bit about you today. I got hit up on LinkedIn. I'm looking for sponsorships, by the way. And I'm always looking for some work, contract work, if it's available, or work. Who the heck knows, right? I leave all possibilities out there. So anyway, if you're looking for something, maybe give them a call. I'm going to give a shout out to the gentleman I spoke with last week who was involved in the solar, cannabis, and now AI space, and ask if he'd like a shout out on the show. But I don't want to mention his company. I know he's still doing some things. So anyway, shout out to Bill. Shout out to Tradeer once again. Where are you guys? Let me give a shout out to Tradeer, and I'll tell you why. They're offering up to 1,000 contracts at $10 at Tradeer. It's a brokerage firm. You can get through them directly through. They're directly attached to TradingView, which is the software I happen to use. I know Ninja Trader's great software as well. I'm going to start branching out and using some different software. I'll introduce you to some new brokerages. I am, again, looking for sponsorships if anybody's interested right now, though. You know, this is for you guys. I have no attachment to Tradeer. I'm not being paid by them. I'm not saying I won't be. I'm just saying I'm not now. But you can't, if you're involved in options, like right now, for example, if you want to be involved in AI, just realize the only option strategy isn't to buy the highest strike price option to go up. You realize you could sell, right? You could sell options. You could sell some puts, right? You get some upside there as well, probably quite a bit cheaper. All right, everybody. Look, as always, shout out to TradingView. Let's give a shout out to Ninja Trader. I used it yesterday. I'm not that familiar, but let's give a shout out to Ninja Trader. I'm going to give a shout out to Tradeer, and starting here in a couple days, I'll start pulling up some other brokerages, see what they got going on. They have a great special here, though, $10 up to 1,000 contracts. Shout out to Bill, formerly Bill.com. I know they're doing a lot with the payment. My brother happens to work there. Shout out to my brother Nick, if you're watching. Anyway. As always, everybody, you can't do anything good out there if you're not good up here. So if you're having a tough day, make sure you get out in the sun. Go do something you like. Fake it till you make it, folks. Throw that smile on. Hey, the world's getting better. Whatever problems you have today, you are going to solve, I promise you. And as difficult as they seem, you're going to come up with answers. I know you will. You know how I know you will? Because till now, you haven't failed. How haven't you failed? Because you're still here. All right, you're still here. And remember, every day above ground is a good day. Thank you so much for joining me. Tomorrow, look out for the technical breakdown of the indices. I may even do them this afternoon. I'm not sure. I may have a busy afternoon in front of me. I may have nothing. Life. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Tuesday's edition of Derek Invests. I'm your host, Derek Miller. Let's get going. So I thought after yesterday, we covered the stocks that were being added and removed from the S&P Mid-Cap 400, and same with the S&P 500 as of June 24th, and we tried to find some setups there. So with that in mind, and given that our background shows us that the indexes are not in a position where they are looking to create any sort of meaningful trend reversal at the moment, we would go ahead and take a look at earnings this week and see if there were any setups that we thought made sense. We missed yesterday, Monday, right? But we're still in it for Tuesday. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share my screen. We're going to walk through Tuesday's companies. We have Oracle, KCZK, RBRK. Wednesday, AVGO, Play, OXM. Thursday, SIG, ADBE, and RH. And then if we have time, and I don't think it's taken too long, I don't believe it will, we'll take a look at yesterday's and see what turned out from those companies. YEXT, CVGW, and Fuel Cell, FCEL. I'm using the symbols in case any of you are listening to me via like a headset or something. Instead of company names, I'm trying to give you the symbols. So in any case, let's jump over. Let's take a look and see what we see. As we know, we believe here on this show that most of these companies have a price setup that is meant to occur based on its earnings or nothing, right? So what's going to occur is going to occur regardless of the earnings. What's going to occur is going to occur. The setup is there, or things will continue as usual. And a lot of times we can see that well in advance. So let's jump over and take a look now. I'm going to share my screen with you. If you see me look down, and I don't think most of you are looking at me as we are doing these, as we're doing these screen shares, but if you see me look down, I am just looking at the symbols so that we're looking at the same thing. First one's Oracle, ORCL. Okay, let's go ahead and pull up a monthly. We always start with a month, everybody, right? Why? It gives us a picture of the company. It gives us a picture of its history. It lets us know what's going on. Okay, so here we reach a high price. I would say average volume. I know Oracle's tricky, man, because when you get back before 2008, when you get the back, or actually 2010 and back, it was a wild ride. Everybody was trading Oracle. It was a very big deal, much bigger than what it looks like today. So we do see a few points here at these high prices with high volume. Here's one. Here's one. Here's one. And probably here as well. From a monthly standpoint, that looks negative. Okay. It looks negative because we are having high volume at a high price. As you'll notice back here, not the case, but there's not high volume down here either. Let's zoom in. I mean, it just, right now what we're doing is we're building bias as we break the time frame. Now I would say the bias is to the downside, but let's take a look. Okay, we zoom in. We have an area here. This is down at what? 50, 60 bucks. So's this. So's this. So's this. We're just looking at standouts, everybody. This is probably at what? 70. I would say that volume is bigger than anything down here. Oh gosh. And here we are in the range. So what we're going to end up doing, look at that. Okay, everybody. So this is where we're going to focus when we're looking at this, because we're now sitting in a range. It's not for an incredible amount of time. I mean, a year, right? A year. So we have this here, right? We have this here. These are our standouts. This here. And this here. All right, these are our standouts. Now, what we want to do effectively is we want to see where is this volume taking place. And so if we follow it up, it's on that big bar. So this, look, this is taking place up here at basically the highest price Oracle has had in the last year. What about this one? Same. Here, as you can see, folks, there's no trick to this. It just is what it is. Right there, 115. And then where's this last one at? Remember, we're still on a weekly scale here. So this is actually, it's pretty meaningful. Oh, gosh. Okay. Guys, you know, this is a year-long range, and the price is taking place at the high level there. At the, goodness gracious, 125, 127 on the lowest end possible. You're at 115. That is selling at the high price right there on the weekly. Let's zoom in on the daily and see what we think. Okay, so we're gapping all over the place. A gap up, it fills. So gaps do seem to fill here. A gap down, it fills. Now, as we look at this, everybody, and we look at the daily, let's take a look. Now, I'm going to do, always the first company we look at, or the first stock index, or the first commodity, or whatever it is. Everybody sees that as Trading View. I am still not logged in. I am a bum. But you're getting a free commercial right there. So that's pretty nice, pretty exciting, okay? So when I look at the first company, the first index, whatever it is, what I like to do is I'll take a little more time and outline it a bit more than I will the companies that follow or the indexes that follow. Reason being, I want to give a lot of explanation so that any of you, if you haven't watched before, it makes sense to you. So that's where your volume's standing out on this daily chart. So once again, what we're going to do is we're going to see where it's standing out. So right here, that's the high price there. Okay. Okay, well, obviously this one is right here at the low. And then we're down here. What's this right here, right? Is it there? No, it's up there. There it is. And these aren't meaningful enough. So we're looking at a price here of 115. We're looking at a price here of 113. We do have some volume down here at 103. And then we have some pretty significant volume up here at 125 yet again. And this is a cluster volume, as all of these are. This is an interesting setup here, everybody. Let's zoom in a little more. So far, I would say so far, first off, this isn't a clear-cut case, but what I would say is that price rose from 102, but it did it through a gap. I mean, it was only capable of making it to about 110, 115, because it appears as though this is where selling has been taking place in the background. This was definitely selling back here. It didn't take much to lift the price. This looks like selling on Oracle. All right, let's zoom in just a little bit. We're going to get onto a 4-hour chart. I love a gap that fills the upside. You all know what I think that means, but this has gaps to the upside and the downside. On the downside, it's filling, and on the upside, it's filling. This particular stock appears to be in a real battle for direction. And that I rarely say that. I will rarely say that a stock looks like it's in a battle for direction. Okay, here we are. Gosh, they used a lot of volume to move it off that price, though. It took nothing for it to drop. There doesn't appear to be any real interest at this level. But there's not a lot of volume taking place. There's not a lot of genuine activity here. Let me go back to the daily. You know, with Oracle, I have to tell you that I think if it were me, I don't think that I would be doing anything with this. If someone made me place my wager on Oracle, if someone said, Derek, you have to choose which direction this company goes after earnings, I'm going to have to say down. And I'm going to say that Oracle probably has to go down to 100. I just, that would be my assumption right there. I would say Oracle to 100. That's just the way it looks. There's just no action, guys. There's no action. I mean, there's not a lot of selling up here though either, and you would think you might see some in here somewhere. But yeah, at this high price like this, let me go back to the weekly. Let me just look one more time. I want to look at this weekly one more time. Um, yeah, down to 100. Down to 100. Oracle's down to 100. Next company, let's go out to a monthly chart. Oracle, where are we? Casey's General Stores. Casey. That's easy enough. Okay, what do we see? Buying. On a monthly, there's not a lot of information here. Nothing really. There's just nothing to write home about on this one so far. Let's go down to a daily. This one may be a. Here's something here. I don't see a lot of other gaps on this chart though. What I say, volume has picked up lately. I mean, what would you say? I mean, if it in fact has, I would say not much. Nothing. I mean, that's nothing worth paying much attention to. Let's go down to 4 hours. Dun dun dun. Down to 1 hour. Yeah, this one's going up on earnings. Yeah, this one's going to rise. This one will hit. Casey will probably hit. It's going to get back up here, 342. I don't know if that's really worth that much to anybody to know that, but that's where it's headed. There's opportunity there for sure. There's certainly opportunity there. It's not a monster, but that's where it's headed. That's certainly where that's headed. Not bad though. This thing's kind of, it's business as usual, but they definitely set it up for the earnings. Whereas Oracle's a bit different, man. Oracle it's going to take a dive. But Oracle wasn't exactly set up for earnings. I mean, that's been going on for a year. And are they going to use earnings to move it? I mean, that's what it appears to be. I mean, that's what I can tell you is it appears like they'll use that to move it. But that setup has been occurring for, this is Oracle's on an earnings setup. Casey is an earnings setup. Casey, CASY, they've generated this setup. They've generated that price fluctuation to move that back to that high. ZK. Oh, this thing's brand new. No opinion. RBRK. Can't have an opinion on everything, folks. There's honestly not been much in here that I've been all that excited about, period. Let's just take this into a 1 hour and see if there's anything to be said. I mean, there's nothing to be said here, everybody. This thing doesn't trade. Brand new. They can push that price wherever they want. I stay away from stuff like this. Zeker, Rubric, I stay away from this stuff. That price can be pushed anywhere they want to push it. And by they, I mean big hands, institutional hands, more knowledgeable hands. The people in control of the supply of this stock can do whatever they want with it. I don't touch that stuff. Let's move on to Wednesday. We have Broadcom, AVGO. I nailed this one. I have a call from this earlier this year. I've already nailed this one. All right, let's take a look. We're going to have to go down to a weekly for this to mean anything. What is this telling us? Well, that's up there at 1,100. You're at 1,400. That's a 30% run since then. Well, the zoom in is going to be interesting. I'll tell you that much. This thing is obviously has had a massive run, as certain stocks within the NASDAQ have. All right, what do we got, everybody? Where is this volume at? See, this is 30% below you. They definitely use volume to push it to this high. All right, let's do a quick outline. This isn't this is fairly obvious here, everybody. There's one. Here's one. And I would go so far as to say this is one. Now, where is it? Let's just go to this one. I mean, it starts right here, but it doesn't matter. It's from here. Whoop. From here to here. Okay. This area right here, which gets you as high as 1150. Come over here. Get started here. All the way to here. All right, that gets you all the way to the highs. And then we have one final one here at 1350. This is your daily, folks. What do you see? This is 30% below you. This is the volume it took to get to these highs. This is the volume that's been occurring. We have earnings coming out on Wednesday. We're sitting at highs. What do we think? I think you should be thinking the same thing I'm thinking, which is this stock's coming down in price. Let's see if we have some verification of that. That's at the high water mark. That's at the high water mark. That is not. That's down 1,200. So that's, I know it's crazy, but that, that's 1,200, 15% below you. That's at the high water mark. This is at the high water mark. This is pretty much the high water mark. So's this and so's this. Price is coming down here. Oh, yeah. Look, I would say at earnings release, you can say AVGO. This is on Wednesday. I would say if you set your sights at 1320, you will not be disappointed. All right, what is next, everybody? We're looking for Dave and Buster's. We're headed to play. All right. Oh my, we're just going to go backwards here, everybody. We've done some pretty thorough examinations here. Oh my, that is selling. That's no doubt about that. All right. We're gonna do this in reverse. Doesn't matter which direction we go. Either way, we should be able to adjust our picture. So this down here is 35. That up there is 70. Wow, it's a 50% run. 35. This is 40. And then you had your selling up here. All right, let's back this up. Weekly. All right, you got a ton of buying down here at 8. Sat in a range. Is there anything really to speak of? Probably here, which is at a high price. Folks, you can go along high price, high price, high price. This is what gold's going to do. High price, high price. This is going to pretty quickly. I mean, this is obviously coming down to 32 on earnings. It's taking its path back down to 32. So let's go ahead and get back to the 1 hour, give us a better idea of where we might be headed. Maybe not. I just want to look. 30. What's going on now? Let's do this. Is there anything we can find in here that seems like we're having some volume bubbles? They're going to use earnings to push this to 52. So for earnings, they're going to push to 52. I am going to confirm this. I'm going to go ahead and do this and take a picture, though. They're going to push out to 52 on earnings. That's on Wednesday. And then after earnings, this company's genuinely being sold, everybody. But we're talking about earnings right now, and they're gonna bump this up. They want to sell some more shares. Sell more shares at a higher price. They sell. All right, what's next? Oxford, OXM. Monthly. We're going to move now, everybody. What do we see? Increased volume for sure. Highest volume spike right here. Is that the highs? Doesn't look like it. What's this? Okay, it's all up there at 100. Let's zoom in. We're going to move quick. No more outlining. We're going to go. Volume bubble for here for sure, but that's not really even enough to matter at the moment. Let's take a look. Okay, this is definitely a volume bubble right now. Here and here. This is the 4 hour. That is selling at the highs. Definitely selling at the highs. Over what time period? Last couple of months, March, April, May, June. Uh, 1 hour. Anything? Look at that volume. That is insane. Okay, here. People trying to buy the dip. That's funny. At 103, high price of what? 115. It's off 12%. 30, 30 minutes. Okay, 15. All right, 5. I'm scooting here, folks, because this one isn't. I mean, honestly, it's not all that exciting. You have a gap at 103. I mean, it seems to be being sold off at this higher price, but there's nothing to write home about. This is one of those. It's interesting. There are not a ton of setups actually. I typically see a lot of earnings season I'm seeing now. Moving on to Thursday, SIG. I'm gonna just stay away from that one. I mean, I'm already making some risky calls today. That's the truth. I am making calls on things that I don't necessarily believe in. This is interesting. Down here at $20, this thing has some massive buying. That's no joke. I mean, that's massive buying, everybody. Good gracious. Look at this. This is from what? Well, what's this price? No, that's up where you're at now. But what about down here? This is where it really starts. So 55, something like that. But what's the low? Oh my God, 10? All right, let's zoom in. What's it look like now? It looks like volume's drying up. What's this? Is that the high price? It's at 80 or so. Anything significant in there? Let's go down to a daily. All I'm really trying to find you folks, look at that's that buy the dip mentality that everybody has right now. $88 to 103. It's moving price though, I'll tell you that much. Gap fills, sinking price, large volume. It's obviously trying to pick up supply. Is there a lot of selling at the high side? No. I mean, there are much better setups than this. Range bound for all of 2024, which, you know, as the market's making new highs, that's not exactly, you know what I would say? I would say simply for earnings that this is a 105, 106 by Thursday. Or what is this? This is a Thursday. Yeah, this is a Thursday earnings. I mean, yeah, I guess 106. Ultimately, this is down. For earnings, you know, look, again, I'm making calls here that I wouldn't ordinarily make. I want you to know that. I'm just telling you that if someone asked me, hey, gun to your head, which way does this go? I would say for earnings, SIG. No, get out of here. SIG will hit 105.50. To obviously the upside. Let me take a picture of this. However, SIG being sold at higher prices. SIG is a sell. All right, what do we have left here? We have Adobe. Oh, baby. I haven't looked at that name in forever. And that's why, folks, we don't see a lot of great setups. We're not actually looking at a lot of companies that very many people are interested, especially on the trading side, ADBE. I might be doing this live for myself. I don't know if anybody's going to watch it. Um, I don't know that these companies matter to anybody enough. Um, yeah, this one already looks pretty darn obvious. So, I mean, as I just said, these are not companies that people are trading or care all that much about. Um, if somebody asked me what Adobe was going to do, the fact that you have this level of volume on a daily chart and all price did was fall, I mean, I think it speaks for itself here. I'm going to zoom in because we are talking about earnings, and there is a rather large gap here. So they're probably going to pump this thing for that gap, but I'm staying away from this one. Look, they're done with this company. I would say that your future price directions, probably simply to sell more shares at 560, but I'm just going to stay away from it. Because there's I mean, honestly, there's better things to trade than almost everything I've shown you today. I don't think there's anything on here I'd be excited about. Either way, like excited meaning up or down. I mean, look at this. Who cares about a chart like this? Right? I mean, I'm not gonna comment on this chart. It's junk. It means nothing. What are they going to do with this? Well, it looks like this company is being sold. I mean, this is right to fall. That's I mean this and they're done. And for some of you out there that are going to have all these fundamental reasons why they're not, I assure you, these two they're done. No one cares. See, stocks have cycles because they're based on human beings. And that's what you have to remember, everybody. You have to remember that what we're looking at here, we are looking at charts, okay? We are looking to see what people are interested in. But you have to understand, these are people. And sometimes they just don't have any interest left. So, in any case, look, I hope that was helpful. I hope you enjoyed the presentation today. We ran through some stocks. Hopefully, you learned something too, because that's the point of this. I'm trying to teach you the methodology. I want you to understand what I see. Once you understand what I see, do I expect you to be able to do it? No, I've been doing this for 25 years. What I expect you to do is reach out to me so that you can become one of my students. I can show you how this is done. I can give you the live updates weekly. Most of the time, it's bi-weekly, and we can do one-on-one sessions, get you set up with a proper structured, disciplined investment plan based off the 3 pillars of any investment plan. If you don't have it, you shouldn't be trading. That is cash management, risk management, and investment management. If you're not even sure what those mean or how you structure that, you shouldn't be trading. You're going to lose. I promise you. If you want to follow me, here we go, everybody. This is me. That's my Twitter handle. Please follow me. That is my email. Take it down. I'd love to see y'all. I'd love to get some questions and reach out, because what I really specialize in is one-on-one, folks. I love to give this information away free, and I will continue to do so. I'm looking for some sponsorships now from some businesses. You don't have to be in finance, but if you're looking to be out there involved with a financial investment professional, then I'm your guy. Let's talk about that. If you are an individual investor or an RIA that's looking to change up what you're doing, you want to increase your assets under management by not only speaking differently than everyone in your competition, but also by knowing more than your competition. Talking about asset allocation and reciting CNBC, folks, no one cares about that anymore. They're looking for something. They're looking for something bigger. They're looking for something better. They realize that asset allocation is not a way to manage money. And folks, trust me when I tell you that it's not. It's ridiculous. I can show you how to do this. And I do it for professionals at the RIA level. You guys that are at those big brokerages, you're not even allowed to do this anymore. So if your broker is at a big brokerage and you think you're fine because you have a big name behind you, actually, it's quite the contrary. He is handcuffed. He is shackled. He can't do this stuff. Okay, so reach out to me, please. Let me take a look here. I am going to, so this is also, I do an EQ VIP Mastery Financial and Investment Planning course. What that is about, the reason I call it EQ is because I will tell you right now, the average investor's biggest enemy is his emotional intelligence, emotional responses. From 1990 to 1999, the S&P 500 returned almost 11% per year. Almost 11% per year, right? That's not a bad average as far as that investment goes, the S&P 500. The average investor made 1.2% per year. Why? Because even in the raging bull market 90s, emotional mistakes are made so consistently that they hurt their performance by almost 90%. That's the average investor. That's a fact. You can look that up. Please do. This is my VIP mentorship, EQ Mastery Financial and Investment Planning course. Please reach out to me, Derek Miller. Again, I'm going to go ahead and throw up my information, dmiller@prometheaninvesting.com or Derek at vpgtheory.com. I specialize in one-on-ones, and I will first get you set up with your individualized, structured, discipline, investment approach, which will be built on first off of you, and it will entail cash management, risk management, and investment management. Listen, I work with people's budgets, folks. I want everyone to be able to do this. All right. This isn't a cash grab. I don't need everything to happen all at once. What I do is I work within a budget. It has to be a reasonable budget, nothing that's ridiculous. Otherwise, it's wasting your time and mine. But I do work within reasonable budgets because I look to have students for 10, 15, 20, 30 years from now. If I'm still around, because I'd be 75. I'll still be around. Who am I kidding? All right. Listen, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate your time. You have a great day. Hopefully this helped you with some of the earnings this week. And as always, remember this, mental health is the most important health. If you're not healthy up here and you're not good up here, you can't be good out there and you can't help out there. There's nothing you can do. So if you're feeling down today, get out, see the sun as it shines in my face right now, as we've been speaking for the last 40 minutes. Go do something that brings you joy, right? Sometimes you got to fake it till you make it. Throw that smile on. Today's problems will be solved, I assure you. As bad as they feel like they are, you're going to figure it out. You will figure it out. Every day above ground is a good day. And if you need someone to talk to and you don't have anybody, you reach out to me. I'll talk to you. All right, everybody. Thanks so much. And good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's episode of Derek Invests. Today, Monday morning, June 10th. What we're going to talk about today, quite a few things going on this week, right? We have the rebalancing of the S&P 400 on June 24th, along with the S&P 500. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at some different stocks that are being removed from the S&P 400 and the S&P 500 and see what we think, because remember, oftentimes when something's removed or added to the S&P 400, the mid cap, or the S&P 500, large cap, there's an overreaction in price. There can be a lot of opportunity in these different positions. So we're going to go take a look at them. We're going to see where cash flow is going. The other big thing we want to talk about is Apple. Everyone's talking about Apple because they have their developer conference this week, right? WWD and Apple. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at Apple as well. And we're going to see what we think might be going on with the conference, or what is price and trading activity. What has it set up Apple to do regardless of the conference? Because remember something, folks, what we know is that markets are forecasting mechanisms, right? They are forecasting mechanisms. There are plenty of people that have the information long before we receive it. And contrary to the popular belief that they don't utilize that information, I think the world's waking up to the fact that that information is utilized, right? Right up to the highest people. And, to be fair, this isn't some conspiracy theory. The fact of the matter is, if you're acting on information that you know to be true, or what's coming, I mean, they'll call that inside information, but sometimes it's really not. I don't even want to go down that road. All we need to know is this: that markets are a forecasting mechanism. We are forecasters, and we do that by monitoring cash flow, trading activity, and then the fundamentals of those markets. And fundamentally, as something is either removed or added to the S&P Midcap 400 or the S&P 500, there's oftentimes an overreaction in those companies. So some of them may be a buy, and believe it or not, some of those being added may actually be a sell. So we're going to take a look at those. We also want to have a little inkling as to what may go on with Apple this week due to the developer conference. So let's go ahead and take a look. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to share a screen with you now. Why don't we take a look at Apple first, okay? So we're going to take a look at Apple. We're going to see what we think lies in wait for this conference, or has anything really even changed with this conference coming. Everybody has put a very big focus on the WWD conference because it's their developers conference, but sometimes it means something, sometimes it doesn't. Let's take a look. And here we go. Let's share that screen with you here. And let's take a look at Apple for the week. So let's come out, Apple. There we go. All right. So here we are on a weekly basis. Well, you know, for those of you that love patterns, I am not one of them. I believe patterns fail as often as they succeed. Here you go. Here's a triple top. I have to guess that everyone is talking about a triple top. I don't care if it's a triple top or a quad top or a quintuple top. All I care about is where is the volume? Where is the trading activity? Is it at the higher range? So is it at resistance or is it at support? Let's take a look down here, what we see. It looks like there's a week right here where it was, in fact, down at support. There looks like there's a bit of higher trading activity, especially compared to the last what? 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks. That was definitely higher trading volume. Is it anything that makes me jump? No. So let's zoom in a little bit more here. Let's take a look at what we see here. Let's look a little more. So what we do see is a very large gap down here. We can see that there are that the market. I want to notate this for you. I want you to see this. So what you can see going on in Apple is prices being pushed down, and they're being gapped down. Look at this. Gap down. What do gaps down usually mean, folks? Well, traditionally what a gap down will mean is one of two things. Either you're looking to create fear because you want to buy more, or legitimately you have sold significant amount, like significant shares at a higher price, so prices are dropping. And there's one thing that I don't like to see in any chart when it comes to gapping, and that is a reversal of the gaps, especially coming into something like a web developer conference that everybody's paying attention to, because oftentimes something like this where you're having gaps down and these gaps are filling. If you're not familiar with what a gap is, folks, a gap is merely a hole in a chart where price didn't actually get there. So that means overnight price was pushed from, let's say, 190 to 187. Okay, that's 3 points. That's 1.5%. Is that a big deal in a company like Apple? Probably not. But what's interesting is that price fills. What does that mean, that price fills? Well, price comes back to where that hole is. Okay, it fills in that hole, then it continued down. That is very indicative of a downtrend. If you come to the next gap, what do you see? Again, this gap filled, everybody. Again, indicative of selling at high prices. And now what you see is you see a gap up. All right. So on this daily chart, we're seeing gaps that fill. Okay. That's kind of the pattern of what's going on with Apple. Gaps are filling now. The gaps were to the downside. All right. Now all of a sudden the gap is to the upside. This is a flip in the pattern of this company. And look, this is not a short chart. Okay. We're not looking at a couple months here. This is a year. This has been going on for a year. All right. So let's take a look at where we see trading activity, everybody. Let's go ahead and say that we see higher trading activity here. We see higher trading activity. Oops, sorry about that. We see higher trading activity here. We see higher trading activity here. We see higher trading activity, I would say, here. I would also say that we see higher trading activity there. Now, what we would be looking for here is whether or not Apple was being accumulated or distributed. What does that mean? We're just looking to see that if the strong hands, the institutional hands, are buying or selling Apple. That's all we want to know. We just want to know if they're buying or selling Apple. Well, what I would say would be that most of the trading activity appears to be at the support level, right? It doesn't appear as though much of the trading activity is at resistance. This is resistance up here, okay? This is resistance up here. This is support down here. And it would appear as though most of the volume is actually down here towards support. It looks like there's a few spots like here potentially that it's at resistance, but that might be because literally the strong hands, the institutional hands didn't want price to go there yet. But as you can see, most of it's down here at this low, down here 160, 170. So what does this gap mean to us? Well, if we know that we have a big web developer conference coming up, and it appears as though Apple has been being purchased by strong hands, which it certainly appears to be. If they've been purchasing and there's a gap up and there's a web developer conference, my intuition would be that they want to bring it back down here and buy a little more. They want to make sure that there's no more supply down here, and they'll probably use that conference to do so. And then what will happen is people will get negative on it and they can pick up more shares. Now, for now, that's just my hypothesis. I'm looking at this, I'm saying, okay, that makes a heck of a lot of sense. They'd want to bring price back down here. Looks as though they've been purchasing down here pretty significantly over the last year. So what do we do to prove that hypothesis or disprove that hypothesis? We zoom in. And the reason we zoom in is we want to look at what the action's been like lately. What has the action been like lately? Okay, here we go. Here's some higher volume. This looks like selling at not a high price, not a low price. We have a big volume bubble down here. We have some volume here. Again, right in that 185 area. I wouldn't tells us a whole heck of a lot other than what we already knew, which there has been, buying down here at the low end. That's on a 4-hour chart, folks. Let's zoom into a 1-hour chart. Let's see what it tells us. Is there been any significant selling up here? Is there any significant selling today? It doesn't appear so. Has this gap filled? This is the gap we're watching, everybody. And look at this. Here's another gap. Okay, so as you zoom in, what you're going to look for are these patterns to repeat themselves. So when you get into a company that it has a lot of gaps, but none of the gaps fill, you have to sort of ignore the fact that they exist. But in this particular stock, I certainly would not ignore the fact that they exist because they fill on the daily chart. Here we are on a 1-hour chart. They're still filling. Okay, we have another little gap right here, all right, that has yet to fill. Scooch that over. So it looks to me as though this gap is filled, right? That gap's filled. It's filled right here. There's price moving into that area. There you go. All right. So as we're moving up, there you have it. So it looks to me as though there's a lot of buying going on down there at those lower prices. There's not a heck of a lot of selling. So let's go up even further. Do we see any gaps on the chart? This is that little one we talked about. Is there anything significant going on here? Anything that stands out? Not to me. Not to me. That all trading activity there looks pretty normal, pretty standard. Let's zoom into a 15 and see what we see there. Is there anything worth noting? There's a tiny gap here, and look at it. It filled. So it's certainly filling gaps on the way up. As most of you know, filling gaps on a rising trend is a good thing. If you're getting gaps to the high side and they're filling on a rising trend, you're in a healthy market, which takes our belief that most likely this was purchased down there and supported. It just enforces that belief. Look at this little gap over here, folks. And I assure you, this is not, I don't even look at these companies until I go live with you guys. So look at this. There's a gap right there, okay? And guess what? This gap fills right there. So gaps are filling on this chart. And it does appear as though purchases are being made down there at that 170 to 185 area. So let's go back and revisit. Let's go back and revisit the bigger gaps. And let's zoom into a 4-hour. I think it's extremely reasonable to believe that they will use this web conference as a way to fill this gap, to drive prices down to, say, 172, 174. So let's Apple. I would say 172 to 172 to 174. And I think that is extremely reasonable. Extremely reasonable. So that is what I would say about Apple. It appears as though that is where it's headed. I think it'd be difficult to argue that. That's what we're looking at. And so what I want you to see primarily is, and this is why I do this, I'm giving away all this free information all the time, because a lot of times there's a lot of people that are in this business that they're showing you triple tops, they're showing you this, they're showing you that. They don't have any real reasoning as to why these things are happening. And that's what I'm trying to provide for you now. That was a long analysis, but I think it was a necessary analysis, because I think that when you can see this all put together, it can make a heck of a lot of sense for you. So that's what I would see on Apple for now. Let me stop sharing here and go back to the live. Let me remove these. In fact, let me capture this. I actually would like to capture this chart. Apologies, everybody, for having to watch me do this, but I would like to capture that chart. That was an analysis that was done pretty thoroughly, and I have a high level of confidence in it. So I do not want to forget what I have there. Okay, so S&P Midcap 400 and 500 rebalance on June 24th. I am going to move a little quicker because just going through Apple just took us 10 minutes, right? But the point of forecasting is to be accurate, correct, ignoring the media, ignoring economic data, because the fact of the matter is that was factored in 6 to 12 months ago. Some would argue 18 months ago, right? Warren Buffett would say, you want to know what's going to happen the next 12 months? Flip a coin. I disagree. I would agree with that on a fundamental basis. I absolutely disagree with that, as long as you're doing an overall analysis, evaluating cash flow, evaluating trading activity, evaluating price, and evaluating future fundamentals. If you're simply looking at fundamentals, you're going to find yourself in trouble. For example, oil has done nothing but fall, but as our analysis showed, oil prices should be rising. How could oil prices be falling when OPEC has cut production by 2 million barrels? Simple. That is not how the market works. The market was forecasting the need for OPEC to cut those 2 million barrels. OPEC hadn't done it yet, so price sunk. Now that OPEC has done it and purchasing has been being made at the lower end of that support, much like Apple, you watch oil take off. USO is what I tend to look at. So let's go ahead and check out the rebalancing. So S&P 400, we have sorry that I'm looking down, folks, but I'm reading. We have TPL, BMRN, WNG, NXT, ALTR, RBA. Those are the ones being added. So let's go ahead and take a look at what is being added, and let's just give ourselves a picture of whether or not we believe these stocks are overpriced or underpriced, okay? So let's cruise over. Sorry, I didn't do my screen share. You won't see what I'm seeing. Let me get the screen share up there. First stock, and these are being added. So let me delete this. Let's go to TPL. Is there any opportunity in TPL? Now, unfortunately, everybody, I know we want to rush the process, and I can move a little quicker, but we do have to go out monthly because we need to see what the heck's going on. My goodness. So this is coming from $24, $25. We're at $7.22. It's being added I don't see a ton of trading activity here. Let's zoom into a weekly on TPL. Is it overpriced or underpriced at the moment? We do not have excessive volume, but what we do have is an excessive price move. Folks, does that make sense to have an excessive price move without excessive trading activity? Oh my goodness. So there's the announcement, is it? Okay, and most of the purchasing, it appears, oh gosh, this is a lot of selling, everybody. This is a lot of selling down by 630. Look at that. And they are pushing price through. You know, I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, folks, but as far as TPL goes, I would look for prices to come back into this 590 area before you know anything. Yep. TPL, I would say you are looking at, let me put it up here for you. TPL 590. Yeah, I would say 590. That's not happening. You'll have to forgive me here, folks. I'm going to capture some of these here real quickly. It'll take me 30 seconds. It's worth it for you anyway, right? I'm basically giving you a heads up on where this stuff should be going and why. And if you've watched my other forecasts, you'll know that I am pretty spot on with this stuff. Okay, BMRN. Let's take a look again. Being added, right? We're going through everything being added. Now we're going to go out to a monthly. I want to see this one long too. BMRN. I'm going to move relatively quickly because I want you to have an opportunity to make an educated decision on what to do here. Okay, is there trading activity? Where does it appear to be on a monthly chart? There is significant activity here up at 130, down here in the 70s. What do we see? Recently, I would say we see some distinctive trading activity down here at the lower level here at the support, right? That looks to be around $80. Okay, all right. This one doesn't look terrible yet. Let's zoom in on it. Let's take a look. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. In fact, okay, this is dropping. It doesn't, in fact, look like there has been a massive price move in the up direction, even though it's being added to the S&P 400 mid cap. We have a gap here up at 92. Most of your buying, folks, take a look at this. Most of your buying, most of your trading activity, you could even take it that far, I suppose. Most of the trading activity certainly appears to be at the lower end. Sorry, I'm not logged in, everybody. I do have a TradingView account. I apologize, TradingView. I meant to log in the other day, and I still have not. I should. Most of your trading activity is, in fact, down here at the lower end. So this is a good sign. This is a good sign for BMRN, BioMarin Pharmaceuticals. So for BioMarin Pharmaceuticals, this looks good. Let's look down here. I would say that remains the case here. There's a small gap. Pull down to 80 and then rock and roll at least into 100. Yeah, I mean, I would say I'll go down to a 1 hour chart, but I would say to 100. Falls to 80, rises to 100. It may even just go from here. It may very well just go from here. Yeah, we're going to give this, this one looks good. We're going to say that BMRN to 100. I would say, yeah, this one looks pretty good. You get a screenshot there, everybody. There we go. Moving on to Warner Music Group, WMG. Let's eliminate this. WMG. Whew. It's go down to a monthly. How's this looking? Oh, all right. Well, there's not a lot to know about from a monthly standpoint. Probably not a weekly either, to be honest with you. Okay, daily. Let's take a look. As you know, small and mid cap has not performed in this most recent rise really at all. It has not really participated at all. We see a bunch of volume stepping in here around this $33 mark. Is that the higher or lower end of this thing? Let's zoom in a little bit, guys. WMG, it looks like, I mean, it should run to 35. Yeah, I would say this runs to 35. It is not a huge move, 15% or so, but definitely an opportunity there. All right, let's do NXT. Oh, all right. So it looks like price ran before the company. This is brand new. This is not, I probably am going to just stay out of this. Yeah, I'm going to stay out of this one. It's brand new. It looks as though it can run much, much higher. There's gaps, the upside being filled right here. Look, odds are that the trend here is up. As you can see, the gaps are all to the upside, right? And then they're filled, and then price runs. Aside from this one here, I'm going to stay out of this. I have no opinion on NXT. Too new. Remember, you don't have to swing the old pine at everything that comes down the road. ALTR. That's monthly. Let's go to weekly. We might see some on a weekly here. What do we see? I would say this is all higher volume in here. Let's zoom into the daily. Boom. They're trying to push to a higher price. Nah. If anything, I'm going to say this is going to come back down to 86, 84. Actually, I mean, it could come as low as 82. I mean, it certainly has 12% downside to it, but I'm going to stay out of it. This doesn't have enough to tell me anything. RBA. I can tell you that I wouldn't take that trade, just like I wouldn't take the previous. Let's go ahead, look at this on a monthly basis. Oh, God. Yeah. We are not touching this with the 10-foot pole. I think I can tell now. Let's try to give you an idea of where we think it's headed. How long has this been? Oh, my God. This has been basing for 4 years. I mean, the trading activity is definitely on the support side of things. 64.77. I mean, this actually. Let me zoom back out real quick. This sucker's going to run. Price target. What is RBA? RB Global. No idea. Hasn't hit those prices yet. I couldn't tell you where this is going to land. It's going up, though. But I can't give you a price target on something that I can't see What's on top of me? Anybody that says they can is not being honest with you. There's no possible way to know what a price target is on something that has never been at that price. Period. Fundamentally, you can make guesses. All the market has to do is turn against you, and you're dead wrong. All right, these are being removed. Let's take a look at what's being removed. So what is being removed? Werner Enterprises. Monthly, tons of buying. What's this? Tons of selling. Let's zoom in. You got, oh my God, 4 years of a base. There's some pretty big selling here at the high side. What's happened since? Not much. Daily. I mean, this is an ugly chart. There's no doubt about that. I would never buy this, but I have no opinion on this whatsoever. Can't. There's no opinion to be had here. Integra Life Sciences. IART. Zoom out. Monthly. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Yeah. This is your lift off. This is your selling. What's this most likely? Short-term buying, I would say that probably is short, very, very short-term buying, much like a dead cat bounce, if you will. I don't like to play dead cat bounces. That's not my deal. But if somebody wanted an opinion from me, this is a 24, ran to 30. You're looking, oh my gosh, that's hilarious. You're looking at a 20% run off this dead cat bounce. Should this gap fill? Let's take a look. Do gaps fill on this company? A lot of times what you're looking for, folks, when it comes to a gap is whether or not they in fact fill, because sometimes things jump all over the place. They don't really matter. IART, if somebody wanted me I would stay away from this, period. Okay. But if you want to know where I think it's headed, I think it's headed right there for a further decline. I would say this company for now is, it's over for now. Stocks rise, they fall, they base. This has been basing for 4 years, but I would say it'll fill to 44 before it begins its ultimate descent to who knows where. We'll have to evaluate that later. Penn Entertainment, let's take a look. Month. Oh God, don't touch it. Fancy pump and dump there, folks. I mean, nothing makes a chart like that. I don't know why sentiment would ever be like that ever with a company so quickly. Obviously, there was some hype around it that didn't work out. When I say pump and dump, I don't mean the actual illegal pump and dump scheme. It's just there's nothing to it. It just doesn't matter. In fact, this company doesn't matter either. I would say, yes, again, you're going to run to 26. Just stay away from this. This is Grocery Outlet. Stay away from it. Most likely, Grocery Outlet took off because the economy was really suffering and people thought that, cheap groceries were the way to go. This is interesting down here. Again, companies being removed from indexes, folks, are not companies that you're looking to own long term. They're companies you're looking to make a move with, right? Make a few bucks in and out. Like a 12 to an 18, this is a $6 run. This is a 50% run, folks. I would give this. I would take this all day. Leg, run it to 18. Yeah, I'd take that. That's going to run to 18. Here we go. What do we got next? HTZ, Hertz Global. Let's take a look. Travel's way down, right? So everybody probably got pumped on this. Now the travel is sort of dissipated. COVID's over. It's probably taking a real beating. What do we see here? We see a lot of buying here, which led to this price run. We see nothing now. Don't touch this. GoDaddy, KKR, and Crowd. And Illumina is being removed. Is being removed from the S&P 500 and joining the midcap 400. So let's just take a look. ILM. All right, let's take a look at this thing. Let's see. Being removed, go to the 400. Huh. Hey, everybody, listen to me. There are things you look for. Trading activity is your largest indicator, okay? This price is down here, call it 125. It coming off 520. Look at that. Look at this, everyone. You see this? This is buying, folks. Where's it going to run to? It's going to run to at least 200. So we're going to put this up. This will be a good one. Yeah, we'll take this all day. Now, remember, for those of you out there that are working in options, this is a hell of a play, all right? That's probably the biggest play we've seen to date. Today, all right? This is the biggest one we've seen today that we've looked at. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm going to put this everywhere. Let's look at GoDaddy and oh gosh, we're gonna look at four more. Everybody, hang in there. It's worth it, believe me. GoDaddy, what do we got? No, thank you. Looks like the NASDAQ, so I don't anticipate seeing much. Yeah, see, this is just business as usual, folks. We don't get involved with stocks that are business as usual. For what? Okay. There's some gaps in this chart that should fill. I could give you some points of interest, but I don't know why I would. There's better out there. Crowd, let's go to the monthly. Yeah, I'm good on this too. I'm not making opinions on this. Okay, so I believe we have covered everything. Pardon me, everybody. I'm just again, I got to look at these stocks. Let me stop sharing here. I know we went way over. I know we did. Where are we? Oh no, we're 35. Look, guys, we're golden. So listen, there's some stocks in there that make a heck of a lot of sense. If you watch this. The ones that I have price targets on, those ones look really good for those targets. That ILMN, that Illumina, oh my goodness, to 200. That's the pick of the week, everybody, for sure. You cannot go wrong with that selection. Okay. Let's do one thing. Since we are making that like a pick of the week, which I never do. I don't even know where that term came from. I probably read it on Seeking Alpha or something this morning. Let's take a look here. Let's go to ILN. There we go. Let's really zoom in on this sucker. Let's take it down to an hour. Oh my God, everyone. 30 minutes. So we can say how quickly this move happens. Oh God. I mean, look, you're at 108. You're at 115. Oh my gosh. End of the week? I mean, end of the week, you're at 115. I mean, you can see where supply is being picked up. Okay, there was some selling at 118, but that's just suckers that are getting out of the way of the real move. I mean, look at this. This is the real move, everybody. That's the real move. 15 minutes. Probably rushing this a touch. Down here at 106. I mean, there's definitely some selling up here at 118. I mean, look at this is all selling here, but this is buying. This is buying. This is buying, buying. Yeah, you're at 115 by the end of the week. Let's go down to a 5-minute chart to verify that. Yep, set your target at 113.50 by Friday. Set your target at 113.50 by Friday. All right, everybody. I mean, look, good stuff. Thank you so much for tuning in. Listen, I'm going to come back this afternoon. I am going to talk about the week ahead a bit further. We've covered Apple. We've covered the web developer meeting going on and what we think that could mean to price for Apple. We talked about some companies that are being removed from the S&P mid-cap 400, some companies being added, and then we also talked about some companies being removed from the S&P 500 and being added to the S&P 400 mid-cap. Go through, take a look. As always, thank you so much for joining me. Remember, without mental health, there is no health, okay? The problems of today will pass. You will solve them. Get outside, see the sun, do something you enjoy. Smile. Sometimes you got to fake it till you make it. You can even fake happiness until you make it. I promise you that. But remember that this too shall pass if you're having a hard time. If you need somebody to reach out to me. Okay? Here's my information. Reach out to me. I am here to talk to anyone at any time if you need anything. Remember that every day above ground is a good day. If you're not following me, you should be. Forecasting like this, what people often ask me, Derek, what is it that you actually do? What I actually do is I remove uncertainty from the economy and from the markets. And how does that help my client base? It helps them run their businesses and it helps them manage their investments through proper risk management, cash management, and investment management. And so it alleviates one of the biggest stressors in life. That's what I do for my clients, okay? I remove uncertainty. All right. Thank you so much. I give you the highest probability of success. Believe you me, I've been doing it for 25 years. Thank you so much for joining me. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. Don't forget to follow me on these. All of this stuff right now is still free. I'm looking for sponsorships, folks. And I'll tell you what, I'm either going to get sponsorships or I'm going to move on to a very paid platform to distribute this information. For me, it's sort of, I'm leaving it up to everyone. I'd love to give this away for free forever, and I'm happy to do it. So I'm looking for some sponsors out there. And all right, thank you so much. Those of you that play options, listen to me. Reach out to Trade Here. I kid you not. This is a brokerage that is offering $10 option trades up to 1,000 contracts in your first month. I don't have an affiliation with them. It doesn't mean that I won't or I'm not pursuing an affiliation with them. But right now, I'm offering you this because this is a heck of a deal. When I see something like this, I always promote it, whether I work with the company or whether I don't. I don't happen to work with them, but look, you can spend $1,100 on those 1,000 contracts, or you can spend $10. You can spend $650 on those contracts, or you can spend $10. Choice is yours, but you're not going to find anything that beats it. So thank you so much for joining me. I think I'm going to get into some real estate this afternoon. I touched on that yesterday. I want to talk a bit more about the week ahead and what we see in real estate, how we can get involved, and what we should potentially be doing. Thank you so much for joining me. I'll see you this afternoon. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the next episode of Derek Invests, which I am going to be changing the name of the show, but I'm your host, Derek Miller. And what we're going to talk about today is something that we saw earlier in the 20-year government treasury bonds, something that we noticed, and that was that there appeared to be a lot of trading activity after the price of that particular ETF had fallen 50%. And what we know about that is that markets being forecasting mechanisms, that is an investment that is giving us some insight into what is going to happen. And what that is telling us is that those strong hands in the market, the institutional players, the big money, the more knowledgeable money, believe that interest rates are, in fact, finally going to start getting some pullback from the Fed. We were expecting rate cuts much earlier this year. They're calling, I think, for the first rate cuts in, like, the reality being December. This will also help us to take a look at some different asset classes that would do well in an environment where interest rates fell. So let's talk about investments that tend to do well in interest rate dropping environments. Why? And then also, why do they do well as rates fall? And then we'll go in and we'll take a look at some assets and we'll do some technical assessment to see if this hypothesis that we are actually entering an environment where interest rates really do get pulled back, do begin to fall. And we'll see if we get some confirmation there on a technical basis, right? Does there seem to be a lot of money going into these assets? Does there seem to be kind of the status quo within these assets? We'll take a look. And hopefully by the end of this particular show, we will have a better idea if that reality is upon us. And I mean, in a relatively quick fashion, not as in a year or two from now. I know everyone says, well, the Fed has told us. Well, the Fed also told you they were going to start cuts in January, and here we are in June. And the nearest cut expected is December. So let's not focus on what we're told. Let's focus on what we can find. So what are the asset classes that tend to do very well in environments in which interest rates are falling? First and foremost is, you got it, bonds. And the bonds that will do the best are the bonds that are beaten up the most. And those bonds in a rising rate environment, remember, the price of bonds is inverse to interest rates. So what bonds are going to get hit the hardest as rates begin to rise? Well, that would be your longer bonds. Longer bonds meaning your 20-year, your 30-year. These bonds are going to get hit the hardest in price. That's why the ETF TLT, which is your 20-year treasury, went from 180 down to 84. It's 20 years out. It's a U.S. Treasury bond. It got hammered. We'll take a look at some corporate bonds, LQD, and aggregate bond index, AGG. We'll also take a look at high yield bonds, which I haven't discussed yet, but will. So first asset that does well in a falling interest rate environment is bonds. The second is real estate, folks, real estate. Now, there are two forces working against real estate right now. The first being this inflationary environment that we've entered, and all the money that was pushed into the market basically created, look, anytime you increase the currency in circulation by 50%, the way that the U.S. government instructed the Fed to do in 2021, you're going to have rising prices. So that's been a real headwind for real estate. Real estate rising 35 and 40% in 3 years is not normal and not affordable. So the first thing working against real estate is that the prices are so egregiously high that people can't afford real estate. The second piece of that is the mortgage rates. So people were getting mortgages at 3 and 3.25 on 30-year loans, mind you, which is now above 7%. Now, the second piece of that puzzle, rates, is if we are correct, is going to be solved. Okay. So right now, if you're paying $2,300, $2,400 for, or you're right now you're paying $3,100 for a mortgage, just with the interest rate, if it decreases from whence it came, and I don't know that it's going to go that far, but if it did, you would be looking at something like a 25% decrease in the overall cost of a mortgage. So $3,100 down to say $2,400. That's not bad. That should increase some demand for housing. That also should help it maybe stabilize prices. They may not fall as far, but I'll tell you, in a falling interest rate environment, a great investment is real estate. And I mean actual real estate, right? We're not into REITs yet. I'm talking about residential real estate and commercial real estate. This could do a heck of this could be a heck of a helping hand to commercial real estate right now, which has absolutely been annihilated. Residential real estate has fallen much, much less. So real estate, commercial and residential. And how do you invest in real estate, folks? You find builders, you find contractors, you find people that are within the industry offering a reasonable return on your real estate. Now, what you need to be careful of if you're investing in real estate right now, and I'm not talking about being a home purchaser, actually investing in real estate, is that they're keeping their timelines tight. So your investment goes out 12 months, maybe 18 months. Keep it short, because as we've talked about many times on this program, rates are expected to rise and fall, at least from my perspective, for the next decade. But we've talked as to why I believe that, but I do believe that. And if that is the case, just make sure you're keeping your timelines tight. So if you can get a 6-month investment, a 12-month investment, that's where you want to be. Maybe you get out to 18 months, but that's where you want to be, folks. And the reason you want to be there is because as rates begin to fall, those investments should fare quite well. It'll free up capital at the banks, which right now is really difficult to get the actual construction loans. They're getting the money to purchase these properties and purchase these projects, but they're not getting the money to build them out. So if they get the money to build them out because rates have fallen and capital is a little more fluid, you have a very good investment there. Dividend paying stocks tend to do very well. Why? Well, this is more if you're buying individual bonds. If you're buying individual bonds, the rates you're used to right now are about to disappear. So a lot of people will look at what they consider the safer play there. Dividend paying stocks, that's not something I'm really looking at right now. I don't know a lot of people that are doing true individual bond portfolios that are then looking to go into a dividend paying stock position. Those two things don't make any sense to me, but technically that is the third asset class as well. Utilities and consumer staples, we will take a look. We're going to take a look at utilities and consumer staples. REITs, I told you we'll talk about REITs. We're going to take a look at those. We were talking about gold earlier. Why has gold been rising as the risk trade has been on? Was someone seeking safety? Apparently not, right? The market is not seeking safety. Why was gold rising? All these hypotheses have been floating around. Well, we may have our answer right here. Everybody believed that Powell was going to be dropping rates in January. Turns out it looks like it's going to be December. Well, so for any gold bugs out there that were expecting rates to drop, what do they expect that to do to U.S. currency? Devalue it. What do you do when your currency is being devalued? Gold is a great way to hedge that. People are going to gold. So we'll take a look at gold prices again, although we've looked at them several times this week. We'll take a look at them and see what we think. Perhaps that is why people stayed active in gold. Now, they were forecasting something that didn't happen. So odds are, they got it wrong. And if you get it wrong, and if that price is already baked in, is gold somewhere you're going to want to be looking right now? We'll take a look. Growth stocks. Why growth stocks? How could this help a company like NVIDIA or TSM or a lot of these companies in the NASDAQ that are booming, right? Meta, Amazon. How could falling interest rates benefit these guys? Simple. What do you need to grow, everybody? If you are in the largest growth industry, which I would say is artificial intelligence in the moment, what do you need to grow? Money. Everybody needs money to grow. Guess what just got cheaper? If interest rates begin to fall, money. They'll be able to get capital at a much cheaper rate. What will that do for their business? It will extend their growth. So this could be very good for some of these high-flying companies. That means they could fly a heck of a lot higher. And because we went through and we did a technical analysis, we also did fundamental analysis, we discovered that really nothing, including artificial intelligence, is in any sort of bubble territory. They might continue to rip against all odds. High yield bonds. Why high yield bonds? Simple. It's the closest thing to a stock you can get. A high yield bond, a junk bond, is the closest bond to a stock you can get. As we just discussed, who has to get junk bonds? Many times it's your ultra growth companies have to utilize high yield and junk bonds because the risk is so high in these companies that they need something to be attractive enough to investors. So they use high yield and junk bonds. So why don't we jump over? Let's start looking at some bonds. Let's do a little technical analysis here, see what we think, right? And then we'll just go from there. Let's take a look. So the first place we're going to start is something that we did cover this morning. So I don't want to sit on this too long, but we're going to go back and look at that 20-year Treasury bond just so you can see on this monthly chart. You're looking at it. That's the monthly chart. This is trading activity beyond words, right, everybody? I mean, I don't think I need to justify this chart. Now, if we're right, if I'm right, if my 25 years serves me correctly, and markets are in fact predictors, forecasters, I think it would be very, very difficult to argue that as something has fallen 50% and that level of trading activity is taking place, that the big institutional investors, the strong hands, the more knowledgeable hands, are not buying that. I think that's a real tough argument to make. So I'm going to go ahead and say that our long government bonds definitely confirm that we are looking at an interest rate environment with rates falling. I think that's definitely some confirmation there. Real estate. How can we look at real estate? I don't even know how we look directly at housing. That's materials. What is I can't remember. There's some home builder ETFs, but if I remember, they are not all that reliable. Let's take a look and see what we can see here. XHB, here we go. Let's take a look. Oop, weekly, monthly, anything? Nope. Daily. I may not have anything in the world of cat home trust home builders ETF. Yeah. Home builders builders. As I told you guys, I do not look this stuff up before I get on here. I really don't see the need to. Okay, I'm going to have to skip over home builders, and you're going to have to trust me with the fact that as rates drop, that will increase demand. Just remember, there's a headwind here, folks, when it comes to the actual value, the cost, the price appreciation of some of this real estate. There's another headwind, and that is that prices are inflated at the moment. So unless you're in some of those areas where prices have pulled down a bit, or you're in some sort of a micro environment that housing is still, we have less housing than we have people. There's a particular area in San Diego. There's many areas, in fact, in Southern California where that is the case. The price increase may not play as much of a role, but you're going to have to take my word for it. Let's take a look at utilities and staples. XLU is utilities. Let's take a look. As always, when we break down any position, we are going to start long. We are going to look at big picture here. What do we see big picture? Well, it looks like utilities are lagging all major indexes significantly. They have not made new highs. In fact, they're just sitting at those highs of February 2020. So, yeah, look, when you lag an index to this degree, can you say that it would appear that you should have some upside in your future? Well, I got some news for you, folks. In October of 2023, and I tell you, I look at this stuff live. I am not making this up. You see that volume there? Look at that. That's trading activity at a low price. Volume almost as high as the volume in March of 2020. You think someone's buying utilities up? I think so too. Let's zoom in a little bit. Yeah, that's someone likes utilities. Look at this. Someone likes utilities. Okay, I would say that is inflated trading activity down here. What is this, 55? Yeah, call it 55. We're at 70 now. Volume certainly dried up in utilities at the moment, but nowhere near the level that it's dried up on the S&P 500, its underlying index. So hold on, we'll zoom in. I'll take it into a daily. Although I have to tell you, I've seen what I need to see. Here we are. Look at that. This is your daily chart, everybody. This, I would say, is your average volume. This right here, down there at 55, is that massive amount of trading activity. What would we call that trading activity? Well, with a run from 55 to 73, which is almost 50%, fair to say that in October of 2023, somebody started buying up utilities. All right. So I would say utilities confirm our thought that we are on the precipice of falling interest rates. Let's take a look at staples, consumer staples. All right, let's get out to a monthly here. Okay, let's see. So 2020. Okay, so prices are well above 2020 in consumer staples, but they are still sitting at levels of December of 2021. So they have just been sitting here operating in this range. Nothing to speak of, really. From a volume standpoint, let's zoom in just a little bit, see if there's anything to speak of in consumer staples. Remember, we're not going to make anything up here. I would say there's not. I don't see anything in consumer staples that is all that exciting. Yeah, I mean, I would say this. I would say the only thing that you could say positive about consumer staples at the moment is that volume has not dried up nearly as much as the underlying index, which is the S&P 500. I mean, that's really what you could say about staples. Well, I mean, when you zoom into a daily, you see it paints a little bit of a different picture, but not much. But I don't make things up. I don't want to pretend that I see something in consumer staples that I don't. I definitely see something in utilities, without a doubt. Consumer staples, I would say that is neutral at best towards our argument. I wouldn't say it's working against it, that's for sure, but I certainly wouldn't say it's working for it. Here we are looking at REITs. What do we see here? REITs are down. What's this? December of 21. They've never come back. Is there anything in volume on this monthly chart that would lead us to believe that U.S. real estate, the REIT ETF IYR, has anything going on? On a monthly basis, I would say no. I don't see anything there. Weekly basis, what do we see? Anything kind of outstanding here, everybody? All I can tell you, gosh, this is 2020 back here. Definitely on this low, on this range here, you could see some higher volume. But I'll tell you what, I could see some higher volume up here during the drop as well. I can see some during the rise. I'm going to tell you now, I don't see a lot in this REIT that would make me feel one way or the other. Let's zoom in on a daily. How does this look? Again, you know, the only thing you could say is, no, even that you can't. You know, there's nothing here that excites me about price appreciation. Remember, REITs can sometimes do extremely well simply because of the interest rate that they offer, not so much price appreciation. But I definitely don't see this particular REIT being purchased in any, like, you know, any manner that would make me excited. Let's take a look at our next asset, which is gold. We've talked about gold at length. I do not want to get too much more into this, but what I do want to show is I want to show for you folks out there that have not joined us on our other lives, what I want to point out to you is what we've been talking about. So everybody talks about gold as a safe haven, okay? And I'm not telling you that it's not. Gold is a safe haven. Gold is something used when people believe that a currency will depreciate. It's also something that will be used when they believe markets are in a very high risk scenario. Why am I creating these rectangles right now, everybody? What am I doing? What I'm doing is I'm just pointing out areas of high activity, high trading activity within gold. Now, what I want you to notice is where this trading activity is occurring. This trading activity is occurring at your higher end of this range that it popped through. What that typically signifies, everybody, is selling of that asset. Prices that have large trading activity at the top end of ranges tend to be selling. Did it pop through to a new high? It sure did. And guess what? The minute it did, there began more selling. You're at the top range. I think that everybody, I mean, look, we were told, the fact of the matter is, we were told, as investors and as a marketplace that Powell and the Fed was going to start dropping rates in January. I think people believed that and they started buying into gold. And as you can see here, it looks like they've lost faith in that. It looks like they are not, perhaps gold has run too far. I can tell you this, and I've said this the entire time. Gold looks like it's been sold off. Oil looks like it's being accumulated to me. What I see here, definitely, I could not tell you this chart shows me anything but that. I have never seen institutional investors and strong hands buying at the tippy top prices. They sell at the tippy top prices. So I think that gold was purchased out of a lot of fear. They were looking for a safe haven. They thought the market was still in trouble. Some of that market sentiment from the stock market drop from December of 2021 to October of 22. Probably people held on to that a little long. And then also they believe rates were going to start dropping, which would then obviously depreciate the value of the US dollar. Gold is a great hedge for both of those situations. I think those investors had it wrong, and I think they're now realizing that. Growth stocks such as NVIDIA, there's no way to show you that it's going to fly higher. All I can tell you is cheaper money means cheaper capital, which for these companies typically means more growth and more upside. That's all I can tell you. The PE ratio right now of NVIDIA was stood at 82. I just saw recently that it was at 67. That's nowhere near bubble territory. The NASDAQ's running at a PE of 31. Typical bubble territory of 34, according to the 1999 bubble. But you must remember that during the 1999 bubble, Amazon had a PE ratio of 1,000, Qualcomm 200. There wasn't a single top 10 stock out of lower than almost the 100 range. They were all within the 100 PE range, not to mention the fact that half the stocks in the NASDAQ didn't produce revenue. So they were at a PE of 0. So to have an average PE of 34 and tech stocks, then have an average in 1999, and to now have an average PE of 34, where most companies are functioning and have an actual PE ratio, there's no real comparison. So I can't really pull up the video in these high-flying stocks and tell you what's going to happen, other than cheaper capital helps growth stocks. And that is a very good reason for this market to keep moving. Let's look at some junk bonds. We're going to look at some high yield. What happened to high yield? Well, here you are in 2021. It's up here at 110. It fell as far as 84, 85. High yield offers you an amazing yield. It also offers you incredible upside. And if we were looking at this to confirm that we were entering a falling interest rate environment, what we may notice is the level of trading activity as this particular high yield bond, this ETF with I don't know how many high yield bonds, has immense levels of trading activity and volume at 80 at the lows, massive trading volume. I would say that this junk bond ETF, high yield bond ETF, also justifies our hypothesis that we are entering a falling rate environment. So let's just review. I'm gonna stop sharing here. Let's review what we've got over here today, and that is that long-term bonds get hit the hardest. There appears to be, from a fundamental and technical standpoint, that the long-term U.S. corporate bonds, 20-year bonds, are being bought in massive levels after a 50% drop. Real estate. Well, sadly, there was no real way for us to look up real estate. I could go to some reporting agencies and we could look up the reports now, but the reports now are ugly. But bingo, the reports now are ugly. I'm glad that I said that. I just caught myself. Look, there's more houses on the market now than there have ever been since 2008. We have less homes in contract than we ever have since 2008. And there are less mortgage applications than we've ever had since 2008. Folks, when we reach peak levels of anything in an asset class, what does that mean? So if we're incredibly excited, if the investing public is incredibly excited, what does that usually mean about an asset class? What's it usually mean when no one is excited about an asset class? Bingo! There's some proof for you. There's some proof. Consumer sentiment and the actual housing market right now, no one is looking at it. No one cares about it. That's the most positive sign you'll ever find. What's the saying, everybody? When there's blood in the streets, buy. Residential real estate, commercial real estate, there is blood in the streets, folks. It's a buy, I'm telling you. If you get in there with some investors and you're looking for some investors, I know some guys, by the way. If you're looking for some investors, try to keep it short, 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. Why? Rates are going to fluctuate up and down over the next decade. You don't want to get caught with your pants down. Real estate's a place that is going to happen. Okay, so I would say fundamentally and technically and emotionally, real estate's a spot. Dividend paying stocks, don't believe in it. Not in this type of environment. I don't see how that benefits. Utilities confirmed falling interest rates. Consumer staples did not. REITs, they did not. And they're neutral. Staples are neutral. REITs are neutral. What about gold? I would call gold a confirmation. Gold to me confirms a falling rate environment. Growth stocks, there's no real way to show that. But I would say that just the knowledge that everyone right now is thinking growth stocks have gone too high, too fast, means they're nowhere near done yet. And I would also say with the cost of capital dropping, they're a place to be. High yield bonds, we saw it ourselves, everybody. There is buying at the lowest prices in high yield bonds. Immense trading activity, immense volume. I think it's fair to say, everybody, that we confirmed that we are in an interest rate environment that should be. All right, everybody, that's it for today. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll have this up in the next 15 minutes. As for now, I hope that this did for you what it did for me. Let's go ahead and throw up, this is my Twitter, and this is my LinkedIn page. Please visit them. If you have questions, dmiller@prometheaninvesting.com or Derek@prometheaninvesting.com or Derek@VPG Theory. Please reach out to me. Look, I teach people how to create structured and disciplined investment plans built for them around the 3 pillars that any structured, disciplined investment plan has to have: cash management, risk management, and investment management. All 3 of those work together to create an investment plan for you that works for you. Reach out to me. I also have some mentorship courses that I do that it's a group setting, webinar style, but you do get to interact with me personally. I also have a newsletter that would probably interest some of you. If you are interested in sponsoring this program, please reach out to me. I am looking for sponsors. I'm going to actively be looking this week. I had a few people that have been interested, and I've been waiting to hear back from them. But if you are interested, please reach out to me. I'd love to hear about it. I'd love to hear from you. As always, everybody, without mental health, there's nothing. Okay? If you can't be good up here, you can't be good out there. Take care of yourselves. Life's hard. Nobody's saying it's not. And some days it feels damn near impossible. But you know what? It's not. It's not. If you're feeling a little down tonight, do something that makes you smile. Do something that makes you happy. Don't go out and get drunk. Don't go out and do those things. These things aren't going to solve anything. You're going to wake up tomorrow and you're going to feel worse. Do something that makes you happy. Do something that makes you feel productive, right? Smile. Smile till it's real. Sounds hokey. It works. Fake it till you make it. That goes for smiling too, everybody. Throw a smile on. Yeah, baby. Tomorrow, you will solve these problems. Whatever problems you're having, you will solve them. I promise you, right? And as always, every day above ground is a good day. Thank you all so much. I appreciate every one of you for being here. And I hope this helped you in your investment and your financial journeys and your wealth accumulation, stabilization, and preservation. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Derek Invests, June 8th. Saturday morning. I thought what we would do today is a market recap of the last couple of weeks. I want to talk about a few things. I want to talk about the markets in general. We have the Dow going over 40,000. The NASDAQ continues to rise. The S&P continues to rise. There is talk of a bubble in artificial intelligence and technology, the markets in general. There's a lot of talk about gold and the lack of demand for oil, even though OPEC has cut supply by 2 million barrels. We want to talk about these things in a fundamental basis, and we also want to talk about them in a technical basis. Let's touch on real estate a little bit. And let's talk on the one thing we noticed this week that could be contradictory to everything else that we're seeing, which is that the 20-year Treasury appears to have a lot, and I mean a lot, of activity going on at a price after it's fallen nearly 60%, I believe. But we're going to go ahead and take a look at that. So let's jump right in and talk about the markets in general. So fundamentally, what do we see going on right now? Well, as we always see in rising markets, all of the talk about the economy is bad. Aside from the few points that probably really are bad. So one of the points that really is bad that we are hearing a lot of good things about is employment. If you are out there in the street, you know darn well that there is a lot of people unemployed. Most people are not working jobs that pay the bills. It is difficult from an employment standpoint. It is difficult from an income to cost standpoint right now to live life. Inflation is a beast. There's no doubt about it. We can see credit card debt has been since last year, I forget, doubled. I can't remember the numbers. I don't want to give you false numbers, but I believe it was from like 800 billion to 1.4 trillion. It was nearly doubled in household credit card debt. What does that tell you? When do Americans dig themselves into debt? Savings is down. So from an economic standpoint, what we're seeing right now is all bad news. Now, why would that be contrary to what I just said about the markets? So the markets appear to be going up, 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 but the economic data seems to be, in reality, as bad as it gets, because the market is a forecasting mechanism. We talk about this all the time, folks. The market's a forecasting mechanism. What you're seeing in the economy now is not what the market is representing right now. What the market is representing at this moment is what it sees coming in 6 to 12 months. That is why you have to be careful about the news that you're listening to. It can paint a worldview on you that is not reflective of your investments. Okay. So what I mean by that, let's talk about that contradictory 20-year Treasury note. So I'm going to share a screen with you. I want to show you this. This is the 20-year Treasury. This is the ETF because it's the easiest way to see treasuries without going into individuals, which is just not that's not realistic. You can't get a broad picture of treasuries. Now, actually, I can leave this up. This is a very condensed daily look at the 20-year treasuries. Oh, I can see that I still not logged into my TradingView account, which, by the way, up until now has been my preferred charting software. I love TradingView. Ties directly into brokerages such as Tradier, which, by the way, right now is running a special for all of you options players out there that love options. Your first month, $10, up to 1,000 contracts. Can't beat it. I am not working with either of those companies. Let me say that right now. I have no exclusive relationship with them. Not that I wouldn't like to, or not that I don't. Right now, and I'm just telling you that because this is the software I choose, and traders would look back to what we're talking about, which is the technicals of the market versus the fundamentals. So the fundamentals right now, they don't look great, but technically, take a look at the 20-year Treasury. This right here is nothing more. In fact, I'm going to use my favorite big arrow because I love the way it looks. This is nothing more than trading activity, everybody. All right, that's what that is. That's trading activity. But guess what? That is a massive amount of trading activity in the 20-year Treasury after it's fallen from $180 down to $90. So it's down about 50%. It might be a little more. I mean, down here it's down at $84, whatever. It's a huge drop, 50% drop. There's massive trading activity. Now, why does this contradict some of the other things that I've just said? For two reasons. What is the safest asset, everyone, that you can purchase? What is the safest asset that can be purchased in a negative market historically? The safest asset that can be purchased, everybody, is government bonds. Bingo. And long government bonds, to be specific. So this is indicating to you, wow, is there a run for safety? Is that what this is? Or are long government bonds just the bond that has been hit the hardest by rising interest rates? No one was interested in government bonds with a rising interest rate environment with a rising stock market. Now, I would say yes to that. I would say there was no interest because we were in a rising stock market and we were also in a rising interest rate environment. But what I would tell you now is investors are always on the prowl for value. And I would say investors have found some value in the 20-year treasury down there. You can play that with options, right? You can play ETFs with options to add a lot of juice to it. But to be fair, this investment right here looks pretty darn good right now. And remember, we have to do what the market does. We have to forecast the good investments before price gets there. As we always talk about, what happens with the investing public? They judge investments on their price. When you're judging an investment on its price, you are buying the investment at the wrong time, everybody. The exact wrong time. So what we would say from this, and I'm gonna show you why right now. What we would probably surmise from this chart here is that this is not a rush to safety, more as though a rush to an investment that has been absolutely battered and is poised to make a comeback. Now, why would we say that about the 20-year treasury, everybody? Simple. We did an evaluation of gold and oil yesterday, and what we discovered was, while both were in a range of high prices, it had appeared as though oil had a lot of trading activity at the support level of that range, at the lower end of that range. So there's a lot of trading activity at the lower price. What would that tell us about oil in the future? Where prices should go? That should be accumulation, everybody. That should equal purchasing. When you're buying, when institutional money, when strong hands are buying at the support level, at the lower price, that appears to show us that there is buying, meaning prices should rise. Conversely, gold showed us that most of the trading activity was at resistance, at the higher price of that range, which leads us to believe that gold is being distributed and sold. So the future price of oil should drop. Gold, metals are next to your safe haven of government bonds. So the dichotomy there is this: gold has done nothing but go up in price from somewhere around 1,500 spot price, which is 150 GLD, which is the ETF I tend to use, up to 2,500 spot price, 2,600 spot price, which is 250 in GLD, what I use. So gold has risen while treasuries have dropped. There's a dichotomy there. Why? Simple. There was a belief that there was going to be a rush to safety, but the rising interest rate environment made treasury bonds so unattractive they were sold. So what that tells us is there is not a rush to safety. It does not appear to be a legitimate rush to safety at this time. Remember something, folks. You can have all the information in the world. You could say, well, Derek, there was 50% more currency put into circulation in 2021 in the United States of America, which created the inflationary environment, which we are now dealing with. And what happens when they have to reel in that money and there's no more money put back out and they have to suck inflation back in and so on and so forth? Well, what's going to happen is it depends on how they do that. All right. If you think you're the first person that thought of the statement that I just said, and that means you're on to something, I assure you, the people that created this inflation started thinking about how to solve that problem of inflation the minute they created it. Why did they create it? Why did they create it, everyone? That's for a different show. But for today, it was created. And believe me, they're figuring out how to reel this back in. My thought process is it's going to be somewhere in the middle between what happened in the mid to late 70s and then back in the Great Depression. So, in one, they allowed, so when we went to fiat currency in the mid 70s, this is the greatest inflation we'd ever had because we went to fiat currency. They allowed inflation to run too far, too fast. It created a hyperinflationary environment that was very hard to rein in. It was no fun for anyone. And then during the Great Depression, they kept rates too low, too long, which created the opposite environment. And then markets, it created a deflationary environment, which is why the markets fell 92%. We don't want a deflationary environment, but we do not want a hyperinflationary environment. So my guess is we're going to probably sit in a range of rising and dropping rates for the next decade. Could I be right? Yes. Could I be wrong? Yes. It just appears to me that that's the most intelligent way to solve this. All right, back to the market recap. It does not appear that there is a rush to safety. I mean, that's what I would surmise from what I saw. You're welcome to create your own opinion there. Watch the gold and oil video from yesterday if you'd like to generate a new opinion about that. But it looks to me that oil, the risk trade is on. Gold, the safe trade is off. And it also looks to me like we are poised for some legitimate interest rate cuts here coming by all of the purchasing taking place in the 20-year treasuries. So let's talk about the markets. Is there a bubble in the stock markets in general? Has the risk trade been on too long? And specifically, is there a bubble in the AI industry? Well, what we look at when we go into the stock market, because you can't listen to the current economic data. Why, folks? Because it is forecasting. Markets forecast the economy. So the news we hear now absolutely has almost no relevance to the markets themselves. With that in mind, where are the markets now? Well, if you look from a supply-demand standpoint, from a cash flow standpoint, and from a market sentiment standpoint, I would say that market sentiment is extremely high in the artificial intelligence industry. And how we looked at that was we were trying to explore bubbles of the past, and the most recent bubble being the internet bubble, right? So we took a look at the internet bubble and we looked at some PE ratios. They range from Amazon at 1,000 PE, Qualcomm at 200, and then everything else kind of in the middle, 100, 150, just some, the top 10 stocks in the NASDAQ, I don't think there was anything under 80 in the 99 bubble. And that was a legitimate bubble, everybody. That was a legitimate internet bubble. So what we did was we came forward and we said, okay, so what other bubbles have we seen, or what other areas of high sentiment have we seen? Well, Tesla in 2021 had about the highest market sentiment I'd ever seen for a single company. And in its PE ratio is at 352. Holy smokes, higher than Qualcomm in the internet bubble. Now, what happened to Tesla? Well, it since fell 75% in value. Let's face it, that's what happens when sentiment gets so high. Sentiment gets so high that the actual value of that stock position only has one way to go and one way to go fast. And Tesla was a good example of that. Not that I believe Tesla was a bubble, but it was as close to an individual stocks bubble as you can get. So moving on to AI, we looked at the AI industry, and we specifically looked at NVIDIA because in the NASDAQ top 10 stocks, it was the highest PE ratio, and it was only at 82. Not only was it only at 82, when you looked at Qualcomm's price, it had risen in 1 year about 15 times from where it started, right? So 1,500%. When you looked at Tesla, it was much, much higher than that. But when you looked at NVIDIA, in fairness, in the last 2 years, it's not that it hasn't risen significantly. In fact, let me show you. It's not that it has not risen significantly. It has. But the price has not risen in the ways that we're talking about right now. Let's cruise over here. Not only that, but the company is profitable. Now, I'm not telling you that this chart does not signify a monstrous move, but let's just look. So let's go back. Let's do a full year. So May. Okay, June. Here we go in June. So we're at $400. All right. Right now we're at $1,200. That's a 300% move, folks. That's all that is, a 300% move. In 2022, it was at $300. All right. So is this a stock that has had a price move that is bubble-ish at all? I would say no. I would say it doesn't have a price move this bubble-ish. Its PE ratio, so calm, even a Tesla that was bubble or any other area. And then the other PE ratios are they're not crazy. The average PE ratio of the Nasdaq is it equivalent to the average PE ratio of the 99 bubble? Yeah, I mean close. I think we're 31, 32. Back then it was at 34. But you have to understand something. You had 1,000, but you had so many stocks inside the Nasdaq that were garbage, literal garbage. A 0 PE ratio. I don't know how many there were, probably thousands to be honest with you. But so many 0. We're just not in that situation right now. So from a market standpoint, is there an AI industry bubble? Does PE with that? I would say PE and price disproves that. And from a stock market standpoint, we don't see trading activity at current levels. Look, let me show you for yourself. Price, folks, shows you when some or the more knowledgeable hands are selling their shares. They want to get out of the way of something big coming. We have looked at that through the eyes of 2008 and 2009. And this is usual, everyone. Let's go to the NASDAQ here. I'm going to go monthly, and I'll stretch this out just a little bit because that makes no sense. But look at this, guys. That's the NASDAQ. Does this look like does this look like we're in an area filled with fear where big money, strong hands, the people that run the world are selling their positions? It sure as heck fire. It sure as heck fire does not. That's from Groundhog Day. Sure as heck fire. Groundhog Day, Bill Murray. Great movie. If all you Gen Zers, millennials, and your alphas as well are making fun of me, calling me a boomer, which in fact, but that's your favorite term. That was boomerish. Don't worry about it. All right. So, but if you come back here, this is what it looked like, everybody. That's the NASDAQ back then. See how this is what a bubble looks like, guys. This is what a bubble looks like. Look at that trading activity. Whoop. See this bar right here? That's volume. That's trading activity right here. And that's at the highest price on the NASDAQ in November 2007. That is what bubble territory looks like, all right? So let's take a look. I'll even show you the S&P just to show you that the NASDAQ was not singular in that. Look at that. That's even worse. You see that, everybody? This is the high prices of 07, okay? This is the trading activity and volume that corresponded with it. This is bubble territory, folks. This big money is getting out of the way. This is when more knowledgeable money is moving their positions. This is when you should be afraid, but you weren't. Back then, everybody, we couldn't see this coming. You could see that coming if you were blind in the dark wearing sunglasses. Why weren't you told about it, everybody? I don't know. I was telling my clients didn't suffer disgraceful bear market. I don't know. I don't know why you weren't told. You should have been. Everyone saw that coming, believe me. Everyone saw that. Now, do we have anything that resembles that at all? Let's go back before, so we don't lecture about. He's going to give you an excuse. That going on right now, guys? Is this does this look anything like that? Look at that, everybody. This is business as usual. There's nothing going on in the markets right now. This is business as usual. So what is business as usual at the moment, everyone? Because that's what you're really here for, right? Business as usual at the moment is which means you need to have proper avoiding risk, limiting your risk, meaning when we get into areas of correction with 2 to 5% drops, part of cash management is raising cash. Part of risk management is covering your positions. You can do that through options. You can do that through shorting. Okay? That's risk management. The third pillar of any structured investment process, whether trader or long-term trader, is your investment management. What investment management is knowing when right now being purchased. You saw the trading activity as being, so you want to buy things that have future price rises, such as the 20-year treasury. You can buy that right now, just buying the TLT. You can buy it leveraged. You can use options to give it some juice. You can also, what that tells you is we're going to have interest rate cuts. So some other areas of interest might be real estate, which I'm going to talk about later today in a lot more detail. Real estate might be a place for you to be. How can you be involved in real estate? Well, there's several ways. One way is REITs, and we're going to look at some this afternoon. So we know we're heading into an interest rate environment that interest rates should be dropping, okay? Also, you don't want to avoid the now. What's the now in your investment management? Well, the now is artificial intelligence. Just be careful. Remember, Tesla wasn't a bubble. They're all over the road. They're everywhere. Tesla's real. But when market sentiment reaches a fever pitch, when it comes to a stock, an industry, or the markets, what happens to that stock, industry, or markets? Well, I can give you a couple examples now. China in 05 to 06 has fallen 75% and has not recovered in 20 years. China, and pull it up, FXI. China's ETF has not recovered in 20 years, still down 20%. Would you like to see it? I don't think it's necessary. Tesla, down 75% from its 2021 highs. ARK, Kathy Wood's amazing technological ETF. It's what is it? Innovation ETF, ARK, ARKK. Everyone was in love with it. Oh my goodness, down 75% still. And the likelihood will come very, very small. She got a few, everybody got fired up, everybody bought it. Missed the entire run in NVIDIA. Am I knocking Kathy Wood? No. She's a fund manager. She's an ETF manager that everybody got over excited about. Market sentiment went through the roof. So be aware of market sentiment. That means keeping a close eye on AI. So right now, if you're trying to minimize risk, you want to look at things that are going to have future gains. That's your treasuries. It's going to be in a falling interest rate environment. We want to look for things that do well in falling interest rate environments, real estate. So we might be looking in some of those areas to be buying, but we also want to be involved in what's going on right now carefully, which is AI is the industry that is on fire. It is the thing making the moves, right? Then we have our index. So we have our index. We all have our, there's the index traders. There's the people that simply cover their positions with indexes. So the index that right now that's making moves is the NASDAQ. The index that is doing absolutely nothing is what? The Russell 2000. That's your small and mid-cap companies. Those are your small and mid-cap growth companies. Why are they struggling? Because small and mid-cap growth companies struggle in inflation, folks. So that is something I'm going to look at tomorrow, Sunday, June 9th. Should we be looking at small and mid-cap companies? If you want to know that, you tune in tomorrow. But if you want to talk a little bit more about interest rates, falling interest rates, and what that can mean to real estate, you're going to want to pay attention to me later on today. As for now, I think that was a great market recap today. I think we covered everything. Are we in a bubble? It definitely appears that we are not. Why is there a dichotomy between gold and treasuries? Well, simple. I think people were running for safety. Remember, market sentiment, people get caught up in negativity. The NASDAQ fell almost 35% from December of 2021 through October of 2022. People get stuck there. They were still buying gold, right? But now it appears as though they're selling gold. So they are leaving that safe trade, heading into the risk trade. What does that tell us? Well, that tells us that the overall retail community, or the less, feel comfortable. So for the rest of us, we're starting to feel a little uncomfortable. We want to start paying attention. We have an interest rate environment that is going to be falling. There doesn't appear to be a rush to safety. In fact, we can see a lot of purchasing going on in oil, which we would expect to have rising prices soon enough. So the risk trade is on, right? So we're looking to buy some treasuries, potentially some real estate, which we're going to talk about later this afternoon. It looks like the risk trade is still on. The buy the dip mentality that has been with us for several months is still on. However, and we're buying artificial intelligence because that's the mover right now, but we're doing it cautiously. And we are always paying attention to our personalized, created investment plan, which involves what, everybody? Proper cash management, risk management, and investment management, which I am always covering here. If you do not have a personalized investment plan, trading plan, those terms are interchangeable, as I've discussed before, you need to contact me. Email me, please, dmiller@prometheaninvesting.com or Derek@VPG Theory. You can also follow me on Twitter, which I have this lovely handle that Twitter gave me, and for some reason, I don't want to get rid of it. I don't know why. It is Derek Me 75263605. And then you can also follow me on LinkedIn, which is Honest-Trader, www.linkedin.com/in/honest-trader. Follow me there. If you are interested in getting involved in one of my live courses, please reach out to me. If you are interested in doing some one-on-one sessions so that not only we can develop and create a proper investment plan for you, but you become part of my community that I update once a week, sometimes twice a week, as to what I'm doing in my own portfolios and as to what I see precisely going on in markets. I gave you a great picture of the markets today, folks. But what I do for my community is I put in buy points, sell points, where to look, far more technical for my community. So if you're interested in that, please reach out to me. Otherwise, as we're always saying, without mental health, you have nothing. Okay? If you're feeling bad up here, you can't do anything out there. So if you're having a bad day, make sure you get out and something that makes you smile, do something that makes you laugh, go for a walk. Sometimes you just have to smile, right? Fake it till you make it. Smile till it becomes real, right? You will solve the problems of today. You will. And tomorrow will be a better day. And remember, everybody, every day above ground is a good day. You always have to remember that. There's so much beauty out there, even in the hardest times. And let me tell you something. I can say that, all right? I can say that. And I share my story quite a bit. And if you'd like to hear more about that, or if you're going through a hard time, you need someone to talk to, reach out to me. I'll talk to you if you have no one else. Sometimes it's good to talk to somebody that you don't know. All right. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you later today. Hey, real estate later today. Let's talk about what a falling interest rate environment could mean to real estate. Let's take a look at some areas that we can invest, because what are we going to do tomorrow? What did I say we're going to talk about tomorrow? I can't remember, but I have it written down, so I know we're going to talk about tomorrow. So I will see you later today for real estate. Thank you, everybody. All right. Happy Friday afternoon, everybody. It is June 7th, and the markets are closed for the weekend. I hope everybody had a good week as far as investing and or trading, depending on the terminology you use. Both are effectively the same thing because they are both part of the same process that allows companies to attain capital to grow their businesses and the economies around the world. So I want to talk about oil and gold today. And the reason that I want to talk about it is because there is a fundamental and technical difference in these two commodities. We've been talking a lot lately about the idea that there's some bubble going on in the market. and how we can evaluate to see if there is a bubble. Specifically, artificial intelligence has been a place everybody's been looking. And I did an entire show on that this week. If you haven't seen it, you should go watch it. If you're wondering if there is a bubble in the market, specifically in AI. And so the reason I bring up oil and gold and I talk about them so often is because they are very different in the sense that oil is a commodity that is ranked second in risk only to cryptocurrency. So when we talk about safe, quote unquote, safe assets, you have cryptocurrencies, you have commodities such as oil, then you have stocks, right? Then you have commercial real estate, then you have residential real estate, then you have commodities such as metals, right? And then you have land, and then you have government bonds. And this is the traditional kind of thinking. So when we look at oil, this is something that is a risk asset. This is something that is purchased because you want to participate in a risk asset that you believe will have a lot of upside. Gold, on the other hand, falls far further down in the safety metrics, and gold is typically used as a safe place, right? It is used to remain safe. It is one of these safe assets. So when you see gold being accumulated, what you can gather from that is that gold is people are perceiving the markets to be risky, the economies to be risky, the global environment to be risky. When you see people gathering things like oil, and when I say people, I mean the strong hands, institutional money, big money. You choose the language that you want to use. Those are all interchangeable. That's the they, that's the them, that's the those guys. So when you see institutional money or strong hands gathering up commodities like oil, what you're looking at is a risk trade. When you see the gathering of gold, what you see is a safety trade. Now, what I've been hearing a lot lately is about the fact that so much gold is being purchased, and that naturally, what are we talking about? We're talking about price. So when people speak in terms of assets, they're always speaking in terms of price. Right now, oil's price has fallen, gold's price has risen. So naturally, that must mean that people are interested, strong hands, institutional hands, are interested in purchasing gold. They're interested in safety, and they are not interested in oil, in that commodity, which is risky. So that's the fundamental consensus when people are talking. That's the chatter, right? That's the word on the street. And what's that based on? Price. And everybody out there in unison, what do we not base, whether we buy or sell something? What do we not base almost any, our conversation about whether something's being accumulated or distributed, accumulated by strong hands or distributed, bought or sold by strong hands, has little to nothing to do with price. So what I want to do is I want to go in and take a look at gold, and let's go in and let's take a look at oil, and let's for ourselves determine, is the risk trade on? Is the safe trade on? Is there some sort of correlation going on right now, which could add further confusion, to be honest? But I want to go and I want to take a look at that. So let's do that now. Let's take a look at the technical side of gold and oil, because apparently, according to price, gold's being bought and oil's being sold. So let's take a look and see what we think about that. So where do we go? We head on over to our charting software, which, hold on one second, I don't have up. I'm going to put it up right now. Sorry, I was taking a proctored test earlier, and I had to. Now I'm not logged in, so let me just add volume here. There we go. We will go over to, why don't we take a look at oil first, and let me share that screen with you. So sorry about that. Here we go. We are on. Okay. So I don't believe I'm logged in here. I don't think I am into my TradingView account, but that's okay. We're gonna work from here anyway. So let's go back and look at oil. So what we're gonna look at is a monthly chart of oil, and this is oil, right? But that is the wrong symbol, isn't it, guys? Now, how do I know that? Because I know that that looks wrong. That's how I know that. Unfortunately for us, if we look at oil over the long term, we kind of have a problem there, don't we? So we're going to take oil. We're going to come into a weekly. I think that should clean it up. Yep, that cleans it up for us. So let's, because we don't want that. There's where we want it. So what we want to take a look at in oil is what we always want to take a look at. We want to take a look at areas that have particularly high trading activity, high volume, right? That's what trading activity is. I would say here's a point. I would say right there. Okay, there's one. Let's just say this is one. Whoop. That's one. I would say on a weekly chart, that's probably it. Maybe here. That's one. Okay, so oil on a weekly chart isn't all that interesting. As you can see, you have a lot of trading activity at this drop right here. Believe it or not, this is pretty significant at the time. I remember because I called it. It was almost 60 to 40. This is about a 35% fall volume stepped in, but then guess what? Trading activity / volume came in at these high prices. I did actually exit this particular trade here. And then if you come into this low here, I did start buying it back. I can show you evidence of this all over the place, all over my social media. So on a weekly chart, there's really not anything that is that interesting when it comes to oil, simply because there's just not enough time frame there because of that that nasty part in the background. So here we go. So back here, this is where, right here, this is where that high volume was that we just looked at, okay? So what we want to look at now, nuts. There we go. Sorry about that. I told you I'm not logged in, everybody. I'm not logged in. So what we want to put in down here is we want to put in our average volume. Let's take a look at our average volume. I would say that is about our average volume. Remember, we're always looking for notional, right? We don't care about the numbers. Then I would say there is some substantial volume there, okay? Above and beyond, obviously, our standard. There is more here, I would say, okay? We're just using our eyes, everybody. There's nothing sneaky about this, nothing particular about this. I would say you have some pretty high levels there. I would once again say you probably have, I guess this would be considered a high level right about there. And that's our most recent sell-off here. So what we want to do now is we just want to evaluate where was that activity coming in. Was it at high prices or low prices? Well, this is $92, okay? What is this right here? This is about $60. This is a 35% drop, all right? This is a 35% drop. Where is most of our volume? I would say it's here. The second, so this is the first rectangle. This is the second square, third rectangle, fourth rectangle. And then here, where I guess you would say that this took place at a high price here. Not a high price, but at $84. So a heck of a lot higher than 60. But I would say most of your action in oil is down here at the bottom. I don't know if someone would disagree with me, but that's, I mean, again, this is just notional volume. This is not, we're not trying to figure out, hey, exactly what price did this happen? Exactly what price did that happen? I mean, your high volume's in here at around 70 and it stays through here about 64. I mean, this is it, everybody. I mean, there's nothing tricky. It's from like here to there. I mean, that's where most of your volume's taking place. This is the bottom of the range, okay? When you're buying, when strong hands, when institutional hands, big money, more knowledgeable hands, use the terms you want to use. When there's a lot of buying down here, this is usually accumulation. This tiny little pop that we came from 82 here recently, look at the amount of volume there compared to all this volume down here at the $60 to $70 level. Why do you think it had such a hard time breaking the $70 level? There's so much purchasing down there that oil is having a very, very difficult time punching through, right? And obviously we're using the ETF USO. So, I mean, if I were looking at oil right now, I would say that this is telling me that risk trade is on. This is an accumulation of a risky commodity. Let's go take a look at gold. All right, let's look at gold, GLD. And here we are. All right, this is let's go out. Let's see how far out we can go with gold. So here's a monthly. Obviously, that doesn't show us anything whatsoever. So let's go to a week. 1 week. This tells us a little something, right? And I'll tell you what we'd want to do here, because back here you're sitting at about 1630, right? So you're at about 1650 in spot price in gold. You're at 163 in GLD. So what we'd really like to do is probably evaluate this area in here, this range in here, and take a look at where we see activity happening. The easiest way to zoom in on that is obviously going to be a daily chart. So this is going to be a little more condensed than oil was, but it doesn't really matter now, does it? Because all we're looking for are areas like this that have concentrated volume. Let's put on our average volume, which I would say is right there. And let's just go ahead and point out the areas that have particularly high volume. First, we'll go to the biggest spots, right? Let's go there. Get rid of that. Log in live. I guess that would be a bigger spot. Let's look for another one. This is definitely bigger. You, I mean, these areas here if you wanted to. So I guess you could. So see right there, you could probably even point that out if you wanted to. And you just have to be real careful about that. Most of the trading activity here, are we looking at high prices or low prices, everybody? So we're coming. The high price here is what? 1950 spot price on gold. 195 on GLD at 210, 212. We have incredibly high volume here. I would say right now we are looking at volume taking place. And let's just look, let's not make assumptions. Let's look for ourselves, right? I'm drawing these as straight as I can, everybody. The goal, if you remember, for me is always to disprove myself. And I don't actually, there we go. I would say, I would say there. And look, if you disagree with where I'm drawing this stuff, you feel free to throw a comment up if you think that there's anything behind this other than me trying to be as accurate as possible. Let's see. I would say there. And then, I mean, if you want to draw these on, we could even do these little guys here. I'm trying not to go to every single spot that there's a higher than average trading activity, right? I'm just trying to point out the ones that are the highest. And if we're being right straightforward here, where are these arrows pointing? Well, this one is at 1850. This one is at 1780. This one is at just about 1600. This one's at 1750. Let's call that, well, that's actually probably this high point here, 1900. This is at 1850. This is at 1800. This is at 1920. This is at 2150, 2160. This one's actually pretty much the high at 2250. So listen, if we look at gold right now, I would say when you're seeing your high trading activity at the top of a range, you are looking at distribution. You are not looking at accumulation. If I were to look at this from a technical standpoint right now, I think that I would be saying that gold is being distributed, being sold. So we're selling a safe asset. I would say oil is being purchased. So we're going into a risk trade. which would also lead me to believe that our kind of thought process from this week, having to do with the possibility of a bubble and the consensus that it did not appear that we were in one, it did not appear that there was any major selling, has some confirmations when it comes to gold and oil. You determine for yourself. But if your trading activity is at an extremely high level at your resistance, that tends to be someone selling at the highest price possible. It's coming down and hitting support, but they don't want to sell it at support levels. They want to bring it back up and sell it at resistance. This is distribution, folks. And in reverse, if every time prices fall, more is accumulated, large trading activity, this is somebody that's looking to buy at the cheapest price. That's why when it hits resistance, there's no buying, no activity happens. It comes back down to support. They buy a bit more. I would say right now the consensus for the week is such that PE ratios do not indicate a bubble, not in AI and not anywhere else. Technically, there is no increase in trading activity right now that was to facilitate any sort of an economic condition for us to be leery of. It basically looks like business as usual on the stock market. I would say in the commodities market, oil is your risk trade. It looks to be accumulated. Gold is your safe trade. It looks to be distributed. That's what I'm going to say for Friday this week, June 7th, after the market close. I would say the risk trade is on and staying on for the time being. Those of you that are interested in buying the dip, remember, you got to have good, where am I from? You have to have proper cash management to have the ability to buy dips. And after this conversation today, I would assume that is where your interest lies. For those of you that work long-term and understand the purpose of hedging, to be carrying as close to zero risk at all times, you understand what this information means to you. If you do not understand what I mean when I say carry zero as close to zero risk at all times, you need to follow me on Twitter, Derek Me, 752-636-05. That's my Twitter. Jump onto LinkedIn, Honest Trader, honest-trader. Email me with questions, dmiller@prometheaninvesting.com or derek@vpgtheory.com. I teach people the 3 pillars of investing: to have proper investment management, to have proper structure and proper discipline. You must have proper cash management, risk management, and investment management. Those 3 things work together in unison to create a disciplined trading philosophy that has rules you can follow to control those emotions. Any investor or trader's worst enemy is him or herself and his or her emotions. Do not forget that. As always, pay attention to that mental health, folks. We are nothing without mental health. If you're having a bad day, smile. Smile until it's real. Go out and do something fun, something that you enjoy. Get into the sunlight. Do not draw those shades. Get out into that sun. Feel better, okay? Tomorrow will be a better day, and every day above ground is a good day. Thank you for joining me, and I will see you tomorrow morning.